I want it. I come dressed up. This motherfucker didn't tell me that we're not using it today. I could have been in my jeans. I could have been in nice warm clothes.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Bulgaria. Here we are for day 5 of action, although unfortunately due to the conditions this week it's only the second day of actual play, but the good news is we are going to get underway. We've seen pretty much everything this week in Bulgaria. We've seen rain, we've seen snow, now we've seen horses running across the field, and this is just moments before the start of the play this morning. So we had wild horses running across the field. Kind of a interesting analogy for the week because it has been a bit wild here. Let's have a look at these two teams in match 10. Will be a 5-over fiesta. The Blacksmiths versus V2MU Pleven, the Pleven 11, and Blacksmiths trying to get their first win in the series. Of course, they've had some matches abandoned. More about that in a second. The news from the toss is that Pleven have won the toss and elected to bat, so we will see them out there first. And due to the wet outfield at the start of play, the match was delayed by just around about 45 minutes, so it will be a 45-minute game more or less, which means it'll be 5 overs aside. You can see some players to watch there, including Mohammed Fires for the Blacksmiths. And Mukul Kandyan really impressed me on Monday with his batting. Pleven led in this game by Akshay Harikumar. Watch out for Apurv Mishra as well in the second half. But almost ready to go here. Looks to me like it'll be Waleed Khan, who was a bit of a hero on Monday in his own right. Because we're almost ready to go. So just confirming a 5-over fixture. Apart from that, we should have 10-over matches if everything stays on schedule. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. It's a very warm welcome back to Rico Full.
Thank you very much. I don't know about very warm. It's not warm out here, and well, what conditions we've had. Look, before we see this first ball, a massive, and I mean a massive, a mammoth shout out to everybody that's worked so hard to get the cricket on today. It's absolutely incredible. This time yesterday, this whole ground, including that pitch, was underwater. Well done to the ECN staff. They were heroic. And also,
including yourself, Rico, I have to say. Yeah.
No, and also some of the guys in the Federation have been absolutely brilliant.
But let's be honest, it's not ideal conditions for cricket, so we'll see a bit of slipping and sliding, I think. But the players, they want to be out there. They've agreed. And let's play some cricket. Enough's been done, and can't really do any more in the time constraints. So it will be Waleed Khan to open up proceedings here. Starts with a dot. That'll be a big program today. We'll have 6 matches in total. This is one of 6, and that'll be the final 6 group matches. Basically what's happened is the matches remaining, a set of double headers. 1 match has been abandoned of each double header, so each team is still to play each other or play each other once. Which unfortunately have to have a couple of matches abandoned yesterday that were scheduled. Nice looking shot. It's Katsarski, the skipper for the Blacksmiths, doing the fielding nicely. And what do you think, Rico, about this game? These two teams without a win on Monday, I'm sure. Essentially, this could be the game that decides who goes through to the Final Four and who doesn't. Yeah,
Katsarski there making that stop. Look, I've got to mention him because he was here all day yesterday. He worked tirelessly. Well done to him, the captain leading the way as well. Yeah, look, it's going to be a very interesting day, isn't it, with these conditions? See this play back out to the offside. Good stop there from Maswad Khan. And one thing that the players will have been told by the umpires, is to, and especially the batters on this occasion, say, look, we are giving you permission to be running on the artificial surface. They do not want to be running off the pitch because they're going to slip and slide everywhere.
This one's in the air, just away from Katsarski. Let's check out the vortex. Has it lost any of its power? Well, maybe slightly. That only runs away for 4. I mean, because of the amount of standing water on the ground yesterday and the amount of rain and precipitation over the last few days, you would expect this normally lightning-fast outfield to be a little bit slower than usual.
Yeah, you would. Nice stop there from Mohammed Tayyub. He's made that his spot, hasn't he? You saw on Monday he made some great stops in that area.
Goes for this, and he baseballs it. Well, don't worry about the field. If you can hit it over the field, that's out of here. Maximo! Full toss. And gets the treatment. Yadav goes crazy. And the first one for Pleven.
Yeah, this is nice. This is big. It's shaka time. First thing in the morning, and that certainly will warm him up. That's a good shot. He's hit this really well, hasn't he? Yadav, 6 of the best.
The funny thing is, if that had bounced inside the field of play, I don't think it would have gone for 4. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over. It'll be a wide down the leg side, well blocked by the keeper.
That's good batting, actually. He could have quite easily tried to play this and got a bit of pad onto it and it being a dot, but he steps inside, takes the wide. Clever.
I think it's a skill to spot a wide and get out of the way. Not getting out of the way of this one, though. This is another one that will test the outfield, and it will just get there. Well, I think it ends up on the line. To me, that looks like that's 4. So it will be 4. And once again, that normally races to the boundary. And I tell you what, he's judged that one just perfectly, Rico. 4 runs.
It's absolutely perfect. Look at that. It's on the line. The line means it's 4. And to the cheers and the delight to the Plevin players.
Into the over. It's 14 for no loss. Remember, this is a 5-over match, so 2 over power play. And just 1 over to be bowled by each bowler. So it's obviously is going to be a compressed affair. You can expect a lot of action. Second over about to begin. And it looks like Mohamed Fayez will be bowling the second one, last of the power play.
Yeah, Mohamed Fayez, a very experienced player. And we did see him on Monday perform well, didn't quite get into his rhythm. He's looking to step it up here now to try and get a win under the belt for his team.
This angles in and played away. Get 1. They're going to come back for 2. And you see the first victim of the outfield. There's going to be a few, like we said. After 3 days, they've got it as good as they can get it. But it's unfortunately, Omar Malik becomes the first victim.
Yeah, that gives you a good indication of how, especially that side of the field, actually, that sort of area of the ground, mid-wicket and mid-on, it is quite slippery, and it just means that you know that fielders are not going to be able to attack the ball as much as they'd like, and that's the opportunity the batters have to take.
Players on. Of course, Wally Khan on the first over. He took a hat-trick against Emu Sofia on Monday, so we already had a bit of action in this series. It's the 4 completed matches on Monday, including that hat-trick. But both these 2 teams, they played twice on Monday. Neither one of them were able to secure a win. That should just be a single. Question in the chat from Yo-Yo saying how many overs in the matches today? Well, if all goes according to plan, it's just this first one that's shortened. And coming up from the next one, which will be match 12, it will be a 10-over affair. So basically today, we're going to see matches 10, 12, 14, 16, 8, 18 and 20. So yeah, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Which just means that more teams get to play each other. So the matches that have been abandoned and awarded 1 point each have been kind of one leg of the double headers. It's in the air, but it won't carry to the infield. So yeah. How do you think this will affect the scoring? Do you think it lends itself to more lower scoring?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a pity because normally we see some high scores at this beautiful National Sports Academy ground in Sofia. But yeah, I think with the conditions like this, the ball along the ground is going to hold up. I think most of the boundaries that we'll see today would be the aerial ones, the 6s. You can see that some of these, some of these batters, they know this ground pretty well, are trying to aim it to the third man area, because if any place you're going to get a boundary along the deck, is going to be in that vortex.
Yeah, everyone just cut back a little bit off the pitch, didn't it? Maybe hitting the seam. Fayez delivered a pretty good over. Remember, the first one went for 14. This one, swing and a miss once again. Ends a pretty good one. Only 4 come off it. No boundaries. And the end of the second over, end of the power play in this 5-over fiesta. It's 18 for no loss. Yeah,
showing all of his experience there, Mohamed Fayez. Just getting that ball just short of a length outside the off stick, and the batter trying to play the same shot repeatedly, not able to get back on the ball. A bit frustrating. They made a good start, 14 on the first, but just 4 there, 18. Just have a look at those tables there. A lot of those points, of course, courtesy of the abandoned matches. But it's got those 2 teams, it's Plovdiv and, of course, Sofia, that won both their games on Monday. They're sitting there at the top of the table. But this is a very important match, isn't it? Because a win here, whichever team gets that, they're going to look pretty good going into tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. There's only 4 teams out of 5 will survive. Makes every game more crucial. Morning to Bajendra Yadav, who's saying hello in the chat. If you'd like to say hello to us, now it's always a great time. He said European Cricket Network. Gagul Ahmedel is going to bowl over number 3. This one's in the air. We could have the first catch of the day. Ahmedel is getting under it himself, and he holds on. So he's been a good performer for the Blacksmiths, and he's pretty happy. Immediate success for Ahmedel. That's the end of Yadav, who looked good, but he has to go for 13. The first wicket of Friday, as it's 18 for 1.
Yeah, look, any catch taken out there in these conditions is going to be good. And there's nothing easy, and he's done well there, the bowler Amadou. His first delivery, caught and bowled, it goes up in the air. And I tell you why these are so crucial, because not only is he having to think about keeping his eye on the ball and his balance, he's also got to watch his footing because it is slippery out there. So well done, first wicket, and that's just what they needed, because they've got the man who looked in pretty good nick. He had it out early.
Yeah, exactly right. And just had a bit of trouble getting through that pull shot in time. Maybe rushed him slightly. Brings to the crease. Somebody impressed me a lot on Monday, Mukul Kadyan. He comes out almost halfway through this innings. Don't forget, it is only 5 overs. So Hamadel just getting the 1 over with the ball. Certainly making the most of the opportunity so far. Hamadell's another guy we could see thrown up the top of the order for Blacksmiths in the second half of the innings. I think it does suit the Blacksmiths a little bit, especially with someone like Fayaz in their team. Command the innings. This one jumps up a bit off the pitch. That's it. That's the kind of wild card. We don't quite know how this pitch is going to play after it's taken a bunch of moisture. And because it's a new mat, a lot of the water got underneath, didn't it? So it could be a bit unpredictable. Yeah,
I mean, that one you see, I think that's hit the seam and really comes up. We did see that, though, in fairness, on Monday. I think we both agreed that we like this pitch because it does play well. If you bowl well, it will give you something. And if you bat well, it does as well. So it's a little bit in it for both.
Just as played away. Should just be 1. There seems a lot of sawdust and sand's gone down to try and dry out those areas. But question from someone, Kadyan, could be a relation. Saying, well, what country is our favourite in ECN? Oh, I just don't think, it's like choosing children, isn't it? You can't have a favourite. We do love being here in Bulgaria. Edged and away from the keeper. This will be another one that'll test the field. And this time, the Vortex holds up. It's 4 runs. 4 carreras. Kadyan gets his first boundary. Bit of a streaky one, but it'll all count. Yeah, this is what I was saying. This is where I think a lot of the boundary's going to go. Goes all the way to the boundary. And if it went in that tyre over there, look at this. If it goes in there, I think he would have got an extra 2 points. It just doesn't. Almost does. And the keeper's footing, not particularly sure either. So almost impossible for the keeper to get anywhere near that. Not a bad run rate, I think, considering at the moment. Just misses out this pull shot. So, just confirming in the chat, if you've just joined us, this is a 5-over match, but all other matches today should be the full 10 overs. So this first one, just delaying the start by around 45 minutes to try and give the field every opportunity to dry out. And this one is in the air. Well, it's going to be 4. Oh, you'd be really unlucky to pick up the only fielder within an acre. It's unfortunately for Kasara Sakuge. It went straight through his hands, bounces and goes for 4. Yeah, it was a good hit. He's hit this pretty well. It's pretty wide. He had to get a lot of power into it. But yeah, I mean, difficult one. As I said, not going to be easy out there. The fielder looks like he's getting himself in position. And then it goes through his fingers and goes for a boundary, 4 runs. A good way to end the over. 28. The score moves on to. Yeah, I mean, and that is probably one of the longer boundaries on the ground. The dimensions of this ground at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy, straight they're pretty short, and square they're pretty long. So I think if that's hit straight that far, it's definitely 6. That's just because of the kind of pocket of space that they have to use to get this ground on in this multi-sport complex. Here's Ivalo Katsarski. It's always great to see some native Bulgarian talent in the ECS Bulgaria, isn't it, Rico? And Katsarski's a hard worker. He loves his cricket. Yeah, he loves his cricket, passionate, and it gives it everything. We saw that yesterday when he was helping it in the ground fit. Now, well, if anyone deserves some luck and some wickets, it's him. But this one, well, it's racing away, and it's Yadav this time. He dives at it. I think it manages to stay in the field of play. Yeah, no problem, I think. Well, in the end, with a bit of assistance. So he knocks it a bit backwards, but luckily for him, his teammate Armadale is there and just stops it before it gets on the line, so it's no problem, I think. Yeah, good effort there from Mohamed Tayoub again. That's his area. He owns it. He's doing well. Those kind of stops could be important as well. Katsarski. Remember, this is the second last over already. Edged, and this one maybe cut off. And it won't be. That's a good effort down there. He threw himself at it, Mohamed Tayoub. That is his zone. And he says, oh, well, I had a go at it. He sure did. Unfortunately, that one does go to the boundary. And the result, 4 creras más.
Yeah, लग गया चौका. बहुत एफर्ट किती है फील्डर ने, मोहम्मद ने, but ball escape होगी. लग गया चौका. 4 more.
Yeah, just got some of the hand on it, but not enough, didn't he? We remember the 5-over fiestas we had at the ECL in the finals week, championship week. We all said it all happens in the 4th because we had to adjust it. So it is all happening in the 4th. This is a wide. So yeah, hello to Philippe in the chat, who's saying he's going to be playing in the UK this season. Congratulations and good luck to you over there, Philippe. Hopefully the weather stays good for you. Looks amazing though, this cricket ground, the surrounds, doesn't it? Even with the conditions we've had. See another one which may have grabbed something. Gets away from the keeper.
I think it will be signalled a wide. Yeah, Ivan the umpire just keeping an eye on the action before he gives it.
But I mean, the mountains here the other day, we couldn't even see them because of the kind of precipitation. It's good to see they're back. Bat and pad, they're going to run. And Gazarski pretty much concedes the single. But I mean, I don't even know where to begin about the week we've had here in Bulgaria. We did front up hoping to play some cricket on Tuesday morning. We were greeted with snow, which I can't remember it snowing at a ground before in the ECS. But the crazy thing is that last week there was weather of about 25 degrees, even high 20s, and next week it looks like it will be again. It just seems like we've gotten pretty unlucky with the weather.
Yeah, it's just this period wherever it's coming from, it certainly has been very wintry. We've seen a lot of scenery which makes it look like a Christmas card at points, and the mountains at the moment resemble that. This is sort of over pitch, but once again it's targeted down the leg side. He gets away with this one. I think this probably does catch a little bit of something.
Yeah, it's a bit lucky, Katsarski. Look at this on the replay. It actually goes through the legs.
It goes through, yeah.
Through the legs. So we thought it missed the leg, but that's why it's not a wide. These could all matter, you know. This is in the air and he gets over the fielder at point. And again, it'll be a test with the outfield. Yeah, that's really good fielding down there by Amadel to chase that down. They will get a couple though. So I just wonder, the Blacksmiths, I mean, it's weird because we've just gotten back into it, but ultimately this could be the chase that determines whether they make the finals or not, when you're considering that they're playing the other team without a win at this stage. The only other team without a win is Indo-Bulgarian, but they haven't played at all.
No.
So can't read too much into that. Last ball for Katsarski is conceded 13. This one won't escape the infield. I think it'll just be a single, and so takes us to the end of 4. Just 1 over remaining in this match, first half of match 10. And Pleven are 42 for 1.
Yeah, 42 for 1. I think and Kadyan, he batted really well on Monday. I mean, they played against Plovdiv, who are a top team, and he scored in the first match 46 of 29 deliveries. So I was a little bit surprised to see him not open. He's got it all to do here now, though. Time to go big. He wants a strike. Yes, we have a look at where we'll be going next as well. Keep an eye on that. Bucharest will be there in Romania after finals day tomorrow, making our way there, thanks to Bizaway, our travel partner. And then we've got a bit of a Swedish affair, Landskrona and Stockholm.
Sweden in May. Landskrona, it's the same location as Malmö last year. Just describing it a bit more accurately in Landskrona. The blue pitch. And you'll be there with Andrew Ryan, I know. We're into Stockholm, Swedish capital, before we head to Prague and Austria and Hungary. Plenty more locations coming. And this is out. What a good start that is. Omar Malik. Well, he slipped up before. He doesn't slip up this time. He gets one full, straight, perfect death bowling. An immediate wicket. Once again, wicket first ball of an over. Pleven, they lose Harry Kumar. And the score's 42 for 2.
Yeah, good wicket. Harry Kumar, once again, just struggling again. I'm surprised, like I said, that he's up there opening. We saw that he likes to play these little flicks and things, but playing straight is where he struggles. And that one, well, as a juicy delivery, is right in the spot. And here we go.
It doesn't get much better than that. It's a little nice moment as well. Just saying bad luck, I think pretty earnestly. And so the captain has to go. He's replaced by Jishnu Sivakumar. 5 balls remaining. So yeah, something like 50 or so. I think that's achievable. They'll have to bat well though, Blacksmiths. Have to get a couple of guns to fire. Wait for this ball from Omar Malik. Pretty good one. Just missing the leg stump though.
Yeah, it's well bowled, and well, Umar's got to be careful where he's running.
Yeah.
He's running off the pitch there, and that's danger territory.
Yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. See this shout, just, you see, hitting him outside leg and going further down.
Well, this is it. I think this is firework time.
Look at that march. It's going to be hard to push for a 2 today as well. Probably wants it. Katsarski, good bit of fielding. The keeper doesn't handle the return. And maybe that's worth going for at this stage. I don't know. I think it's not an easy take for the keeper.
I think you go for it. I think wickets don't matter here, do they? And you're not going to be all out. It's the final over. You try and turn that into a 2, and going by that, what we saw there, they probably would have got there.
Good bowling.
bowled.
Yeah, sneak through for 1 though. It gets Kadyon back on strike. So some questions, and I'll answer one more time about the remaining matches. Should be 10 overs, except if weather intervenes. Of course, we don't know if it will or not. The other thing is, some people are asking what is that around the pitch. It's a mixture of sawdust and sand. Just try and soak up some of the standing water. There was a lot of water on the pitch yesterday. It got swept off into those surrounding areas. Pretty good shot, actually, off the back foot. It's going to plunk, and they should get back for a couple. Fires does the fielding. I say should get back, and they will get back for a couple. So, is there any balls coming from the sky that hit this field? They're not going to go much further once they bounce, are they?
No, I think they're going to go more. The only further they're going to go is under the ground. We might see 1 or 2 disappear, but no, that's well done. And
so just a couple to come now. 45 with 2 balls remaining. Got to go for 2 here again.
yeah, got to turn and go.
Oh,
He's gone, but he's gone the wrong way. He's gone down on his backside, and that's unfortunate. But again, it just shows that it can be slippery.
Yeah, Kadyon, he was doing the right thing, wasn't he? And pushing for 2. In fact, that was the last ball. So they're going to finish on 47. We'll never know if they would have got a 48. And so, well, I think PK's asking what's a good score. I would say around, I'd say 50 is a good score on this. I think 47 is a decent score as well. So, I mean, Blacksmiths, they're without a win. Of course, it's their first time in ECN cricket. And so they've got every opportunity to rack up a win here. It's not going to be easy, as you saw. Conditions less than ideal, no matter what you're doing. And once again, big thank you to everyone that made this possible to be out there in the middle. Now, the horse is cleared. The players entered. And that one is 4, just on the line. Bit of a slip and slide. This is just a mistimed pull that was picked up by Ahmedel, who continues to impress me. We might see him at the top of the order. Yeah, but Rico, I think Blacksmiths, they did a pretty good job, but then so did the Pleven guys as well, just racking up what I think is a pretty competitive score.
Yeah, I think it is. I think on these conditions, if you can go at around about 10 and over, that's a massive achievement. So I think batting first, Pleven have done well. They've got the runs on the board. They know that they've got one danger man who can really hit the ball big, Mohamed Fayaz, to contend with. If they can keep him quiet, they'll fancy themselves here. But they've got to do exactly what I think the Blacksmiths have done here. Forget about putting the pace on the ball, just get the ball right up there, get your line right, maybe just stick to that outside the off-stump corridor, and they should maybe be feeling or tasting victory for the first time here.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think it's adapt or die, basically, to the conditions, and both teams just finding their feet, occasionally losing their feet, as we go have a look at the scorecard. And for Pleven 11, again, you've got plenty of batting resources, so they use 3 main batters there. 14 for Harry Kumar, 13 for Yadav and Kadyon. He tried hard to keep the score going, 13 not out at the end. As far as the bowling went, of course, each bowler only gets 1 over. The wickets went to Ahmedel and Omar Malik, who bowled a pretty good last over, only going for 3. Also, shout out to Mohamed Fayaz, only going for 4 in his allocated over. Wally Khan, the hat-trick hero from Monday, he had a bit of an expensive start, didn't he? He went for 14. So join us very shortly. We'll be back with more cricket in just a few minutes. It'll be 48 for victory in a 5-over fiesta. Can the Blacksmiths get their first win in ECN cricket? Find out soon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good morning, namaste, salam alaikum, sassrikal, one, and welcome back to the Vessel Lavaski National Sports Academy ground here on quite a chilly morning. But the good news is, of course, that cricket is happening after 3 days of disruption, courtesy of mainly snow. Yes, you heard it, snow, and you can probably just see on some of the mountains there, really covered with a clean, new, fresh coating of snow. There was some more snow in the early hours of the morning, but the main thing is, thanks to the massive efforts of everyone around the ground and the support of the federation here, led by Andrew Lilov and Prakash Mishra and Professor Kolev, and some of the players, and some of those players are on the field there today, particularly the captain of the Blacksmiths, who are out there doing the batting now. And the man I'm talking about, Ivalo Kazaski, is there as well. He's opening the batting. And he's number 2, so on strike will be Salman Khan. Yeah, it was a huge effort, and also from the ECN staff as well. And this ground was underwater yesterday. I think some of you saw some of the pictures that were around on the social network. So to get this up and running here today is a massive effort. And let's just hope, fingers crossed, that the weather stays good for us today as we make a start to the second innings. And just a reminder, as that one is played out beautifully past point, it should just be, well, I say should just be the one, but that's very, very good running to turn that into 2, and that's what the batters are going to have to do. Boundaries are going to be hard to come by, especially along the deck. The outfield will be slow. This is a beautifully timed cut shot, and well, it deserved more, but does get 2 runs. And 48 required for victory. Rico Full, and alongside me, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Good start from Salman Khan, but he chops the next one to point. See the hustle. It's just, like I said, adapt or die to these conditions. It's actually quite interesting from an observer standpoint. But you know, these guys are going to be giving 100%. Both these teams on the chopping block after losing only 2 games in the series so far. Mishra loses the handle on this one. It'll be a couple of wides. Well, that's one technique. We're going to have to see some innovation, and we're going to have to see, yeah, just a bit of lateral thinking sometimes. Yeah, see the fielder there was determined that wasn't going to go around. That wasn't
going to go through me. I mean, Nitin Sunil didn't fancy the dive to try and stop it. But the fielder, well, when you say put everything behind the ball, he definitely did.
Edged, and it's going to be away. The backstop is not going to be able to stop it. That's vortex bound. 4 runs. Kaczarski gets off the mark immediately. And a handy boundary to the Blacksmiths.
Yeah, Amal Thomas, great effort from him. He got everything behind the ball last time. This time he had to throw everything at the ball. And tremendous sliding effort here, but just not able to get his hand onto it. 4 runs.
They put the third man back now. Finally comes up into the circle. Kaczarski pushes and runs. It's just a matter of trying to stay at that 10 and over. I think you'd rather take calculated risks trying to get that 10 and over rather than fall behind. Yeah. Because no matter how aggressive you are in the second half, it's not going to be easy to score on this pitch. You can't see getting 15 and over or something on it. Still help. It'll be wide. And does make the stop. But, eventually gathers himself as a pretty good piece of wicket keeping in the end. At least get down there, prevent the extra run. Hitting Sunil.
He does well there, doesn't he? And he's probably just saying, Rico, that's why I'm not going from down the leg side. Just got to get his line right here, Mishra. Yeah. 2 leg sided. He's just got to stand a bit more upright as he delivers.
This one is a bit straighter. That's good running as well. I think they need to be proactive with the running between the wickets. It won't be easy for fielders to affect run-outs either. So, yeah, something like that. I mean, normally they might kind of just take a dot there, but I think it makes sense to push for every run possible. You've got someone like Fayaz to come in at number 3 as well, so you're not too scared of losing a wicket. Bit of bat, bit of pad, and they run. Once again, good stuff by Salman Khan. He hustles through for a single.
Yeah, I think on conditions like this, I mean, if I was the captain, I'd be saying that to my fielders, right, I want 2 men in close on either side, because I think if you're on the 30-yard circle, I mean, you could probably even run 2 to a player coming in from there, because you can't sprint in. You're going to be coming in a bit gingerly. So, yeah, you've got to really attack. You've got to make the batters work hard for the runs. 12 off the first. So that's a pretty good start. That's where they want to be. Yeah,
so, 12 for no loss. So, yeah, they get their sense that 10 and over target. They're there after 1. Mukul Khanjan's going to bowl the second over. Last one of the power play. He's in quite a bit. They go on the hit. And you see exactly what I'm talking about. That's pretty much hit straight to point, but because both batters are with the program,
yeah,
they are able to get there. It's going to take a very good piece of fielding to run you out.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of throws. I think a better throw with the stumps, or maybe into the gloves of the keeper of Nitin Sunil, and I think they would have had him.
Keeper's on the move though as well. Not an easy take for the keeper, even if it is a perfect throw. I think, yeah, like I said, you've got to adapt your tactics. Khan pulls. This should head down to long on, and you see already, you know, we're going to see this. It's something that all the players are aware of, and they basically, I wouldn't say forced, but the players were very, very keen to get out there and play, aren't they?
Very, very keen. And of course, look, it has to be said, just see this delivery here first. Gadyan. Oh, that's well bowled. That's coming late, isn't it? And take the buys. Again, good running.
Good hustle.
Calling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, the players, they know. It's like any other sport, isn't it? You look at the sports around the world. Conditions can change.
Yeah.
And depending on what the conditions are, you have to change your game.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what's going to happen here today.
Yeah, you do. Bat on ball, that's key here. Not needing too many dots, I think. You know, you get the odd boundary, you get the odd bad ball you can put away maybe for 6. But yeah, you don't want dots in a 5-over game. What the batter's doing quite well at the moment is getting bat on ball, or even the ones they're missing, they're hustling through for a run if they're down leg side or if the keeper can't handle it. Kanyan has been pretty good in the over. It's just been 3 and a bye. So run a ball so far this over. It's hit pretty well from Katsarski. Picks out Mishra down the ground. But I think, yeah, you're spot on there. I think you've got to have fielders that are in close. They want the cover in really tight now. He's only about maybe 15 yards from the bat to try and prevent that single. Yeah, the value of a dot and yeah, the chances of it going past, probably still just 1. Cut away in the vortex. A bit of work for the fielder to do down there. Geez, that's a really good bit of fielding.
Yeah.
To keep that to 1. And that took a bit of a Tortuga at the end, but didn't bother Sivakumar at all. Just have a look at this little bounce it takes, and he still gets it right in the middle of the hands. Well, if that wasn't Tortuga, it might have gone straight through his legs, but luck's a fortune, and that's the end of the second over. Pretty good one from Mukul Kanyan. After 2 overs, the score is 18 for no loss.
Yeah, doing well, and it was 18, like for like. That's where they are. So you have a look at these tables, Vinny.
Yeah, so I mean, what you need to know is that these two teams, they lost both the games on day 1, and they will be in the chopping block basically. So I mean, it's a very, very important match, even though it's a shorter one. It's very, very important. Right now, it's right in the balance. They need 10 and over from here. And this is going to be Tyron Yadav to bowl over number 3. You see the bowlers, they won't be coming off a long run at all today, just with the conditions. They do get 4 to 6 steps.
Good morning to the umpires. You see there in the screen, that's Tyron Peters. So he's been on the journey a bit, hasn't he? And he was magnificent here yesterday as well. Give a shout out to him as well. He's a tall man. He had to bend down a long way to pick up a lot of the water on the ground.
Yadav gets pulled into the gap, and this one will be 4. So yeah, good placement from Salman Khan. It was a little bit too short from Yadav, wasn't it? Salman Khan, good footwork for him. Just watch what he does here. See, he spots it, stands in the crease, and even though that one had to go across one of the wetter areas on the ground, still made it to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a good shot, and it splits the 2 fielders there as well. And you can see that the captain now is making a few changes. Harry Kumar is getting another man to go across, probably inside the circle there in that mid-wicket spot. I think that's a good shot.
Yeah, I think so. Now, where's your gap? Probably extra cover. There's a big gap. Instead he goes mid-wicket region again. Put it for Mishra. Able to cut that one off. So Mishra's come from a long on into a kind of mid-wicket, and there's still a deep wicket gap.
Yeah.
It won't be easy. Again, the heavier ball, waterlogged ball, bit of mud on the ball, makes it harder to hit further. Doesn't stop the batter trying though.
Oh,
Katsarski.
look at this. Well, that's what we're talking about there. Oh dear, dear. Well, first the ball, and then the fielder. Strike 2. There's some action for you.
I mean, the crowd kind of knew it was a matter of time. And here, you see, that one is, well, the ball gave him the warning, essentially.
That was Kung Fu style.
At least it's a soft landing, I'll tell you that much.
Well, there's a bit of kung fu cricket going on there. Refers the ball, and that's the thing, you see, when you've got to change direction on a slippery surface, but the chances of that happening are quite, it's going to happen quite often, I reckon. This is being well hit, and going to be a chase on for the fielder, and he does really well. A cool, slick, one-hand pickup from Sharia Mohammed there. Well done.
Yeah, it's different parts of the ground, just different textures. So that was a really good piece of fielding there. They've done well at just holding them, Pleven, since that first over. And Blacksmiths are just slowly knocking off these runs, but from that boundary first ball of the over, just had singles. This is the end of the third now, so 3 overs down. Score is 27 for no loss, so 9 runs coming off that over. So we've had 12, 6 and 9, bearing in mind that we essentially need about 10 and over this entire inning. So yeah, we're going down to the wire here, 21 off 12. Super important things from here.
Yeah.
Extras, for example, try not to bowl too many extras. We've only seen the 2 4s in the innings so far, but they still have pretty much kept up with the rate, close to.
And of course, with it being a 5-over match, it means that you can only bowl just the 1 over. So 5 bowlers do need to be used, and that's sometimes where that last over where it could all go wrong, because obviously you want to use your better bowlers up front. You don't really want to keep a good bowler for later, just in case you give too many runs away early. So yeah, this will go, you're absolutely right down to the wire. And the way things are at the moment, literally just the runs separating the two teams from where they were at the 3-over stage. With this one, it's up in the air. Fielder, well, watch him stooping. No! Oh! He's taking a sensational catch, or does it go down? Well, let's wait and see. Does this slip out of his hands?
Well, I thought he caught it.
Well, I think it just popped out. Keep an eye on it.
Let's have a look.
He's done so well to get to it.
He grabs it, and then what happens when he hits the ground? I think it just pops out. I mean, that's really good sportsmanship there. Really good. I think everyone at the ground thought he caught that, but you could see on the slow-mo that it just popped out. So, wow, I just couldn't believe he got there. Fantastic work.
Sensational effort, that
Put them Purayo. Goes down as a single. This will be a dot. So, I mean, talk about putting your body on the line, putting yourself on the line. I mean, these guys are so courageous. Like I say, they want to be out there playing cricket despite their less than ideal conditions. This one gets through. You've got to take every run possible now, especially with 10 wickets in hand and someone like Fires up your sleeve. You might as well, I say run for anything, but if you think there's any chance of getting home safely, you need to go. I mean, you still need, I think you need 3 boundaries from here to get close, unless there's a bunch of wides. 10 balls left. Hit pretty hard. It's good fielding by Kadyan. He's a good cricketer. Fires it in. Make sure it stays as 1.
Yeah, that was a well-timed shot, wasn't it? Down the ground, going into the area of the man at mid-on. But he does well, Kadyan. That's not getting past him.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get a boundary here, you're leaving yourself a lot to do in the last over. Hits the pad, but it's not hitting the stumps. That'll be 1. So yeah, 31. So now you're talking 17 off 7. It's a lot to get, isn't it?
I mean, this is you're absolutely right. This has got to be a big shot here. You need the boundary, and it also it's not going to be easy for any. I mean, if there is a wicket, a new batter coming in, having to start swinging from the word go. So these two really want to be looking to bring it home.
Well, he goes for this, hasn't quite got it. Could be a catching opportunity for Kadyan. He doesn't, he decides just to stop it, and they'll get back for a couple. Well, interesting option. I just think he was determined it wasn't going to get past him. And I think maybe now they're probably going to get a 3rd. They do on the overthrow. So it'll actually be a 3 after all of that, what you just missed. Then the throw came in, it got away from the bowler and the backup fielder. So let's have a look if that's on the replay.
I mean, he should have been going for the catch here for sure. It was there, but he went for the safe option.
I just think he wasn't sure about the last step where he'd have to get off his feet. So he's kind of protecting himself, I think. And then throws it back in. It's a tough one for the bowler. Deflects off the bowler for an extra. So that's 3 to finish the over. And that means that at the end of the over, it's 34 for no loss. So they need 13 for a golden ball, 14 for the win. I've got to say, This is what's going to come up next, by the way. We'll get to the end of Bulgarian on the park for the first time against Plovdiv. That's match 12. Of course, match 11 abandoned. We're just playing the even-numbered game. So today we've got 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And that's what the bat versus ball wall is telling you, that Plovdiv are getting favoured. Better not tell Prakash Mishra in Indo-Bulgarian that. The ECL representatives from Bulgaria. And that match will be starting around about half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. Okay, I would consider, that's crazy, you've got Fires coming next. I think you need boundaries, and Kazarski hasn't been able to deliver one yet. I'd consider retiring him out.
Yeah, the captain.
And bringing in Fires. But anyway, he's not on strike at least. It's Salman Khan on strike. This is a wide to start, and it's Hari Kumar, the captain, who's bowling.
Yeah, he had trouble on Monday getting his line right, Hari Kumar. When he gets it right, it's difficult to get away. Gets the ball pitching in the right areas, but it's about the line.
Got to go. So 12 off 6. Pardon me, Kazarski did get that one boundary, but it was off the edge. It was the first ball he faced, but he hasn't found the boundary in 9 balls since then. I feel like you can't win without hitting a boundary, at least one. You probably need 2.
He's looking to use the long handle here now. Let's see if we can get hold of one. And this will be another wide. And Hari Kumar has got to be careful here, because I mean, you've got a batter on strike who's not really hitting the ball well, and he's not sort of looked like he's going to hit too many boundaries. You don't want to be giving him 3 runs, or the team 3 runs and extra deliveries.
Yeah, okay. So it's 11 now off 5 balls. Kazarski on strike. Captain to captain. Swing and a miss.
Good comeback.
Yeah. So Hari Kumar gets this one straight. You feel like that's what he needs to do. Kazarski needs to find something from somewhere. He gets something, and I don't think it'll be more than 1. They think about a second. Again, that's a second that maybe I'd take on. And if you get run out, you get run out.
Yeah.
because you got 10 wickets in hand, and in my opinion, you've got probably your most reliable boundary striker with the pads on.
Yeah, but I think they wanted Salman Khan to be on strike.
There's something on this, but will only be 1. And now
yeah, you can see there the team bench is saying, go for 2, you've got nothing to lose, just go for it. And I'd agree with them, because if Salman Khan gets back on strike, that's a bonus.
So now you really need a boundary. And they don't get one. So yeah, it looks like it'll.
Frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because that's there for the shot, but if you're not moving your feet to it, he's trying to play down the leg side. If you're looking to drive these, you'll play it.
Last ball coming up. He does get a bit on this. Mishra will do the fielding, and they will keep it to a single. So it will be Plevin that will get their first win of this ECS in a 5-over shortened contest here in match 10. And the final score, not too much in it. It'll be 47-40. Yeah, just the case of the Blacksmiths not able to conjure the boundaries when required. They only struck 2 of them in their innings, and you compare that to the innings of Plevin, who struck 4 boundaries and a 6 in their innings. So, well, congratulations to Plevin. Blacksmiths, they do have a couple more opportunities to grab a couple of points and try and squeeze their way into the 4, but that will require an upset. And so, Plevin, not just Plevin actually, but all the players need to be congratulated in that fixture. Of course, probably the toughest conditions we'll have today. See the sun's coming out slowly, but Plevin guys, they're happy. They put their bodies on the line, and they came up with a win. Just 7 runs separating these 2 teams in match 10.
Yeah, the sun, as you said, Vinny, shining on Plevin. They get a victory, and they're absolutely delighted about it. And yeah, again, just underline your statement. Well done to all the players for being out there. The first match, this one, was always going to be a difficult one. And, well, some good efforts in the field. I mean, that was a lovely shot for 4 runs. And this one, well, this is what they've got to contend with. And down you go. And as I said, that was a little bit of kung fu style fielding. And this one would have been a tremendous catch. It really would have. And he did everything right. And just as he hits the deck there, the ball escapes. But they did the job. The captain there at the end, Hari Kumar, he kept his nerve. He did bowl a couple of wides, but I think he just bowled the right line there to the batters. They're all trying to hit him over, or slog him over at the mid-wicket boundary. But sometimes you've got to play straight, especially, and that surprised me, Vinny. With this straight boundary, it's about, what, 45 metres.
Yeah.
You've got to be looking to hit straight.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's the shot you need. Have a look at the total. Well, not often that you can win a game without taking a wicket. That's exactly what Pleven did in this one. The openers, they stayed there, but they weren't quite able to go at the rate required. 21 not out for Salman Khan and Katsarski 11 not out, but each one of them only able to strike one boundary, which wasn't quite enough. And yeah, the extras, that was important as well. Just 5 wides given away and a bye. And yeah, fairly similar to the first innings where there were 5 wides and a bye as well. Let's have a look at the bowlers, and none of them took a wicket, but you can see that Kadyan Yadav, Mahmud Aram and Akshay Harikumar each conceding under 10, which was under the rate required. And so it will be Pleven that walk away with 2 points here from match 10 into Bulgaria. They've won the toss, they'll bat first in the next game. And looking forward to that. It's coming up in around about 25 minutes. And I'll tell you what, they're going to have a few old favourites if you love your ECN cricket, including, I just saw running past me, the lawnmower, with lawnmower on his shirt, Nick Johns Wickberg, who we saw play for Belgrade in the Croatia series, and a couple of other familiar faces as well. So join us very shortly. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into match 12 here in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. Vinny Sandu here, Rico Full, as with me, and hopefully enjoying the day. See you soon for more cricket on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and a very good morning to you from the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground here in Sofia in Bulgaria. And well, it's nice to report that after some wild and wintry weather that we've had here, that the sun is shining again. It's still very cold, just touching on about 7 degrees here. As the umpires make their way out for this match. And what a match this is. This is in Bulgaria, the current champions up against the 2020 champions, the Medical University of Plovdiv, who were back then known as the Medical University of, well, I remember we'll come to the Dons. Yes, that's right, the Dons. And it was actually the Dons who beat Indo Bulgaria in 2020 to win the final there. But Indo Bulgaria came back strong. And they've got the likes of Prakash Mishra and Chris Lakov, who both of those would, I imagine, be opening the bowling. Back to Tahiri also is a really good player. Rohit Dinan, a good all-rounder. And a good strong side, going deep sing as well. But Plovdiv, well, they got Saim Hussain and Sulaiman Ali. It's good to have him back in the side, no doubt. The captain, Saim. And they've also won both their matches here today in Bulgaria. They haven't had a chance to play yet, so looking forward to showing us what they can do and just why they are the current champions and one of the top teams here in Bulgaria. But this is going to be an exciting match. This is, for me, the two top teams. And based on form and some of those names in the team sheets, it wouldn't surprise me if these two are the ones that are going to be competing for that trophy again, that magnificent trophy provided to us by Local Lifestyles, who's getting ready to start here. So it's going to be Chris Lakov, who's going to be batting first. He scored 500 runs in the two series that we've had here so far, looking to extend that, along with Prakash Mishra. Rico Full here in the house and alongside me, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Thank you, Rico. Good to be back. And our first look at Indo-Bulgarian, the ECL representatives from Bulgaria that we saw in February. I was going to say a couple of recruits for this series. More about that in a second, but first, let's have a look at Asan Khan, who's going to open the bowling for MU Plovdiv. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. It's funny, waited all this time to get some cricket on. We still have to wait the extra 20 seconds or so to hit the top of the hour. But here we go. This one just cut away for no run. Yeah, so conditions brightening up, I think, game by game. The field's taking a bit of a pounding. The fact we've had no additional rain is probably a good thing. You can see already making an attempt to wipe the ball. Just mentioned some of the ins. We've got Gaurav Chopra, as well as Nick Johns, Wickberg, the lawnmower, and Adrian Dunmar, all from Belgrade. We saw playing the Serbian team playing in the Croatian series last year. So a few familiar faces there.
Khan, this one just straightened down the leg side a little bit, and well, once again there, an indication. We've already seen one man go down there, so be careful with that little spot there, just behind square. This one, it looked like it was definitely going to keep going for 2 runs, and there it goes, slows down. So there is still some of that surface water.
It's a bit like golf. Isn't that a one-stroke penalty? I think you have to play it out of the water. Anyway, it's good that we're right. Of course, everyone's super keen into Bulgarian. Haven't had a chance to have a look at them in this series yet, although we did see them, like I said, playing in week 2 of the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket earlier this year. So our first chance to get a look at Prakash Mishra, the captain. He played a couple of really nice innings at Carlton. Here he is on home soil.
That's what bowled angled into him. And Prakash wasting no time to get himself off the mark. And it's all about teamwork, isn't it? Teamwork on the field of play, and sometimes teamwork off the field of play. And these two are batting together now. Batting partners were yesterday. They were, well, it's all about teamwork, getting the water off the pitch. Short, hit hard and wide off that man in the third man position. That's 4 runs. And the first boundary off the innings. He went for the shorter ball, and well, no messing around. Chris Lakov was onto this like a flash and got his positioning right, timing and balance, and away it goes. Nice shot.
Yeah, so Lakov just using the vortex. He knows this ground really well. Once he got over that infielder, even with the field being fairly slow, that area still runs away pretty quickly.
Pitched up delivery and just punched out towards the mid-on position.
Lakov is such a competitor, isn't he? I think no matter what he's doing, batting, bowling, fielding, he's always giving 100%.
Goes for the big one, looking to get it over that boundary at mid-wicket. But again, though it does split the two fielders, hits the deck and slows up. And not looking to hang around. A nice throw in. And a good one-hand pick up off the stumps. That's the end of the first over. And starts well, 9 on the board.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. Of course, we are back to the 10 over format for the rest of the day. And we're straight into finals day tomorrow, even with only 2 days play under the belt. But having said that, it's an extended day today. 6 matches to try and make up for some lost time. So yeah, pretty much almost 12 hours of cricket coming your way on ECN today. So settle in and enjoy. See a few interesting things, I think, for sure. Faizan Rahman is going to bowl the second over. Of course, we're back to a 3-over power play. Each bowler can bowl 2 overs. Just want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat as well that have said hello to us. To Shrubon, good morning to you. And also to Nicola, who I think is watching from Croatia, perhaps Serbia. Nikola Stanojevic. Good to have you watching. Yeah, if you'd like to throw us a chat or a comment or a question, please feel free to do so. Here's Rahman.
Starts well, gets a bit of late swing on this. Goes down to the man at third. Does well, gets down, stops it, going through it. 1 run.
Yeah, having fielders behind the wicket, protecting boundaries, I think is key. Either 2, protecting the vortex at third man, or perhaps fine leg third man. I think we haven't seen too many boundaries hit in front of the wicket so far today. It's also symptomatic of the fact that the ball's a bit heavier. Now they are putting back a deep mid-wicket to Mishra. They know that he's hit one out there last over and he's one of the more powerful strikers to the ball. So they've kept the deep backward point and the deep mid-wicket. That still does leave the vortex a little bit unguarded.
This one was short and doesn't quite carry to the man at square leg. And go through for the single.
It's good backing up from Lakov to make sure he hustles through. So I think with boundaries harder to hit, the run in between the wickets becomes even more key, right?
Yeah, certainly does. And these two batted together plenty of times. Lakov and Mishra. We saw them at Cartmay, as you mentioned, Vinny. 2 established campaigners. Know each other well. And they know the game well. Lakov. And that's really well hit. This should go all the way. What a fine shot that is. That is top draw. 4 carreras. Quinta zona. Choca.
Yeah, top of the bounce. He's really well balanced. Doesn't try and overhit this. Just makes good contact. And even with the field being a bit slow, that one races to the boundary. Good batting by Lakov. Let's say a quick hello to Chris Webster, who's in the chat as well. So let's go into Bulgarian. Chris, I know you were meant to take part in the first 3 days of this series. Unfortunately, Bulgarian didn't get any games in the first 3 or 4 days of the series, so it's unfortunate, but I know that you're watching on with interest. To Henry as well, if you're watching, good morning to you as well.
Yeah, doesn't want to give too much room to Chris. That's an area that his game is very strong, cuts the ball very well. Let's get it closer into it. Let's see if he can get it pitched up, get him driving. Perhaps just a slight delay here. We're just making sure that everything technically is working. Get the scores up to date. And that gives the 2 batters an opportunity to get together and have a chat. And
gives everybody an opportunity to catch up a little bit. And look, yeah, once again, very warm welcome to you, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. It's always great to have you tuning in. Settle in, because we've got plenty more cricket coming your way. Tomorrow, of course, we'll have finals day here in Bulgaria. And then Monday in Romania. Then I'll be leaving Rico there, and I'll be hopping down to Desert Springs in Spain to cover the T20 International Tri-Series between Spain, Guernsey and Norway. So that should be really interesting as well. I think we're pretty much good to go now. Rahman grabs the ball back. 15 off 1.5 overs. Lakov has impressed me early. Yeah, they've got quite a bit of batting now. Someone like Chopra coming in. I know he's got a best score of 61 not out in that Croatian series last year.
this time just straight slightly down the leg. Nicely played well. Just glanced. Takes a single.
Yeah.
Running well, these two as well. We know that both of them can play their shots, but it's very important, as we keep saying, that you don't want to give any dot balls away. You want to get something out of everything, and that's what they're doing so far.
That's exactly right. So, hello to Andrew Ainger, who's also watching. Remember a couple of nicknames from ECL. The conductor, Lakov.
Pretty much leg side field. They've got too many out here. Yeah, well spotted. I was going to say, still in the power play, and they had 3 men out on the leg side. And this one, it could be close. It's pretty straight. Asking the question. And I'd like to have a look at this again on replay.
Yeah, he gets in trouble with these ones sometimes. Remember that from ECL. He gets too far across and plays across his pads. This one maybe I thought was just missing off or hits him outside the line of off. So
just outside the line, he's lucky, and it probably on the up as well. But yeah, it wasn't the best of shots. And well, this one, a quicker one. It beats him outside the off, goes pretty quick. So maybe just catches him on the glove. Well, no, giving us buys.
Yeah, I thought it had a bit of a deflection on this. Maybe not. Maybe it just moves away. But, yeah, the movement does, Saim Hussein, does take us to the end of the over. The score is 17 for no loss after 2. Probably gives us a chance to look at the table. And it's a slightly unusual looking table, isn't it, Rico? Because of the amount of no results. Some teams having 4, even 5 no results in the case of Indo-Bulgarians. They have 5 points before they even hit the park.
Yeah.
You can see that does put the 2 points clear with a game in hand of the Blacksmiths. So it's going to make it really tough for the Blacksmiths to qualify, I think.
Yeah. What a marvellous start to the day with those horses running across the ground.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the luck. Maybe they brought us luck. Is that a thing?
Well,
the
you think
horses
the
being luck?
if
I
anyone's
think
going to
they do
get
in
luck,
Spain, you know.
If anyone was going to get luck from the horses, it'd be the Blacksmiths, right? Because it didn't work. Down the leg side, this will be a wide. Doesn't miss the stump so much, though.
Well, this is only just missed the leg stick, and well, the bowler has to concede a wide, but almost picked up a wicket. I think it may have just moved away. Prakash Mishra at the moment living dangerously. And he is, I was talking about a run scored. He scored plenty of runs in this series as well. Over time. Well, he's lucky still to be there. 384 before the start of today in the European Cricket Series out here. And, for your information, since we're talking about it, the top run scorer is the man behind the stumps, Saim Hussein. He scored over 600 runs now. Of course, he did play a couple of games.
You know, I can see that. Bowler's end going to fix the striker's end stumps and then going back and saying, yeah, that's fine, thanks.
The umpire's there, Nisag Shah, the man at the bowler's end. This has been hit firmly over the top of the infield. It's a good shot to play inside the power play. And this time, Prakash Mishra stands firm, doesn't go looking to hit down the leg side. Lofts this over the cover. Nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, sure is. I like this because he doesn't get too leg side conscious. I think his pads don't get in the way. He's just able to back his hand-eye coordination. Slice that one nicely over the offside. Remember, this is the last over the power play.
And this one has been given, and there was a little bit of movement late on, which made me think maybe it was going to perhaps go and miss the stumps, but the umpire decides not, and the finger goes up, and the captain of Indo-Bulgarian has to depart.
Yeah, big wicket, isn't it? Huge wicket whenever you can get Mishra. If you get him quickly as well, he goes for 8 here. Check this one out. Does come back in a lot. It's pretty straight though, isn't it? I mean, it hits him high, but he's got that back leg bent. Couldn't see that going over the top, Rico. I think it's probably a good decision.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the only thing was because the ball was swinging, you could see it there with the seam. I just thought, well, maybe the umpire's got to make sure there is the line. Is it going to carry on? Is it going to hit? And I think maybe he's got it right here.
Yeah.
I think that's his call.
Yeah, I think it does. It hits him on that right leg. So the left of screen. Look at the actual point of impact. It's actually pretty straight. I mean, it hits him in middle stump. I don't think that's missing leg. I think it's a good decision. And Asin Khan with a big breakthrough into Bulgarian, 22 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting Prakash out for 8 runs. He didn't really get going. You can see he just got that one boundary, didn't he? That couple of balls earlier over the offside. So it's a good comeback from the bowler. They need it. They need to pick up these big wickets, and that's exactly what's happened there. That's really well bowled.
So, yeah, very big wicket. Brings Adrian Dunbar, AD, to the crease. And we did see playing for Belgrade in a previous ECS. But he does live only about 60 kilometres from here, across the border. So he's playing for Indo-Bulgarian. Pretty accomplished player.
Well, what's happened here? I think there's a ghost out there because the fielder, he's in all sorts of trouble there. He goes down. There's nobody near him.
Solomon Ali is out there. So, hey, we missed the other day. And the sniper got him. Next ball is played to the leg side. They just get one. So Dunbar gets off the mark. See, this is the very next delivery. Takes it off the stump, so it flicks it away nicely for a single.
Drop down. Just looking at the fielders. That one man gone back at square leg. It's a really nice shot and well fielded by the man. Well, we saw him go down for no reason earlier. This time, well, he had to stop this one, and he does really well. Excellent stop.
Yeah, great stop. Fielding can make all the difference, can't it? Solomon Ali, really nicely done by him.
It's nicely played. Good work again, though, on the fielder. Keeps his balance, gets down low, stops it.
Into the power play then, 25 for 1. It's hard to say what a good score is here today. I just feel like something like 80 plays pretty well on this field in these conditions. I just think, yeah, boundary's not impossible to hit, just a lot more difficult to hit. So Lakov and Dunbar trying to move the game forward. Pretty consistent power play, 9, 8 and 8 in the 3 overs. But now it becomes even easier to protect those boundaries as well. I think maybe as the day goes on, of course we have 6 matches today, I see teams really hyper attacking the power play, because that is the only time in the game really, first 3 overs, where you only have 2 outfielders compared to 5. And with the outfield being slower, I think the boundaries could be really, really valuable, probably more valuable than usual today.
Yeah, dude, I still don't think that there's still merit in the fielding side of having a couple of guys in close as well, because
Yeah.
I really do think that, I mean, those things aren't going to start to dry up, and it will get quicker out there, but I think early on you can really tie up the batters by not allowing them to take those cheeky singles.
It's Partha Chaya, who starts with a big filthy no ball. Straight at Adrian Dunbar, who'll get a free hit.
Well, yeah, this one just has slipped out of the hands, and well, Dunbar gets nothing from it.
Good early
He does
call.
get the free hit. Yeah, good call, good umpiring.
Yeah, so there was a slight change to that playing condition for this tournament and going forward. More about that in a second. Here's a free hit.
We'll get a single. We'll make it even 2 here.
Yeah.
Well, I think they should have.
Yeah, probably just lack of awareness there from the batters that they might be able to go for a second, because the fielders just can't get to the ball as quickly because of the footing. But yeah, the 2 changes to the playing condition regarding high non-pitching deliveries or high full tosses. Instead of over the waist, now it's anything waist high or above. So it's just a subtle change. And also that the bowlers, they will get 2 warnings and then be asked to be taken out of the attack.
Well, this one's gone right through, and I think this is going to probably be, well, it's been given us. Huh?
It's bias. Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't hit anything. It just takes off. Let's have a look at this. Get a good look at it. Just extra bounce, takes it away, and probably was outside the line. Rico.
Yeah, I was just waiting for this. I think the signalling from the umpire threw me a bit because I didn't actually see the signal for 4, but yeah, 4.
Yeah. So
It's gone all the way through. So that's
let's give him 5 wides in the end.
5 wides
Yeah.
in the end, because yeah, it's all a bit of 2 signals. It's all the wide and the by at the same time.
Well, a wide, but the reason you don't have to signal buys after a wide is because by definition a wide hasn't hit the bat or the batter.
That's what threw me there for a minute. But anyway, that was 5 then.
Gets
So
it right.
Welcome runs.
Gets it right in the end.
Boys, gotta get quickly round.
So Shrubon asking, is it possible to get 6 games in a day? Yeah, well, because of the sunlight here.
Gets it away, a little glance.
Fielding. That ball's landed right in the mud. That'll take some cleaning. So look, I say sunlight, but I suppose what I mean is daylight, because we haven't seen too much of the sun over the last few days. But yeah, the sun comes up around 6:30 in the evening and goes down around 8:15 at night. So essentially, the local hours of play today were 8 till 8. We did start a little bit late, but we can play all the way to around 8 p.m, which is what we're planning to do to get as many matches in as possible today.
Chara to Dunbar. And well, that didn't sound healthy off the bat. And he'll get just a run. Probably that's come right off the toe end, maybe. It's a real hollow sound.
Yeah, it's down the bottom, but it's also to do with this cricket ball. When it gets waterlogged, it's just difficult to hit so far and difficult to hit out of the screws. So these are just little subtle things that you'd know that one might have actually done some damage to the bat.
I think the bat's broken. Because I think Chris Lakoff has come down the pitch and said, hey, is this a bit of your bat? And he's probably saying, nah, it's a bit of the sawdust. It certainly sounded like a bit of the bat. And go on strike now here. This one will probably be, well, they're asking for the wicket, but I think they're trying to outfox the keeper, the umpire here. That's definitely a wide ball.
Oh, here we go. You know what's happened here is that it got given not out, and the umpire signaled a wide, and then Chris Lakoff said to the umpire, no, that's hit my trousers, so it's not going to be a wide. So he's basically changed his call. That's very sporting as well from Lakoff. He grabbed his trousers and said, no, that's what it's hit. And the umpire said, okay, we'll take it back, and it'll be a dot. So that's pretty sporting from Lakoff. Probably more sporting than I would have been, to be honest. I think that might be because I've seen that just get one here.
Oh, where's his throw going?
No.
Oh, wow.
That's the best bit of fielding I've seen all day. And take your hat off to the man. That's Faizan Rahman who backed that up.
Hasn't he done well?
Look at this in the background. Oh, that had something on it and a half. It's the end of the fourth over. It's 35 for 1. Wow. Now what I was going to say is maybe that's a nice one because Lakoff could quite easily have been given out incorrectly by the umpire. So when the umpire was giving it a wide saying he hit nothing, he said, okay, well, thanks for not giving me out in return. Yeah. I'll give you the little tip me out and say it's not a wide. So, yeah, very nice.
Nicely done. So what do you think then on a day like today? I mean, the outfield will start hard up. What do you think is going to be a pass score here?
I think 75 to 80.
Mm-hmm.
I think, especially, okay, we've only really seen the top order batting so far, right? So if you get through the top order, it's going to be even tougher for the middle and lower order.
Yeah.
I'd say 70 to 80 when I think about it. I think this is a reasonable start.
Suleiman Ali. It's a player that, if you follow the cricket in Bulgaria, you'll know him well. He's an outstanding performer.
Good to see him out there on the park again. You know what you need today? People that can hit straight.
Yeah,
people that can hit straight.
Still played.
If you can hit straight and elevate today, even with the slightly heavier ball, tough conditions, get it, but it is a short boundary. If you can attack that short boundary, then those sixes are going to be worth so much. We haven't seen too many balls flying towards the sight screen so far.
This one's up in the air. This could go all the way, and I think it does. Balle, coming up by, don't be shy. Put him up in the air just like you don't care. Come on, he's waiting for it. He wants confirmation. Here we go. Come on, put him up. And there you have it. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, Maximo time. What a good shot that was by Dunbar. He's up again this time. He just worked away for 1. And Dunbar is that kind of player. I mean, that's probably one of the longer boundaries on the ground. He still just cleared it. So if Dunbar can hit straight and resist the temptation to kind of go too square or too sideways, maybe hit across the line.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot.
Dangerous player, isn't he?
A lot of power in that, really. Lakoff starts to go back, and a big appeal, and the umpire this time saying no, and maybe it's the height. Let's have a look. It was pretty straight.
Yeah, it's pretty short, and when you look at the bound, like the length of delivery, having just an instinct that might be going over, I actually think that's a reasonable call.
It's a close one.
Yeah,
it is a close one.
It was a very short pitch delivery, and it did hit him a long way from the stumps, so it has a lot further to travel. I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's close. Again, it's another one you have to say it's umpire's decision in the right place. I just looked at the reaction from Chris Lakoff there, and I thought he knew he could have been in a bit of bother there.
Yeah, because where it hits him, it doesn't hit him that high. But what he did do as well, get away from the stumps. So anyway, we're halfway through this first innings of match 12. Score is 45 for 1. Don't forget, we're just playing the even-numbered games today. So 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So matches 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, all abounded, 1 point each awarded. Has already been awarded and put on the table. So 5 teams has to become 4 for tomorrow on finals day.
I tell you what, you know, they say that Bulgaria is the country second with the highest number of natural mineral springs, and I know that up there in the mountains there's some of those hot springs.
Yeah, that'd be
Wouldn't
nice.
it be nice to be in one of those right now at the moment?
Certainly
in a
would be.
hot spring there up in the mountains. You know, with the odd bevy or two, that'd be really nice.
Yeah, for sure.
You know who's top? Which country has the most springs, natural springs?
I'm going to say something like Iceland
Iceland,
or
okay.
something Nordic.
Not far off. It's actually Hungary.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. That was pretty wide, maybe quarter wide. Whoa, that's a sensational stop. Well, how about that? I think there was legs and arms all in the air.
Well, you know how they say look, no hands? Well, this is look, no legs. It was gone. Nice soft landing from Sullivan Ali.
Well, Sullivan Ali, well, he's certainly having a time at the moment out there. And I think he's also got the towel to wipe the ball. I think he's using that towel to wipe certain parts of his anatomy as well, because he's getting pretty wet.
Do what we have to do. Liam's got a question in the chat. I'll address that in a second.
There. Bowler. And around the wicket. This one gets past him.
So he was asking how come there's, it's nice to see the lawnmower back, Nick Johns Wickberg, who we haven't seen in the field just yet. Said how come so many Serbians? It's because Adrian Dunbar is pretty close to the border with Bulgaria, only about 60 k's away, so only about, say, 40 miles. So, again, they've kind of got the recruits out, and they've got some of those Belgrade players.
This has gone a long way up in the air. The fielder's nowhere near it, but he's going to give it some chase. And he actually slides past the ball and keeps his feet remarkably well against the throw in. Good work there from that man. Well done. Take a bow.
Well, it reminds me of the short track speed skating. If you remember, if you're a Winter Olympics fan, you like this.
Shah Khan there.
Puts the brakes on. Yeah, so one thing, I think everyone, the spectators and all the other teammates and opponents alike are kind of getting a little bit of humour out of the fact that...
If that was a landing, that would have been a perfect 10. He does so well. It was like, you know, you see their ski jumpers when they land and they've got to, like, make sure they soft
right.
landing, bend their knees and keep straight. But that's what he did there. Brilliant. And adios. And big swing, trying to repeat the same shot. But this time he goes, Dunbar has to depart. And who's there? Gets the wicket.
Yeah, and so he just plays all across this one. He can use his pads for protection because it pitches well outside the leg stump. But Dunbar, yeah, just plays across one. Doesn't bounce as much as he thinks, and that's where he's undone. So a nice bit of bowling from Bizet. Removes the dangerous Adrian Dunbar. And the score now is 49 for 2. Brings back Tahiri to the crease. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, adapt. The team that adapts better will have the better results today.
Yeah, back to Tahiri. It's nice to see him in the side. I think he's somebody that's performed regularly here in Bulgaria, and I certainly do think that Indo-Bulgarian side missed him at Kardama. I think he just adds a little bit more depth and strength to them.
Had a really good series in 2020 here. Back to Tahiri. Yeah, last year was probably a little bit disappointing, but he's got the opportunity to get on the park now. It's not ideal having to wait till day 5 to finally play in the series, but Indo-Bulgarian have to do here.
Yeah, 579 runs he scored in the 2 series here. Yeah, he wasn't at his best last time, but the first time he was sensational. And he's looking to go big straight away. But he's looking to target the boundary that you were talking about, the straight ones.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nervous shot. I think first ball of the series. Tries to launch it. He's there, very good over this. There's 4 runs conceded, the wicket of Dunbar.
And this is down the leg side, hits the pads, but the bowler knows straight away there's no chance of an LBW decision, but he's done well. He has picked up a wicket. Just a nice tidy over from him, and the score stays on 49. 2 wickets down after 6. So what do you reckon, where we're heading?
Yeah, well, I mean, from here, I think 10 and over is a realistic target. Gets you to 89, which I think plays pretty well. Maybe going to have another over from Uzair, who bowled a pretty good one there. PK was asking what the current temperature is, and yeah, currently it's not so bad temperature-wise. It's 12 degrees, so I mean, we were playing in 2 on Monday. There's still a bit more of a wind, which probably makes it seem quite chilly. And will the outfield be dry by the afternoon? It'll be drier. Can't necessarily say it'll be dry. Again, the players are pretty keen to get out there. You can understand, I mean, not often the ECS comes to town. It's obviously just in Bulgaria for the 1 week this year, so you know everything was done that could have possibly been done. And with not too much rain over the last 24 hours, we're back out there in the middle.
Suleiman Ali back into the attack, bowling his second. And already they're loading up the leg side for Tahiri. Oh, this will be a wide, and well, how about that? We're going to see some things here today, aren't we? I mean,
here's the thing from Solomon Ali. I don't know what shoes he's got on. I
He's
don't know if he greased up his shoes, but he's having more problems than anyone else.
Yeah.
I thought it was just where he was fielding, but now he's...
I think the bowler gave the wide there, lying down himself. That's a shot. And he's just, for me, he's trying too much rather than stay still and play.
I just need to shake Tahiri and say, take a deep breath. Back to you. Take a deep breath. Okay. You don't hit everything for 6. Just settle yourself in here.
Yeah, he's not got off the mark yet. He's swung and missed at 3 deliveries. Here we go again. Short, and this one should be called and bowled, and it is. And this time the bowler does manage to stay on his feet and takes the catch. A call and bowled. So back to Tahiri. He goes for one of those.
Well, it's not an innings that Tahiri will ever want to look back at, because it didn't look like he was going to hit one, and when he did, it was just a tame little miss-hit pull shot back to Solomon Ali. Slightly leading edge, and he knew his number was up. So he has to step aside. Someone else will have to move the game forward. Bulgarian representatives at the ECL and into Bulgarian at the moment. Just with the game in the balance, 51 for 3.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, it's that point where Chris Lakov has got to start thinking whether he's got to be saying to his partners, look, your job is to get me on strike, because otherwise we're going to fall short of a score around 9. I mean, they should be looking for that 90, if you ask me. And I think if they're going to get that, they're going to need Chris to get them to strike a bit, and they need somebody to hit the ball, hit the old long handle. A few of these extras will help. Good work there from the wicketkeeper and captain, Simon Hussain. Nice tidy hands.
This is Gaurav Chopra, another player who's we've seen playing for the Serbian side, Belgrade, in the ECS Croatia last year. Had some success as well. I think all the players, don't forget, I mean, conditions aside and everything else, I mean, most haven't played a lot of cricket. I mean, Indo-Bulgarians, those that were involved in the ECL, they have had some, but
yeah,
apart from that, you expect a bit of rust on the players this stage in the season.
So it's good bowling, isn't it? Just it's been a very good over. He's varied his pace and his length very well. That one more pitched up. Of course, it was the shorter ball that surprised Tahiri, the corner ball wicket. This time he gets it outside the off stump, so that's nicely done. A very good bit of bowling there. He'll be very happy with that spell. 13 runs of his 2 overs, and of course that 1 wicket as well. It takes the score to 52 for 3 at the end of the 7th.
No boundaries for 14 balls, as we show you where we'll be heading all around Europe over the next couple of months at least. Romania next week, and at the end of the Romanian week also got an extra special treat for you, as we'll have the Spanish T20 International Tri-Series involving Guernsey and Norway. That will be on the 29th and 30th of April and the 1st of May. Then we head to Sweden, Czech Republic, Austria and Hungary. Stay tuned for everything ECN on our website, europeancricket.com. All these matches, of course, broadcasts on FanCode in India and on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Okay, so Uzair's coming back for a second.
Yeah, just have a look at the non-striker there at the moment. I mean, where he's got, the way he's standing, you take those barrels off now, he'd be out. He's just moved his bat back inside though. Remember, that bat can't be on the line, because if it's on the line, those barrels are whipped off. You run out, going for 2, good running. Direct hit would be interesting. Well, it is a direct hit. What does the umpire think here? And well, there's going to be a review, a line review. Well, this is going to be close. Does he make it? Does he not? I suspect the bat might have just been in the air.
Yeah, I just think it had to be a direct hit. And if it was, I felt like he was going to be struggling. We'll slow it down as much as we can. And when the ball comes in here, you see, I think he's in strife. He is... Oh,
Well,
that's
how
the
about
shot.
that? Well, I was saying before, before he took off, he's always got his bat on the line. But does he have it on the line here or past it? On the line, he's out. It's very, very close. I think he may have just made it, Vinny.
I think it's a tough one to call, isn't it? It's a real tough one to call.
But as we look at that again, though, look, let's remind our younger viewers, that's not the way to do it. You've got to be running, stretching out, sliding the bat in, and because he's not doing that, he's left it close, but I think he may just survive.
He's done well to get there. Yeah, fair enough. Benefit of the doubt, I think, in that situation. If he was out by millimetres.
Chopra now proceeds to clean the soles of his shoes to get ready to go again.
Hello to Chris Schinkel, who's in the chat, saying hello as well from Ryan and Sammy, who I met last week in the Netherlands. Good to have you with us, Chris. It's good to have some cricket on.
Yeah, so it was there. Back to bowl again. Did really well, didn't he? Chased it down himself and threw it. And that's why he's a bowler, because he can hit the stumps. Can he hit the stumps, though? Here, get another wicket in. He can really put Plovdiv in the driving seat. Slices up in the air, is going to go over the third man, and once it goes past him, it's going to be 4 runs. Hay poquita de suerte ahí, pero eso 4 carreras.
I need to get the scientists working out what makes the vortex so fast, because it doesn't seem to make sense. It just seems so short down there, but yeah, Lakov gets a bit lucky. I think that's the one boundary I'd always have someone protecting.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm quite surprised, that these guys that they know this pitch really well. Anyway, here we go. It was there. Can he bounce back? This is the wicket they know they really need. It's well bowled, struck firmly straight down the ground. Will definitely get 1, and it will stay at 1. It's well fielded by Parth Achara.
He's an important player as well. He's still got an over up his sleeve as well, Parth Achara. Good death bowling option to have.
Up in the air and just wide off.
Sullivan Ali.
Sullivan Ali.
I think he's got ice skates
it's
on.
like he's, when you see those guys when they walk on fire and they're like tiptoeing around saying, "Oh, that's hot, that's hot, that's hot." It's a bit like that. His balance is all over the place. Anyway, he cleans the ball up. Who's there? Here we go again. Makov hits it well, firmly, but straight to the fielder once more. Good pick up and throw. It's nicely done. Chaya once more in the action. As the sun starts to caress this beautiful ground. And what a weird scene this is. We've got the sun shining down on us. And to our right, we've got the mountains covered in snow. Really is a spectacular bit of scenery in the country, Bulgaria. A third of it is covered in forests. Quite amazing, really.
It's a beautiful place, no doubt about it. It's only one of the most unique places that we travel on the schedule, Bulgaria. And yeah, every time we come, the cricketers are even more enthusiastic and seem to be increasing in number as well.
They certainly are. It's the birthplace of Spartacus. Of course, he's a gladiator, and I think, I tell you what, all these guys are gladiators because they've got this show back on. Fantastic work from everybody. The federation's been great. And also, once again, a shout out to the officials and the ECN crew who are out there as well. And we were literally, I think we could have filled an Olympic-sized swimming pool with the amount of water we took off this field. In the air, and it goes over Sulaiman Ali. Will he keep himself on his feet? He does. Just good throw, good arm, and that's good work. And this one they're going to have a look at again. And well, the captain behind the stump sign was saying he's pretty confident. Well, let's wait and see.
I think he might have survived again. Chopra. That's Sulaiman Ali. They decide to take 2 in the time it takes him to get to the ball. Pretty good throw though. And well, oh, it's a tough one.
Does he miss him first time? I don't. just gets there, doesn't he? The bat looks like it's down.
I think he's going to be in. I tell you, he's a master of judging it just perfectly, isn't he, Chopra?
Chopra, yeah. What a great arm that was, though, from Sulaiman Ali.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in here. So, yeah, pretty good. Very good throw, to be honest.
Really good work. And once again, a very good morning or afternoon now, perhaps, to people that are watching and in touch with us on the chat. Nice to have Charlie Hunt there. Hello, Charlie. And Charlie was here again, helping us yesterday as well. So thank you, Charlie, who had to make his way back. And, he was doing a bit of work for his university, wasn't he? He was some broadcasting stuff, and it was nice to do a little interview with Charlie as well yesterday. And I know he spoke to Prakash Mishra as well. And also a very warm welcome to everybody that's tuning in from the sub-Indian continent, watching via FanCode. Lovely to have you with us. And remember, get involved in the chat. You got any questions for us? Anything you want to know, get on there. And remember, tell your friends and tell your family.
Absolutely. Yeah, Charlie, wishing you a safe journey home. Hope you enjoyed your experience here. Love to see you again, to be honest. Charlie's got some ECN playing history. He played for the Manga Torrevieja in the Spanish Championship Day back in the 28th of February 2020. Unfortunately, they were only able to win one of the 3 games, so Minaj had qualified for the ECL, but then, of course, they had to re-qualify and they couldn't later in the year.
Well, there's Rahman to bowl the 9th. All happened in the 9th. And this has been hit well. Fielder comes in, does well. And that side of the ground is probably the better, the offside. It's still pretty firm out there. And you can afford to attack the ball, and does. Keeps it to 1. So now, Chopra, he survived some few close calls, but now it's time for him to, well, forget the chopping and do the hitting. And he's got to hit big.
I said 70 to 80 was my pass score, and I'm sticking to that. And I think they might be heading for something like 75, the way things are going.
And he misses out. There's a dot ball. Dot ball's gold dust. Yeah, it's got to go some here. I wonder if Garv is going to just take off and try and get to the other end, regardless of what happens here. Well, Chopra's hit this big, and that goes all the way. Kinna Sona Shaka. Well, big shot.
You knew if Chopra can get hold of one, he can hit it a long way. It just hasn't looked likely yet. He survived a couple of close calls with the run-outs, but he absolutely tattoos that one into the forest. 6 runs.
That's a nice shot, and it's a good job the horses are not there now. Certainly would have had them scampering. Well hit. And, this time gets inside head. Watch out, watch out. That's the sticky part of the ground.
See, that's the 2 there.
Yeah.
And later in the day, people will know that because it really slows down quickly. The fielder had a lot of work to do to get to the ball, pick it up and return it. Helix asking, over the last couple of days, have you seen a guy with a beard and lots of animals walking around? If you're talking about Noah, Noah's Ark, you're probably not far off. And luckily, at the moment, conditions as good as they're going to get.
It's well bowled. Good intelligent bowling. It's not giving Mislakov any width at all. They've spotted that pretty quickly. And you see they're looking to go for 2 there and that one, whereas the ball before, that was definitely a 2.
The thing is, we see how much the 6 makes a difference, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about will they get to 75 or not. And now they're pretty much almost there with an over to spare. They can push for 80 plus. One thing's for sure, Chopra's going to try and launch this. Last ball, the over.
It ends up being a full toss. He's hit it pretty well. It goes over the fielder, who's totally misjudged this. And then he's taken evasive action. He wanted a helmet there for a moment. And that's not well done there by Uzair. It was a full toss. Keep an eye on the height. I mean, he's lucky to get away with this. Gives it a good thump, and then, well, really, the fielder, he overcommits. It goes over his head. There you go. He says, where is it?
Yeah, lost it. I think that has been called a no ball, Rico, as well.
It has been.
Rightly so.
Yeah, that's a correct call.
And, yeah, so
7, and gets an extra ball. Free hit. Here we go. Party time. And Chopra doesn't quite get it right, but there's still, I think, again, here, you go to.
I think
you take it on. It's the last ball to be over.
Lakov pretty unselfishly, strategically thinking that Chopra is the boundary hitter out of the 2 of them. So he's going to let him take strike. End of the 9th over, it's 78 for 3. And, yeah, look, I don't mind that necessarily. if they think Chopra's the man that can hit boundaries, and he's shown it. I mean, Lakov is a workhorse, isn't he? And he can hit. Yeah, I mean, he can hit boundaries to certain deliveries. But I think Chopra is the one that's going to go for everything.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 overs, I mean, it would have been the best 2 overs run-wise. 11 off the 8th, and then 15 of that one. That's right on cue. And, well, if they can repeat the same here again, well, the 90 definitely is on. Let's see how it goes. Won't be easy.
Come to rue those. Yeah, that full toss that's too high.
Yeah.
Potentially what's a low-scoring encounter. So here's a Chaya, 10th over.
And he's got the wicket. Good delivery, straight up. And in case the batter wasn't sure, the umpire puts the finger up. You got to go timber as the stumps get over.
So the gamble to put Chopra on strike doesn't pay off, although he did contribute a pretty useful 15 while he was there. Chaya so often on target towards the end of the innings. And this time, bang, in the middle stump. And Chopra, head was nowhere. When he does hit him, they go a long way, but at this stage, he's going for absolutely everything. Score now is 78 for 4, 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, fine bit of bowling after doing some good work in the outfield. Path, he comes on, gets the ball in the right area, and against the man who's hit the ball pretty well. Been a good innings though, take nothing away from that from Chopra. It took his while getting going, and then after a couple of early scares of run-outs, he then decided he was going to hit the ball, and he did hit it well, so he's done well. He's done well for his team. 6 and a 4, 15 of 11. And now, well, 5 deliveries to go.
Rohit Dhaman, it's a pretty good player to come out number 6. They've got a pretty good batting lineup, don't they? See Rohit Dhaman, quite often see him batting in the top 4. And some of the ins they've had, such as Dunbar and Chopra, pushing down to 6. So good player to have come in, facing a Chaya.
To the ground, no run there, good bowling, 2 dots to start with, one of those of course being the wicket of Chopra as well.
It could be a super interesting day of low scoring thrillers, I feel.
It's in the slot, chance taken. That is a really good catch. That is a fantastic catch under these circumstances. Rahman takes an absolute beauty. Well, Rahman takes a beauty, but others are falling all over the place, and there could be an injury here. Oh dear, this is not what you want.
You have to be kidding me.
I think he's hurt himself. I think he's done his knee.
Have to be kidding me.
No way.
I mean, Rahman took an outstanding catch, and then, I don't know if we got the replay of this, but oh no, this is not good. They're calling already to make a change.
Oh dear.
I mean, it was a catch that was worth celebrating. Don't get me wrong, Rico. But oh wow, it's not a good sign.
No, I mean it was such a good catch, and I was just about to say that Rahman is going to give his laundry bill to the captain, Simon Hussain, for taking a fantastic catch, because he got dirty. He got dirty for his team, but he took a great catch. But then, while the celebrations were happening, well, they've knocked out one of their own.
Doesn't look in great shape either.
Oh no. This is not what you want to see. You don't want to see players get injured, no matter what.
I saw people running in from all angles, and like 3 of them, and yeah. So you can see they're trying to.
Well, hang on, he's decided. Hang on, leave me alone. Where do you think you're taking me? I ain't going anywhere.
Bowling, so.
Random and no random. मैं कितने नहीं जा रहा मैं खेलना मैं ठीक है.
Partha Chaya, I think, is the man who has gone down here. See, there's the catch.
Yeah.
And it was such a good catch. I can't even tell you how good it is in these conditions. And they come from everywhere. And then just have a look from the left of the screen here. You see Chaya comes in and he just twists his knee a little bit. And he's bowling at the moment as well. He's the one that takes the wicket.
Yeah.
So
I like the way the captains say him and saying, "Oh, yaar, tu ki kar raha hai, yaar, ki kar raha hai?" And the thing is, though, I mean, Rahman does very well to get out of the way, because that was a red card sliding challenge.
I mean, I'm always excited when I take a wicket as the next guy. But I suppose you have to know your limitations.
Get a bit of that magic spray.
Might be the first time we've had a celebration injury. I know the Crongrove Green Shields punched the pitch celebrating LBW, but that wasn't in an official game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I think they're just playing, he's walking well. That's a good sign. I mean, look, like I said, We don't want to see anybody injured. He is walking off bit, so this over will have to be completed by somebody else.
Yeah.
That's risky in itself, but I think the key thing is it's all about him making sure that he's going to be fit. Maybe they need to rely on him with the bat as well.
And they have to play 2 in a row here, pretty sure. Look at Plovdiv, because they'll be playing Blacksmiths next up in the 3rd game of the day. But apart from that, I mean, what about the fact that he actually had taken 2 wickets in 3 balls? I mean, so you don't want him off.
You don't want him off indeed. So now, what's happening here? Looks like they're going to go with Srikuma to complete the over. So he's got to bowl 3 deliveries. He bowled,
He's a good bowler.
He bowled well on Monday, so didn't expect to. So this is an opportunity. I mean, we've seen that many times, haven't we? Somebody who comes on to finish off an over, that the bowler has to come off, ends up taking a few wickets.
Yeah, well, he might not be better because at the moment, Achaya's taken 2 for none off 3 balls. And hello to Wintley Burton, who's in the chat. Hello, Wintley. It's great to have you with us. Another player that played for Belgrade. There's some of the guys playing for Indo-Bulgarian today. So 3 to come, 78 on the board.
Ziani is the new batter.
Sanchit Zaini. Here we go, 3 to come.
He gets this one through to be a dot. You can just see Chris, he's just not had, I mean, he's 24 balls he's had so far, but towards the latter part of the innings, he's just not been able to get onto strike. And I think he's gone here. Yeah, no hesitation from the umpire. Nisarg puts the finger up. And, well, there you go. He's got a wicket. No wonder he's smiling.
Yeah, I mean, this over's gone wicket, dot, wicket, dot, wicket. So it could be a combined triple wicket maiden on the cards here.
Not seen that before, have we? Never. There you go. He commits himself, and very, very good work from Saim Hussain.
Yeah, no need to go upstairs for that one. Umpire's pretty comfortable to give him the decision. So Saini can't get anything moving. The score's just grounded on 78. As the lawnmower will come to the crease for the last ball. We'll start him up. Nick Johns Wickberg. Certainly looks like a guy that can hit the ball a long way.
He's actually got lawnmower on his back. So, my word. Well, is that a name that you gave him?
Yeah.
Do you take credit for that? There you go.
Probably fair.
The lawnmower.
Doesn't matter where it came from. Stuck. All right, last ball.
It won't be. Because that's going to be a quarter wide.
There goes the maiden. Still, looks like they'll be chasing 80 or so. Should be a very interesting second half.
Guma. And gets this one through. And that one's all right, they say. So it finishes with a dot. And, well, what a finish we had. It was exciting and entertaining. And he's saying, wasn't it a wide? I think it was a fair shout, you know.
Umpire's call, I think, may have just snuck inside at the moment that it passes the crease. So, anyway, there'll be no advance to the total. Just the wide off the last over 3 wickets. The big concern, though, for Plovdiv is Parth Achaya going off with an injury, celebrating a wicket. But 79 on the board for Indo-Bulgarian. The team we saw representing Bulgaria in the international club competition, ECL, just a couple of months ago. They're back and had the reinforcements from across the border. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the first half. And Lakov, certainly somebody we like to call the conductor, because he does like to kind of run proceedings, and he did help them get to a pretty good score here. Eventually, he lost his captain, Prakash Mishra, had to go for just 8. That brought Dunbar to the crease. And what we saw was those conditions which don't favour anybody, but still everyone pretty happy to be out there. Dunbar played all across that one. We saw Tahiri have an innings to forget as well. He went for a duck, but then Chopra came, and along with Lakov, he was able to get a couple away to just advance this score towards the eventual total of 79.
Yeah, I mean, Lakov, he's kept the innings together, didn't he? But Chopra, well, just when I said, forget about the chopping, hit the hitting, he does. And hit a big 6 before he found his stumps destroyed. And, well, this is where all the action started, didn't it? I mean, Parth Achaya, didn't he have a good game? Well, let's hope he is okay. We know that he walked off fine, but this was a catch.
That was an amazing catch. We won't be remembering the catch, because of the injury to Achaya that came after it. So he had to go off. Sri Kumar came back, and in the end, They lost a few. The last time they lost 3, just conceded a wide. And so 79 for 6, the final. Hello to Jamie Batten. The Bulgarian Express is in the chat. Well, choo-choo to you.
Choo-choo, yeah.
And I said 70 to 80. He said, what's a past score? I tend to think they're closer to the 70 end based on that, maybe 75. You see here that Lakov bats through innings for 30. Played a bit of an engineering role. He's a good player to have in these conditions as well. He'll hustle hard, he'll run hard. Apart from that, Chopra with 15, including a monster 6. Dunbar with 14. The captain, Mishra, made 8. And again, the other thing to watch today in these conditions is the extras. There were 9 wides and 2 no balls in the innings. One of them was a high no ball that resulted in a boundary and a free hit. So that's also something to watch for the players today.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed though because it's got 26 off over 8 to 9 combined, and then that last over just going for the 1 run. So really, they'll be disappointed that they didn't even get into the 80s. But the bowling, I think the bowled well. There were some great performances there, but I think Plovdiv will be very happy with what they did in the field as well.
Yeah, 2 for 10 for Acharya, and he went off with an injury. Like we said in the last over, wickets to Arsan Khan as well as Suleiman Ali, Uzair and Sri Kumar, who came in to finish the over in the 10th. But I'll just give you a little stat here. There were 6 boundaries in the innings. 3 of them came in the power play and 3 of them came in the next 7 overs. Yeah. I think boundaries in the power play are the key because, it's going to be a bit of graft from there. And, going towards that, the first half they scored 45, the second half they scored 34. So I think it'll be hard to keep the pace going. And once the 5 outfielders are in place. So we'll take a bit of a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. When we return, we'll be watching Plovdiv. They'll need 80 for victory. Can either Bulgarian get their first win of the series? We're about to find out. Join us very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. And back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back to the cricket here in Bulgaria. And well, we've got an exciting match here in prospect for you. Well, the Bulgarian have batted first, and they've scored a bit of a low pass, 79, I believe. They'll be disappointed, only scoring just the 1 run of the final over. They would have been looking to push on to around 90. It gives an opportunity for the Medical University of Plovdiv to keep their unbeaten running track. Won the first 2 games they played on Monday. And a slight change in the batting partnership. Simon Hussain is opening the batting, the captain and left-hander. Normally he's out there with Mohamed Sufyan, but made a slight change. We're going for Ruhan Makdumi. Yes, he's opening partner here. And he knows that with the introduction of Sulaiman Ali in the side, he's got just a little bit more strength and depth, so maybe he can afford to play his shots a little bit more. And well, that one was in the slot for a left-hander. Plays it away nicely. Takes a single off the mark straight away. It's Rico Full here for the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back, Rico. Very interesting chase. I said something like 70 to 80, I think, is an average score. So they're at the high end of that with 79 in the Bulgarian. I think maybe it'll also help them. They've played a lot of this format of cricket recently, just a couple of months ago, playing in the European Cricket League. Demand, pretty good bowling option to have as well. It just moves it around a bit. You can swing the ball right to left. You do have swing bowls. I think you've got to get him on early before the ball gets banged up.
Yeah, he bowls well. He's a clever bowler. Just well, just as I say that, this one sort of slips out of his hands. It was a gundy ball, and it's been dispatched. 6 runs, and just helps us away. And well, that wasn't a good one.
He got all of that.
Demand.
I mean, this is before the ball gets kind of a bit heavy from the constant kind of running around the field. So it will go a lot further if you do get out of the middle. So, yeah, boundaries. I talked about attacking the power play. If I was kind of putting together a plan to how to attack this field today, it'd be attack the power play. Certainly one of those points.
Good comeback. Oh, I think he could be gone here. He looked very slow getting back. They're convinced that they've got their man. Well, Adrian Dunbar has done remarkably well here. Let's have a look at this again. I think you're going to find he could be in trouble.
I think he's going to be gone. Just on the reaction. It's just asleep at the wheel, McDoomey. See, takes off for a run, it's not there. I reckon he's gone.
He's got to go. That is really good work.
I actually think this is a case of run out as well. Because to be honest, he didn't move out playing his shot. He moved out after. So they might give it stump, they might give it run out regardless. McDoomey, it's going to be curtains for him. And yeah, just napping. And he's trying to say, no, I'm back. Well, guess what? The technology says otherwise.
I think he's trying to intimidate the umpire slightly a little bit there, which is naughty anyway. Don't interfere with what the umpires and the match officials are doing, but that's a gift, isn't it?
Oh, it really
that's an absolute gift. He played a massive shot for 6, came out of the middle of the bat, and he thought, right, he's going to go on to big things here. But he gets it completely wrong. That's a great bit of work. But that's all about vision, all about alertness. And I mean, was he going for the run here? I don't think he was. I think he
plays the shot from his crease, and then he's looking for a run. I don't know where he thought he was going to find it, but I mean, as a keeper, I always put that in a stump because I want the stat. But I think if you look letter of the law, it's probably run out. Anyway, so that's one way to get a wicket. 7 for 1, and so this will bring Sulaiman Ali to the crease. Yeah, it's been knocked down as run out. I think it's a correct call. Adrian Dunbar gets to scoop all the points for that dismissal. It's just not quite being mentally aware, I suppose. I mean, and good awareness from the keeper.
Yeah, that's really good from the Dunbar. I think he was alert, he was awake. He looked and he saw the hesitation there from the batter. Just sort of had a look at it. He was too busy looking at his partner, I think, of what we're doing here, and then forgot about getting back in his crease.
It's a pretty good example of the technology being used well, and the fact that I think if there was no technology, that's not given out. I think even the body language of the batter, he was acting pretty cool. McDoomey just giving a little what do you call it? The little waggling finger, saying, no, I'm back. I'm like, well,
I think it was
upon
a case
further
of,
review.
I think it was a case of don't you do it, don't you do it, please don't, please
don't.
don't.
Anyway, Demand, in a sense, the successful bowler.
Well, Robert Demand, you stick to the bowling and leave Dunbar to go for the hitting the stumps because you ain't going to be doing it. Well, that's a gift. Give him a run away. And if this one ends up going to the boundary, he's going to be
especially
very, very
because his bat is planted behind the line. So I could see you trying that. In fact, I would say to actually give away a run if there's a chance of getting a wicket. I think he does it blindly, hoping that Sulaiman Ali is, that Saim Hussain is napping.
I think he'll hold on to this one.
I think that actually, in a sense, it might be clever because if he turns around and the batter probably then goes back. So he was just hoping the batter was out. He wasn't. Interesting first over, to say the least. It's 8 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, very interesting. 8 for 1. 6 of those on one shot. So those two now having a chat. Interesting that they've gone here with Sulaiman Ali. I would have still stuck with Mohammad Sufyan, to be honest. I mean, when they batted, then on sort of day one of this competition, Mohammad Sufyan scored 27 in a good partnership with Saim Hussain, who himself made 36. And when you're not getting a big score, it doesn't matter that he didn't score quickly. You know, I think he just would have given them some stability because he certainly doesn't seem to be the one who's going to come in and hit the ball big. Talking about hitting the ball big, and this is about hitting the ball not at all. This is just an absolute beauty from Tahiri right through. And he gets his man. Ali has to depart. That's a lovely delivery. Well, Bakhtir Tahiri, he wasn't able to do anything with the bat. But with the ball, he's on fire.
That's an absolute peach first up by Tahiri. Just watch this one go. It just hits the seam. Goes straight through Ali. Or maybe Demand's a genius because he's the reason Sulaiman Ali's at that end and not the other end. And Tahiri gets the wicket. And early wicket trouble for Plovdiv. Now they're 8 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's so I'm not going to say it's a soft dismissal, but I think that's all about you got to go with what's worked. And I think Mohammad Sufyan, he was able to do well for you on day one. You stick with it, and they've changed it. And sometimes when you make changes, it doesn't work out in your favour. And they're still gone for him. They're going for Ashan Khan here now. So a real change around the batting order.
Bit of an injury update. In the break, I caught up with Partha Chaya.
Yeah.
The word on him is he dislocated his knee. The good news is he's relocated it. So he seems a lot better now, and I'll be curious to see whether he appears in their next game. It's actually their last game.
Yeah.
It's coming up in the next game after this. Tahiri comes in, went away for a single by Hassan Khan. Yeah, so after this, Plovdiv have played 7 matches, even though plenty of those are abandoned. So, yeah, I mean, if they can win this game, then they're pretty much a shoo-in for top 2 because they won their first 2 games. And to get into Bulgaria, that's a big scalp. Defending champions, I know they haven't had a win in this series. That's because they haven't played yet. Never quite had a series like this one.
Didn't come around the wicket. Just a gentle push on the onside, takes a single.
Yeah, go back to what I was saying. I think that attacking the power play is important because it's a lot easier to score boundaries with a slightly newer ball, with only 2 outfielders patrolling the boundary. You need to be brave.
That's well bowled, just clever bowling, good length, just hits the seam. And the batter not really moving his feet at all there, Khan. Another dot to Tahiri. This is a fantastic over from him.
Really good over.
Oh, just over the outstretched hand of Tahiri. Good fielding there from Krislakov, keeps it to 1.
Yeah, the conductor does well sliding in there. I mean, totally out of the box. I would have even considered if Saim Hussain wants to play the pushing game, not opening him with him and just batting him from over 4 and having a few people go and just throw the bat so he knows exactly what he needs to do. I guess it's a bit of an unusual solution, but these are unusual times, I suppose. Last ball coming out from Tahiri. He's just given up 3 singles in the over. Has the wicket of Sulaiman Ali.
Again, he's quite happy, isn't he? So I was saying, just to get into line with the ball, just flick it away, gets his wrist in play, take the single. He doesn't seem to be too bothered with the situation at the moment, as the score is 12 for 2.
Yeah, 12-2 off 2. Keep an eye on that. Their run rate required started at 8. It's up to 8.5. And yeah, they'll need more than singles if they're going to bring that down. Gives us a chance to perhaps look at the table, which has a lot of no results in it. And you can see that Plovdiv, they're 8 points. If they can go to 10, pretty much already they're short of a place in the final 4. But remember, the double chance is super important as well. Double chance will go to the teams in the top 2 positions. Whoever's 3rd and 4th will have an eliminator to play tomorrow. So, yeah, it's not going to be easy to get these 80 runs against the Bulgarian. I think of some of the bowling that they have. Demand's coming back for a second over.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. So well bowled again, and just that similar shot. So I'm saying, just plants that foot down and then drops the bat onto it, takes the single. I'm just wondering if it's worth. I mean, if that's his sort of comfort zone, maybe that's the way he likes to get started. Just put a man there. Say, right, okay, if that's what you want to do, we're gonna, you're gonna have to do something different.
Yeah.
Make him try and hit over the top.
Yeah, it's hard to force him into doing anything. Same as saying, because he normally feels like he's the one controlling the pace of his innings.
Bowled again. Just that one loose delivery, wasn't it, from Rohit Dhiman, which actually got togged for a big 6. But he's come back well, and since then.
I want to see who they use as options here. They've got Mishra himself, who can bowl. They've got the lawnmower, Nick Johns Whitberg. I imagine he'll get a bowl.
Lakov will bowl, surely.
Lakov is an option as well.
Shot. Just another single. Well bowled as well from Dhiman this time, saying, well, okay, if you would like to tuck it on the onside, what are you going to do if I give you a bit more width? Trying things.
It's adjusted well to the left-hander, actually, Rohit Dhiman here. Now he's back to the right-handed Hassan Khan.
Up in the air, that's nice and easy. Thank you very much. And get just that little bit of extra bounce there, I think, Rohit, and the batter opting to go on the back foot, gets this all wrong. And, well, that's good sportsmanship from all the players involved. Of course, they all know each other very well, but that's another wicket. And you've got to say, it's another very soft dismissal.
I think also it does a bit off the pitch. No one really knew how this pitch would react. This one, for me, just bounces a bit more than Hassan Khan expected. Simple return catch. And so, success for Dhiman. He will get the credit for this wicket as Hassan Khan goes for 3. Plovdiv now 15 for 3.
Yeah, this is all about variation for me from the bowlers, trying different things. You can see that he's got the ball outside the off, wicket bowling, slows it down. That one, I think he just gets it to pop up, hits the seam, and the batter not really committing himself. He just wanted to stand still, really. And then at the last minute decided to sort of have a bit of a waft at it.
Sufyan is coming out now at number 5. So look, this is a chance to build a partnership and just forget those 3 wickets. I know it doesn't look pretty, the 15 for 3, but you just got to concentrate on the runs. And I just noticed they're falling a little bit behind. They haven't made the most of this power play at all. Just the 1-6 from McDoomy.
Yeah, I like this field set. This one will be given a wide, despite the efforts of Fletcher and Dunbar to mislead the umpire. But yeah, I like this field set. They have got the man in close. Not just, we see it quite often on that man in close on the offside, but they've got the mid wicket right up as well. Well, he's gone from one side to another. So stopped it tidy, just losing it a little here. Maybe just trying to do a little bit too much here.
Just getting some swing, which can be hard to predict when it'll swing and when it won't. This one doesn't. So that's the issue.
That's a hat-trick of wides. Not the way to be trying to finish off you over from Rohit Dhiman. He just says, Demeno. Well, let's wait and see. Sufyan. Just sticks this one out. Well, nice little cuddle from the bowler to the captain, Saim Hussain, and then he lets him go.
It would have been interesting if there was a run-out opportunity at the keeper's end there. He did get tackled there. First up, didn't he? Have a look at this.
Here you go. Un abrazo forte.
Actually holds him up from falling. And then Hussain has to get his skates on. No pun intended. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Well, he gave him a hug. What's he going to do now? Well, turn and hit. It could be close. Well, should be looking to go back for 2, but I think Saim Hussain had already overcommitted. And he wasn't going to chance turning back. And
really good backing up by Chris Lakov. He spotted that, had some work to do. And it was never going to be easy for the batters to turn around to go for this extra run, especially because Simon Hussain had run through a bit. So is just a single, finishes the power play. Pretty good one for Indo-Bulgarian. They pick up 3 wickets. MU Plovdiv are 20 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, lost a wicket in every over so far, and you'll see that on that chart in front of you. And
funny last 3 overs, wasn't it? Because it looked like they were just accelerating, and then it just kind of all, it's like the car broke down in the last over. Look, we're going to see Deep Singh bowling in over number 4. He's a player we've seen plenty of as well.
Deep Singh, he was another gladiator that was here yesterday. And well, he's small. They called him the muscle man. He was taking the big buckets of water away. Started with a slightly slower, shorter one. Played out. Single taken. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about there, Vinny. I'd like to put pressure on Simon Hussain if I were the Bulgarians here. Now, say, look, those 2 men, they're in. So if you're going to get the runs, you're going to have to try and go over them.
Now you see Phil coming in. Maybe they're happy for Simon Hussain to get the one and then try and dot up Sufyan. They brought in Lakov to a short cover.
Bold. Sort of skidding it through, isn't he? Not getting too much bounce.
The bowlers have done well adjusting. I mean, this shows you don't need to have a really long run up to still be able to bowl well. Most of the bowlers opting to just go off the mat.
Struck well. And again, that's that field set you see. I mean, Chris Lakov's there. He's doing the job. But if it does go past him, he's got a sweeper in. And now both of them, as you said, Vinny, they do go back for Simon Hussain. Interesting. Just more about it after this ball. Hit firm to the man at long on. Prakash Mishra, the captain, take a single. Yeah, I mean, they're pushing 2 men back all the time to Simon Hussain, yet he's never, not at the moment, hit one in anger in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, protecting against the potential strike, I suppose. I just think it's all about trying to stop boundaries here as well.
Shorter.
Let me clarify what I'm saying, because I do think it's important to try. I'd have what it's called an in-outfield. I want my infielders in and my outfielders out.
Yeah.
So my infielders in, saving one, outfielders out, because the value of saving a boundary is huge, and they'll probably get quite a few 2s to them anyway, no matter where they stand.
Yeah. Well bowled. And good there from the bowler. That's the fielding himself. Keeps hold of itself. End of the over, well bowled. Just 4 runs off it. 24 on the board, 3 wickets down.
So have a look at that run rate required, up to 9.33. Look, they need 8 and over at the start of this innings. So far, they've gone 8-4, 8-4. So that's 8 runs that they need to make up somewhere along the line. I just don't think it's going to be that easy to do. I know it's difficult when you've lost 3 wickets, but you have to be brave. To be honest, they'd be kicking themselves about the run out of McDoomie off a ball he just missed and then took 2 steps to nowhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Prakash Mishra, who's going to bowl over number 5.
Nicely hit. Single. So it's all ticky-taka at the moment, isn't it? Ticky-taka, ticky-taka.
Still just that 1-6.
The 1-6 is
That's
the only
all.
boundary. Mishra, he's...
It's a good chance for them to try out some bowling options as well into Bulgarian, because they've got lots of good bowling options. I'd be giving them all one, seeing how they go.
It's up in the air and he gets lucky. Drops safely, and well, the ball dropped safely, but the fielder not so safely, but they was backing up. Well, how about this? Well, this is Nagy. We talk about when you do get the landing right, but when you don't get it right.
I think that, I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, I think the other fielder has to get to the ball. He probably doesn't want to go on there. But anyway, they do get a couple and then followed up by a wide. But you also got to realise that one fielder, if he's going to knock it down, he's not going to be in a position to go back and pick it up.
You can't go past the ball, stop and turn around and go back. It's not going to happen. So
you can try.
Prakash Mishra, I have to say, thank you for the lunches he's been providing us. This one's into the pads again, and a lot of it come from his restaurant, Saffron.
Oh, we had a great dinner there on Wednesday,
didn't we? And yesterday he provided us with some aloo parantas. It was just fantastic. On a day like we had yesterday, aloo parantas for lunch. I wonder if he's had some this morning himself, because we know what the merits of having aloo parantas are. They certainly do up your performance. Single taken there. And Rakesh Mishra and Simon Hussain know each other very well. Simon Hussain, I think Simon Hussain will be playing in the Valletta Cup that Bulgaria will be taking part in. Oh, well bowled. That's that Yorker length, slower delivery. He's very crafty bowler, Prakash Mishra, and his slower ball, well, outclasses a lot of good players.
I should mention we're planning to broadcast the Valletta Cup on ECN, which is exciting news.
This one, the big swing, and this time the fielder, like he keeps himself on his feet, stops the ball, single has been taken, 6 runs off the over, the score moves on to 30.
Right, so here's the issue. It's hard to get 10 and over, which is what they need now if they don't score a boundary in an over.
Yeah.
So far, okay, they've got it. We've had boundaryless overs in the last 4 overs. They've gone for 4, 8, 4 and 5. The one that was 8 included those 3 wides in a row from Diman, right? So you need to find a way to hit the boundary. And yeah, you can try and do it, you know, in a less risky way, but I think Simon Hussain needs to find a gear to his game, whether it's maybe walking across and trying to hit it into the vortex, which is fine leg for the left-hander. Anyway, here's the lawnmower. I don't know if we'll get the full lawnmower. It might be one of those little kind of miniature versions, but here he is, off a couple of steps. Nick Johns Whitberg.
Well, what a start that is.
And he's got a proper whippy action. You'll just see both the arms seem to come over at once. He's got that trademark headband as well.
Nicely struck into the covers. And, Prakash making the stop. They take the single. And it's a real. I like the way he starts. The ball behind his back. It's like
this
a
isn't
bit of a
the lawnmower on full power at the moment. it's on kind of a lower setting, but still great to see him out there. He's a real character.
So this is the lawnmower running low on diesel, is it? It needs a bit of top up.
It's just extra tough terrain for the lawnmower to be able to do its job. Sam Houghton saying it's the same lawnmower from Belgrade. Sure is. Here's Nick Johns Whitberg.
Lovely shot, and this is yours, Vinny. Well hit, and that's got to be the shot of the day so far. What a lovely shot this is, and we said we needed a boundary. That's only the second boundary. It's the first 4. And, well, that's nice from Maxi there. Well, look, that's no good. No good you cleaning the ball with a towel, then throwing it right into the blooming mud, is it? Come on. You can do better than that.
Need to hit the gym. Didn't make it all the way.
Oh, that's a beaut, and he's unlucky. This is an edge. It goes for 4. I think he's done him here. Well, this is he giving leg buys here? No, this is not leg buys, is it? Surely not. I must be losing my eyes. I'd like to see it. Let's have a look at this again. That's on the face of the bat.
Yeah, but see, what you didn't realise is when I threw it in, I threw it so one half would lodge in the mud, and that's why it swung a bit. And that's what got the edge of Hussain. That was an opportunity to get him. It's missed.
Oh, and well, this one was definitely, that's two edges for me.
Well, I mean, the first one, we don't know if it would have been given out, and it might have been a riot. But
this one.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Must have been a fair, that just going on the reaction from both the bowler and the keeper.
Beating him again, he's adjusted his line. That's perfect line, isn't it, to the left-hander? I mean, he's very unlucky, isn't he, not to pick up a wicket there, Johns Whitberg, because he's done everything right. Starts off, the first ball was a terrific Yorker that he got into the right-hander. And then, well, he's outdone the captain of Plovdiv a few times with that ball just moving away. Got the edge twice.
What a good comeback, though, from Nick Johns Whitberg, the lawnmower, after getting drilled down the ground for 4. And it was given 4 leg buys. I mean, I would have been very interested to see what happens if that catch is held.
Yeah.
So 6 overs down, 39 for 3. There were 9 off that over. Johns Whitberg, I suppose he's happy because it's 4 leg buys. It doesn't go on his figures. That's the only silver lining. Probably would have been happy if it was caught and it was given out. Now we're going to see Chris Lakov So yeah, they've got a wealth of bowling options, don't they, into Bulgarian?
Yeah, Grislakov, once again, though, going to have to adjust. Can't come off. Well, it's wise not to come off his normal long run up. And this is being hit up in the air. It's just going to go over the outstretched hands of Prakash Mishra, the captain, and they will get 2 runs. So they are, you can see both these batters, they do know they've got to try and up the tempo. The last over, they just fell short of the 10, 9 from it, did get the boundaries. But, now you can see this is the time they really want to go. Grislakov just making some adjustments to the field. He's got Prakash Mishra to come a bit straighter, and he's got a sweeper out there now, the extra cover area. And this will be going towards him. They look for 2, do they? Yes, they do. In comes a throw. And, well, they can keep going. They might get 4 here.
Nah.
They've got to keep going. Can they go? Will they go
They
again?
won't run 4.
Oh, well, I think that was because there was no awareness there from Sufyan. If Sufyan was on the ball, they could have got a 4.
Yeah, they'll get 3. This throw is a nightmare throw for the bowler, and it was actually so wide it went around the man backing up. It does put Saim Hussain back on strike. They're electing to protect that long pocket, that deep mid wicket for the left-hander, or deep cover for the
3 men
right-handers.
on the boundary. Oh, that's well hit. I think there's probably a bit of fingertips here from Lakov that slowed this down. He's played 2 shots, 2 lovely straight drives.
Tell you, the players loving being out there, though. That's one thing for sure. Good to see some smiles on the faces. Into Bulgarian guys look like they might not even get on the park this week. I think Lakov's enjoying it, even though he's having his emotional moments out there.
Nicely played, and you can sense also the urgency there from the Plovdiv bench. They're sort of cheering every run.
Yeah, see, someone like Saim Hussain, it's not his natural game to elevate, right? So if he's playing along the ground, it's going to be hard for him to hit boundaries, especially straight down the ground. It's well protected.
This time he does go for it, but doesn't get it right. Goes all along the deck, and they'll get the single. It's the first one really that he's really gone for on that leg side. They've had men back there all the time to him. But the end ends the over with a single. Score moves on to 48 for 3.
Gives us a chance to look at what's coming up. And we have Plovdiv back on the rack. They will be here, and I don't see any Parthachaya in that lineup taking on the Blacksmiths. Blacksmiths are desperate for a win, have any chance. They do need to win that match. Match 14, of course, match 13 is abandoned. Match just the even-numbered matches we're playing today. That game will be starting fairly shortly.
This is hit hard, and it's a great catch from Prakash Mishra. That is fantastic. What a great catch that is. Well, the most important thing was that he didn't go onto the line. Well, he didn't. He's captain, but that didn't matter. That is a tremendous catch.
Yeah, what a fantastic bit of fielding. I mean, this could easily burst through. And actually, yeah, I think the fact is that it was the last ball of the over that Lakov had to bowl again. So it wasn't actually the end of the 7th over. Sufyan, this was going the journey. And they just made the field change. Look at this.
Look at that. That's aloo paratha's. I told you. Aloo paratha's.
Really good hands from the captain. Sensational hands. So that one does actually finish the 7th over now, and it's 47 for 4. Yeah, I was a little bit confused because I still had one left in the over. And so Lakov comes back, and now we are at the 7 over mark. Still 33 to get off the last 3. Have a look at these 2 teams. I mentioned no Parthachaya, but you wonder what they'll do with their batting order, Plovdiv. We've got Suleiman Ali listed at the top of the order there. Blacksmiths, though, where will they bat Mohammad Fayaz? He didn't get a hit. Remember, they didn't lose a wicket, but they did lose the game in the first match of today. So that is coming up in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network, as the lawnmower, Nick Johns-Whitberg, looks like he's going to come back to bowl the 8th. So another single-digit over. 8-4, 8-4, 6-9-8. That's what we've had so far.
Yeah.
So they're still in touch, but they need 11 and over from here. They need 33 off 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get those from Whitberg. Whitberg did have Saim Hussain in a lot of trouble, and yeah, I like what he's doing here. He's getting the third man to go back on the line, because if he's going to bowl a similar sort of line as he did in the last over to him, that's where the ball's going to likely to end up.
He did bowl well to him, didn't he, last over? Johns-Whitberg.
Here we go.
Start him up.
Rank him up. Starts with a full delivery, full and straight. And they do attack the stumps, Prakash. Having a go, so single.
Sain Abidi is the new batter. So he's got to play his role as well.
Yeah.
Hussein's not the type to go on like a boundary hitting bonanza. He might hit a 4, but then a 1. So he needs some production from Abidi, who's another left-handed batter, joining him at the crease.
Oh, and he's done him. And it's time to go. It's the first baller as well from Sain Abidi. So it's going to be a few of these pull away and forget about that. Talk about it because the lawnmower has ranked up and he's going.
Matter of time. Start him up. It's a bit of an understated lawnmower from John Zwickberg here. Geez, it was a good ball though.
Very good ball.
You know, the batter's feet not really moving. You can understand that from a player that's new to the crease. And the lawnmower, start him up because he's arrived in Bulgaria. 5 wickets down now. Plovdiv in some serious trouble. Wickets-wise, it's 48 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's I was saying tonight. It's not going to be easy to get big runs from his bowling because he gets the line right, doesn't he, John Zwickberg? And it's very difficult. I think the only way to attack him, you've got to commit yourself. You've got to come out to him. If you stay back and wait for him, I think it comes to you too quickly. And he gets, he's a tall man. He gets good carry through and he gets good height as well. So, well, we don't see this too often. We've had 2 left-handers out together. One goes, and it looks like another lefty has come out. And, well, they need something special to happen here. And, this is just defensively played out by Naveed. Naveed has to somehow provide some sort of support to his captain. Here he comes again. Vicksburg. That's well bowled. This is sort of following the same sort of pattern as you watched that replay again. Didn't miss by much. As the innings of Bulgaria, only Chris Lakov scoring runs, and here it's only Sain Hussain who's there at the moment. A little bit of width. That's a really nice shot. And it won't go to the boundary, unfortunately, because, again, it's pretty slow. But he plays that really well, just was given a little bit of extra width. Guides it down, 2 runs, they'll take that. And Hussain just going up to him. What he's saying to him here now. Probably saying to him, look, what I don't want is a single. So if you want to have a go at this, do so. He said, I want to be on strike. Because he's probably sensing that as the sort of in batter, he's got to go big. And that's exactly what, yeah, you see they do turn around the single, so I do think, that's what I'm saying, it said he does go for the big shot, doesn't get it, and turns down a single. What are your thoughts on that, folks?
Yeah, interesting one, isn't it? They have to run really late. Just had the 1-6, the 1-4 in the innings. John Zwickberg comes up with a really good over, and he concedes 3, so the 50 comes up. And this is why, you know, I said 70 to 80 might be par. I'm thinking low 70s, to be honest. I even think something like 60 today is defendable. I mean, if there's ever a day that someone's going to defend 60, it'll be today. But you can see the worm is kind of flatlining after that over. So now they need 15 and over. It's just hard to see it happening. They haven't had an over more than 9 in the entire innings.
Yeah.
Sain Hussain, he's their hope, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he must know that it was going to be Prakash Mishra to bowl this over. He knew that, but he still wanted to make sure that he was the one to face it.
Yeah.
So he's going to go after him, Vinny. We could be in a firing line here. Get ready.
Yeah, but you could need to hustle for 2s here because he needs to have most of the strike if they're going to get these runs. So anything to the outfield, I think you're making up your mind. You're going for 2.
I think they've got too many men out here, haven't they? Hang on a minute. Have they got too many out?
Yeah, I think I only see 3 in the circle.
1, 2, 3. Well, they got
6 out. It's well spotted. I think it might have been Lakov that spotted it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's better. I was going to say for a moment, you'd be in trouble.
That's not what you need at this stage. Yeah. So now and ever, it's Mishra to Hussain, captain to captain.
Here we go. This is the over. It could all happen. Up in the air, slice, opportunity. Taken, no mistakes. And I think that surely now wraps things up. Is that going deep? I think that takes the catch.
Yeah, I think it's actually Demand that grabs it. He's got the ECL cap over the top. That's a good look. I think the cap belongs to the captain and the wicket belongs to the captain. So Simon Hussain just tries to go across this and one a little bit and skews it high in the air. Demand does the rest. 50 for 6. And you feel like that might have been the last roll of the dice for Plovdiv.
Yeah, I think this goes back to, and once again, just highlight what you were saying, Vinny. I think the power play is so important. You're far better off trying to play those type of shots and getting off to a good start in the power play rather than doing the tiki-taka and going through it now, because by now you sort of all the field is spread and you're not in the mind frame or groove of hitting big. I think you've got to go out there and tap big. You've got to be confident. And I think Simon Hussain, for me, he's probably not as, he needs to be more confident and more aggressive with his batting. I think we know he's a good batter. I think he's probably playing the 50-over game. He probably scores big runs. Yeah. But I think in this format, he's just got to back himself a little bit more and say, I have got the potential. I've got to play those shots.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go from 0 to 100, didn't he, in his approach, and it just didn't work.
Oh, it's another first baller. What a lovely ball this is, and Sri Kumar has to go, and Prakash Mishra, the man who not only makes the early prontas, I think he eats a few of them as well, because he's on fire.
Yeah, it was straight, and that's always going to be dangerous for a new batter. So Prakash Mishra's on a hat-trick. Don't forget, we already had a hat-trick the other day, didn't we? Because we saw Waleed Khan coming up with one for the Blacksmiths. Maybe Mishra can do the same. They'll have to attack him. And, you know, I thought they'd always come back to root that 8th and 9th over Plovdiv, even though they did come back really well in the 10th. But now, eventually we'll get a batter out there. But tell you what, they timed out risk. We almost had a timed out in the Netherlands, you know, 87 seconds it was.
Yeah.
It was when the scores were tied and no one was padded up, and so we started the clock.
It's going to be an interesting one here, because I mean, just having a look out there with who's coming out the bat. I mean, Partha Chaya probably not going to. I'll be surprised if you see him come out.
True.
If he's that bad, you know, he's not down to play the next game, so they may just need to hat-trick ball. And he went for the pitched up slow delivery, but just gave him a little bit too much width.
If he's not playing the next game, I don't think that we're going to see him with the bat this game.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And of course, that means they've one man less. This time's on the leg side. This will be called a wide. So it's opportunities like that need to be taken. And that's the other thing. You're not going to get too many bad balls. All the teams have shown that they've got strength with the bowling. And when you get the opportunity, you've got to take it. You've got to put it away. Naveed. Well, that's another wicket. And he missed out on the one he should have put away, and he missed out on the straight one as well. And Prakash Mishra is making it look easy. He's just getting the ball right up there in the slot. It wasn't the best shot. Shot Maria Ganda, Bapas, Agia Banda, and Prakash Mishra is showing them how it's done. And, well, it's not surprising. There it is, right on the money. Knocks them over. Duck the foot style. Well, and it looks like he's going to have a good day for his team. Remember, it's the first match that they're playing, and needed to get points on the board. Plovdiv, they have got the points on the board. They won the first 2 matches unbeaten up until now, and now it looks like they're going to taste defeat for the very first time. And Mishra, how about this over? It's amazing stuff. And he's could maybe pick up another one. 3 wickets so far in it. Here we go. That's well blocked out. Boat was there. So he'll take a run as well.
Another 3-wicket over. To go with the one. It was the 10th in the first innings, wasn't it? It was a combined effort, actually, that 3-wicket over between Achaya and Sri Kumar. Right now, it's almost game over. And well, this one is going to be out. And I wonder whether we'll see Partha Chaya come out, as This one's scooped out, so it's going to be a 4-wicket over regardless. I think this is going to do it, 52 for 9. And with the Chaya not fronting with the pads on, it's essentially going to be all out. Indo-Bulgarian are going to get over the line. And how about that front over? He takes 4 for 3, Mishra, in the 9th. They say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it's all over in the 9th here, because I think Indo-Bulgarian are going to win this one. They're going to win at 79 to 53, and they're going to walk away with the 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a good performance from a team that we know really well. I mean, they were disappointed with their batting. I think they know they would and probably should have got to at least the 90. They slowed down when they needed to be going big, but they're that sort of team. They always back themselves. We know they've got strength, and we just have a look at the bowling attack there. I mean, that's everybody brings something to the party, if you like, and I think they were just very clinical there. They took the chances, they bowled well, they bowled intelligently as well. You've got to, as we keep saying, because of these conditions, you've got to change the way that you play a little bit, and I think all the bowlers adjusted to it marvellously well, and they took some great catches. And Prakash Mishra, well, for me, quite easily, he's the player of the match here. Took the outstanding catch on the boundary, and then with the ball picked up 4 wickets. A super effort from them, and once again, Indo-Bulgaria, the champions, the current champions of the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, showing just why they are.
Yeah, it's nice to see the sun out, isn't it? And some hope in the face of what's been a really tough week, weather-wise and conditions-wise here at the ground. But Indo-Bulgarian, they were itching to get out there in the middle and show their true colours, and they sure did in this one. They grafted their way to 79. McDoomie, well, it seems a long time ago that he whacked this one across the road, and then he temporarily lost his bearings, and Dunbar ran him out. That was a weird start, 6 and out, and it actually would be the 6th over before they would find the boundary again as the wickets tumbled. Salman Ali picked up one off the first ball of the second. Salman Ali went, and he was followed soon after by Ahsan Khan. Timan with the wicket, and ultimately they just couldn't get things going, as I suppose we had a few interesting moments. That 4-leg bias was one of the most interesting for me, but even though Sufyan, he would have got 6 here, and this was probably a real game-breaking moment. If that goes to 6, it could have been a much different story here in match 12.
Yeah, huge. I think 2 big moments in that innings. I think one was definitely that run out right at the beginning, and well, that's the lawnmower gets going there. I think the other one was that catch by Prakash Mishra, because that really, but if that went for 6, things could have been very different.
Yeah, definitely. And so, yeah, it was just tough. They didn't get enough boundaries, just full stop. And then Mishra came in and started the party. See, they only scored 1-4 and 1-6 in the entire innings that lasted 9 overs in the end. That was Ahmed Naveed who had to go. And Mishra would finish it with a 4th wicket in the 9th. And, well, slip sliding away the chances of Plovdiv in this game, as they end up getting essentially bowled out for 53, 9 wickets down. But because of Achaya, he was hurt, and so wasn't able to bat. Well, you see there some snow on the mountaintops next to the ground. Well, snow on the ground the other day. But right now, we've got some cricket being played on the ground, so that is a promising sign. Just looking at that innings, and Saim Hussain top scores with 18, but he did use up 21 balls, just able to hit the 1 boundary in there, straight down the ground. The 6 was hit by McDoomie. Apart from that, nobody able to find the boundaries. Sufyan did get 12 off 13. But you just see there from the strike rates, and everyone with the exception of McDoomie, who was out 3rd ball, they weren't able to go at run a ball pace. And when you need 8 and over, that's just not going to cut it, Rico.
Yeah, it's not going to cut it. I think it was, I think right from the start, I mean, changing the batting, changing a winning format. Mohamed Sufyan, Saim Hussain, they've done well opening up, and when it wasn't too many runs required, I think even if they went at the pace that we saw them go on Monday, they would have had a much better start. I think that's something for Saim Hussain maybe to think about, but of course losing Salman Ali early didn't help either.
Yeah, how about that from Mishra? Took 4 for 3 off his second over, finishes with the figures of 4 for 9. Also Tahiri bowled a pretty good over, 1 for 4. Wickets for Nick Johns Wigbert, the lawnmower, on debut, to the conductor Chris Lakov, and also early on to Rohit Taman. Struggled a bit with his control, still had plenty of good bowling options. They weren't afraid to use them. So 79 to 53 into Bulgaria, get their first win in the series. Still plenty more cricket coming your way. We have match 14 next. Don't forget match 13 is abandoned. So match 14 will be the next game, and it begins in around 15 minutes. And still 4 matches to go today on the European Cricket Network. Making up for lost time. Hopefully you can join us for more cricket just around the corner. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy here in Bulgaria. A lovely aerial shot of the area surrounding this ground in Sofia, and there's those mountains. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that scenery changes all the time. The mountains, one moment the clouds are as they are there, then minutes later the clouds are lower and you see the peaks of the mountains and the snow on them. And well, it's a lovely setting for playing cricket, and it's good to be playing after the weather has caused a few bit of disruption to this European Cricket Series. Cricket has started again today, thanks to all the efforts of everybody. And it's going to be the Blacksmiths taking on the team that we've just already seen, Medical University of Plovdiv, suffering their first defeat in this series, and they're looking to bounce back well. And well, I think it's those names there at the top there, Simon Hussain and Sulaiman Ali. They really have to perform. Ali certainly has to show what he can do with the bat there as well. And well, maybe the others have to perform, put some runs on the board. Mohammed Sufyan could also do it. And the Blacksmiths, well, they're a team making their debut. They certainly would love to get a win on the board. They got Waleed Khan, of course, the hat-trick man. Took 4 for 19 on day one of the tournament. But it's the batting that's got to click. And I think really you've got to get somebody like Mohammed Faisal out there early. He's an experienced campaigner, can get runs on the board. News from the toss is that it will be the Medical University of Plovdiv that will be batting first. And looks like it's going to be Saim Hussain, the captain, along with Sulaiman Ali to open the batting this time. So still deciding that they don't want to go with Mohammed Sufyan, who was the opening partner for Saim Hussain on day one, and they both did pretty well. They didn't go sort of at electric pace, but they did get a good opening partnership together, and both times they were together. And maybe they just decided that it's not so much stability that they want, but it's more power hitting. But the captain himself has to show that he's capable of going big early, and myself and the man next to me, Vinny Sandu, was saying that he's got to go big. Vinny, will he do it this time?
Yeah, well, let's see if there's a slight change in approach. Blacksmiths, they desperately need a win. Here's Waleed Khan, hat-trick hero from Monday. Starts with a full toss. And just played away for 1. Sulaiman Ali is the man that missed out in the first game that they played, the previous game. So back-to-back fixtures for Plovdiv. Blacksmiths lost their first of the day by just 7 runs to the Pleven 11.
Yeah, Sulaiman Ali was out just for the 1 run. You expect more from him.
That 1 run was one that was given away as well, where the bowler is like an overthrow.
That's correct.
So let's see if he can earn one. To Waleed Khan. Full outswing delivery. There has been a bit of swing early, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Especially when the ball's been new and shiny.
He gets someone just right, just inside the line. The umpires for this one is Ivan Guleto, who's at the bowler's end, and Nishag Shah, our men in black.
Swing and a miss. Good, well-located delivery from Waleed Khan. Yeah, Blacksmiths, they've just got this game and they've got one against Indo-Bulgarian to go. So yeah, they're in big danger of going winless in the series, which isn't something they'd want. Another full ball. This is knocked down. It's Ivalo Katsarski, the captain. It's great to have some native Bulgarian talent in the ECS, which we saw last year when Barbarians were in the series.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it fabulous how cricket has grown here in Bulgaria? I was talking to Andrei Lilov yesterday, and Prakash Mishra was telling us not only have they continued cricket going in the schools, but they've also got about 7 women's teams now.
Doesn't make the adjustment to go offside, so Chase is going to be on here. Will come back for fairly easy 2. So I was worrying that Waleed Khan maybe would lose it down the leg side with that natural movement he's getting, but this one probably would have been a wide actually if Saim Hussain had left it. Yeah, I mentioned attacking the power play as one of my strategies for dealing with this fairly waterlogged outfield. I think they can only protect it with 2 outfielders at the moment. They've got a deep mid-wicket. And they've got a very fine third man. So it's particularly straight with mid on, mid off up. Bit wide down the leg side. Getting a decent carry here while he can't. I suppose the other positive is that the longer we go without rain and a bit of sunshine on the field now, you would expect the conditions should, that we've seen the worst of it essentially. Side edge onto the pad. Yeah, the other thing is, okay, they've put Solomon Ali up there, but we didn't see McDoomie out there, who actually hit a good 6 before running himself out unnecessarily. As we get to the end of the first over, not too much damage on the scoreboard for the Blacksmiths. There's Plovdiv, after winning the toss and electing to bat. They are 5 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, I think see a bit of urgency here. And, it's going to be Has who's going to come on to bowl. And it's not the easiest to get away. It's normally just quite tidy.
Fires is one man we didn't see bat. Just because they didn't lose a wicket in that first game, but I think they might have missed a bit of a trick not to get him to the crease one way or another. Well, this one could be a wicket first up. It's going, and it is caught. And so, well, a bit of an ice cream cone for Agagul Amadel, but it does stick, and it's going to be a wicket, and that's a good one for Blacksmiths. Just searching for their first win of the tournament. And frustration for Solomon Ali. Once again, he'll go for just a single. Score now is 5 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's not got this out the middle of the bat. It was there for the hitting, wasn't it? But he sort of slices it. It was one that probably should have been going sort of the mid-wicket area. But how that catch from Amadou? He only just manages to keep it in his fingers, doesn't he? He wanted to slip out, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good catch in these conditions. Didn't really have any idea where he was on the field either. And he ended up catching it maybe probably less than a metre inside the boundary. That's a handy one for the Blacksmiths.
Yeah, Solomon Ali struggling to get past the 1 mark. And once again, he goes for 1. 4 balls. So this man did the opening last time, coming in at number 3.
And he was such a bizarre dismissal.
Yeah.
He just hit a 6. The next ball he missed. And as the keeper had in his gloves, he just took a step or two out of his crease, looking for a non-existent run, and got run out. So Fires, full toss, but it ends well for him. Gets one past McDoomie first up. Gotta say, that Agagul Amadel, who took that catch, he's one of the Blacksmith players that really impressed me. I don't think we've seen the best of him with the bat just yet, because he hasn't had too many opportunities, just had the one time at the top of the order, but I like his bowling. I think his fielding, as you see there, it brings a lot of energy to the field and some good fundamentals.
Fires just making sure he's playing. He wants them all on the ring. Straight down the leg side, I think. It's, so, field here at the moment, you've got those 4 men sort of on the ring. And the offside, you've got long off on the boundary.
Remember the other day, it was a game where we didn't see a boundary till the very end of the 7th over.
Yeah.
Quite unbelievable, but certainly we're hoping that's not the case again. We haven't seen one so far. It's into the second half of the second.
So now, let's see if we are going to see anything different approach from Sam Sain. He's run a ball at the moment, which is more or less what we have seen from him most of the time. You've got to start taking the odd risk now and again and taking these shots. He's got to go big in the power play. He's got to really eye up that leg side here now, sort of hitting over square. And, but he just keeps going with that little paddle shot of his. Takes another single.
See what the robot's predicting, or the supercomputer at ECN headquarters predicting 115 to 89. Well, I think someone forgot to feed into the computer. The outfield's probably not quite what it normally is. Yeah, but they're fancying Plovdiv, but I think that this field in these conditions brings these teams a lot closer together. Plovdiv winning 4 of the last 5. Blacksmiths without a win in the ECS. Of course, this is their first appearance. Let's see. I think something like 70 to 80. Even here, I think 70 could be a winning score.
One hand comes off the bat as this is played, And Chase is on. They should stop it. Well, he's stopped it, but I don't think he knows how he stopped it. I think this is more the ball hitting, and they're still going to keep running. It wasn't the best of throws. This is the case, the ball hitting the back of the foot, and the fielder getting lucky, but they do get the extra run.
It was
with
like
a bad throw.
one of the most insane step overs you'll ever see. Look, here's the step over, Bush, and then just gets it, and that is still on the field, even though the tree's in the way, which kind of overhangs the field slightly. Anyway, it will be a 3. Don't see many of those. It will end the second over, 10-1. That gives us a chance to have a look at how this table's looking into Bulgaria. They now have a win on the board after accounting for Plovdiv in the previous game. So you can see that they're snuck into 3rd. They do have a game in hand on Plovdiv. So if Plovdiv weren't to win here, then Indo-Bulgarian could overtake them into the top 2. Again, the top 2 is important, isn't it, Rico? Because they get the double chance on finals date tomorrow.
Yeah, very much so.
It's Armadell who's going to bowl the next over. It's a pretty good take on the second bounce. Just a little bit too wide.
Yeah, that's good. Good keeping. Kept his eye on it. Armadell, you saw him take a great catch. Now, well, look at that.
Yeah.
That's really well done.
Dave Patel staying low. He's pretty low to start with, so that helps. Armadell. Leg stump. This one's slightly mishandled. Probably will come back for a second. They will. Doomy has to hustle, but he gets there.
Yeah, he just took his eye off the ball a little bit there, a little Patel, and then had to go back and chase it. But fortunately for him, on a day like today with a slow outfield, it doesn't go all the way to the boundary. 2 taken.
So something's live now on bet2ball.com. I found out that they have a new chart you can look at there if you do go to bet2ball.com, number 2 in the middle. This one should be stopped, and it is. It's Omer Malik. Here's the first one to slip today. Yeah, so they have what's called the live probability chart. So it basically tells you at any point in time what they think the chances of each team winning are. So
Okay.
yeah, that's interesting.
So
if you
tell
want
us
to
where that is again.
That's bet2ball.com. So bet2ball.com.
There you go, folks. Check it out.
Armadell hasn't been hit the boundary yet. Still won't be. This one just right in the block hole. Like Hussain just finds himself caught between a rock and a hard place. He wants his other teammates to bat around him in a sense, and he wants to take a fairly risk-averse approach, but I don't think anyone's really come to the party and been hitting any boundaries of their own. It's a nice-looking shot. This one will be 4. This is where he likes it. And he's able to get that nice, straight bat plane. And this one absolutely rocketed to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, this is a lovely straight drive, isn't it? Beautifully played. And even though it does bang into the mud, it still keeps going. Second time he's played that shot today, so he's certainly playing that one well. I wonder where he's missing out on is anything on his legs. Normally left-handers are pretty strong on the leg side.
Yeah, hit the power lines the other day with a big shot that didn't count, but that was headed for 6. Just waits on this, punch it for 1. So we talked about the reason Plovdiv would want to win and maybe increase their chances of a top 2 finish and the double chance, but Blacksmiths, for them, that's a very simple reason they want to win, because if they don't win, then it seems assured that they'll finish in 5th place and miss the finals. So
yeah, team on debut, remember, first time we've seen them. Then they've got 1 or 2 players that we've seen before in their side, the likes of Fayaz. But yeah, they certainly will be an iron up a victory here.
Called a wide. So Armadell has gone for 10 in this over now. It's been a while since we've seen a double figure over. One cutting back, but not quite enough. I think it gets a fair piece of that line. The umpiring's been pretty good.
It's been very good.
I have to say.
Consistent.
Pitched up and on the stumps. They'll grab a single there. Armadell goes for 11. And here's over. And well, this is interesting. Oh, have a look at this.
It would have been gone.
Well, you know what's so funny here is they run despite hitting the bat of the batter when the throw comes back, and it actually almost runs out his partner. So have a look at this. You see, this is the end of that run. Oh, actually, no, I thought it hit the bat. It's off the bowler. So they take it on. This is a real chance to get rid of Saim Hussain. but they miss out. So it takes us to the end of the third over. It's 22 for 1. And so, yeah, it's been a bit of a hard graft for the batters today. Now we're going to see Waleed Khan coming back to bowl his second over.
Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, if I were same Hussain here now, I would be saying to myself, right, okay, I could have been, maybe should have been out, run out. So now, let's just, I'm going to go at every ball.
You're on borrowed
Yeah,
time.
I'm going to go at every ball. I'm really going to go at every ball. I think he's got the timing and he's got the power. He just needs the confidence.
That's an extreme approach. I still think, yeah, it doesn't have to be binary. Gets this one into the edge of the pitch, and so it goes nowhere.
It could be, no, he's going to get back. It's lucky. Now, you see, they're the sort of ones, those sort of deliveries, left-handers, they love to put them away, and he just hasn't been able to.
This one, he absolutely clonks into the side of the pitch and always comes back at him. Back on strike now. Full toss. This is the longest boundary on the ground, and it is handled eventually because it is such a long boundary. It's quite often too there, especially in these conditions. Yeah, I think with Saim Hussain, it's about gears. We saw last time he batted within himself, and then felt like, right, I've got to go at everything. There's got to be a middle ground for him.
Is he too correct? Do you think that's what it is?
I don't think
He's too used to playing the longest
I think it's habit. I don't think he's too correct. Because you can hit the ball correctly and still take calculated risks to score. So the things I don't see him doing that other openers with a good technique will do, moving around in the crease. You feel like he's reacting to what the bowler's bowling and playing the right shot. Whereas the better openers in this format, they will make the bowler do something different. They might move around in their crease. They might target a certain area. He does seem to be a little bit reactive, whereas, you know, I think he is good enough to control the game, essentially force the bowler to bowl in certain areas. Probably most obvious one that he could learn to play or start to play is like that ramp shot, or, you know, a kind of between square leg and right behind the keeper.
Yeah.
Target that area because he's got a good enough eye to do it.
Yeah, I think he misses out on too many of his pads. He's when I say miss out, he gets the singles okay, but he doesn't turn them into boundaries, and that's another example there where, you know, here's the right-hander here, and he needs to be cutting these away, just backing away and allowing that to go through. You need bat on ball, and we already know you get a little edge on that, and it goes down to third man. It's going to race away. Dot balls at the moment.
A little edge.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fielder.
Does well.
He's a bit of a vortex specialist. It's a Fletch-like throw from Tayyub.
I think we should forget the vortex. We should call that area the Tayyub because every time it's going there, he's the man doing the fielding. He's done marvellously well.
26 for 1 after 4 overs. Yeah, they have defended pretty well so far in this innings. And yeah, just the one boundary so far. That's a pretty nice looking shot. But yeah, they've been too infrequent for Plovdiv in the last innings in a little bit. Looks like Fayaz is going to come on to bowl his second over. Again, this will be the second bowler to bowl out. And so, yeah, they haven't seen a fourth or fifth bowler yet. That could be another thing that's relevant. McDoomie, yeah, stands and hits it. Just the one.
Yeah, nice firm strike. Gets Hussain back on strike. Well, now Hussain goes here because he's probably thinking, well, let's just see Fires out. And then you probably got the like of Kazatsky, who probably will bowl maybe 2 overs. So maybe he's thinking, well, okay, if we're going to see the key bowlers out early, we've got a chance to target perhaps the later bowlers.
I don't know if this field will stay, but right now there's no fine leg whatsoever. So this is where, you know, you need a boundary. You don't need it, but you really would like one. And, you know, a player with his eye, you'd think he'd be able to maybe sneak one around the corner. Instead, he just gets a full toss, punch it straight. And look, I'm going to go for 2 here. Good throw would have him in trouble, but doesn't get too much on the throw. They will get back for 2. That's going to be frustrating as well. Because the fielding side, you're trying to keep Saim Hussain away from the strike, I think. He's the one that's done most of the batting. Yeah, so it's one of those ones you look for that shot to fine leg. If it's not there, well, then maybe you bail out. And you're still just happy to get some bat on it. And plan B, you can knock it away for a single. It's just his plan A so often is to knock it for a single. Doesn't leave him Too far to go. This one doesn't really bounce as much as he thinks. Fires is an interesting player, isn't he? He's that I'd like to see more of with the bat because he seems to be able to get on runs.
Yeah, I think in this T10 format, for me, he's the one you've got to open with.
Goes over the offside this time. Still tests the outfield. Had to run all the way up the hill. Well, he might have done this, you know. Well, check it out on the replay. Salman can't. This is one time I would have been going hands first because it's basically a Taekwondo style stop. Have a look at this.
Ooh,
I think that's just okay. If you go back, I think his toe's inside the field. I actually think this is okay. And if there's any doubt, it goes to the fielding side. See, there. Keep going, roll it forward. Yeah, I think he's fine.
I think he's managed to just get enough twist on his ankle to stop it.
I don't. You can't see the line there, so you can't make a call. Well, it's not my call, but I would say that's okay. So they're going to continue. Good decision. This one. Let's get into the longest boundary on the ground. This time it will get through. It's going to be 4. That's Armadale, who's normally such a good fielder. He does the right thing. He does try and get down, but the ball escapes him. And I think that Jacob Gould just a little bit slow to back him up there, and that's why it sneaks through for 4.
Yeah, important and valuable runs. You can see that he certainly is trying to get the acceleration in there. But, yeah, I think the fielder backing up there just done better. He relied too much on Armadale making the stop.
You can understand he wouldn't expect Armadale to miss one, to be honest. But now this time, Armadale has the ability to have a second chance, and he's getting away some overthrows.
Well, here we go. Play the music. Play the music. You got to just keep running here.
3.
Will they go for another? And they decide to play safe.
This is the other thing. You got to look after your bowlers when you're throwing it in, and so finds another way to give some runs away. Poor Armadale. He's actually done some really good things in this series, but he hasn't impressed Mohamed Fayez here.
No.
He thinks he's taken a bit off the throw, but just look at where it bounces. It basically yorks him. And so 2 overthrows are the result. That's 5 overs down. It's 38 for 1. It's the second 3 we've had in the innings, Rico.
Yeah, Fires was not happy about that at all. And,
Sam Hussain, much better strike rate already. Let's focus on the positives. Had 2 4s, and I suppose 2 3s in the innings. So that's why they're sitting at 76 pace at the halfway point. And Armadale will grab the ball. This is a little inside edge. I think about 2, but it's not quite there. Good fielding. So by bringing Armadale back now, that means they've bowled out 3 bowlers that have bowled 2 each. You're forced to bowl a 4th and 5th option. And probably we'll see Omar Malik. Bowled good over before. So perhaps Katsarski. Maybe try someone like Salman Khan. We'll have to find out. Right now, this is Agagul Armadale. This is hit nicely over cover. And the fielder will make the stop. Will basically walk it to. Wow, what's going on there? I think he's daring them to take another run.
well,
It's like they were both outfoxing each other. The batters didn't run hard, and the fielder just leaves it. What's going on here?
Fires is saying, well, look, I've done my bit. I've stopped it. You can come over and pick it up and throw it for me. He said, come on, get there. You've got a better arm than me.
Lost in the trees.
Well, there you go. That's seniority for you.
2 runs. Down the pitch. But just the 1.
Yeah, I mean, what Rohan Doomy has? He's got a very good eye, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to, his footwork doesn't seem to be anywhere, but he makes good firm contact with the ball.
Sometimes, especially in this form of the game, this kind of pitch condition, the eye is more important, you could argue.
This is a no ball.
It's going to be no ball, and if it's caught or not, doesn't matter. They'll probably come back for a couple. Yeah, so that one just getting away from Armadale. So yeah, free hit coming up. These are costly in what could potentially be a low-scoring game as well. That one's well above the waist. Good early call from the umpire.
Yeah, so opportunity here to go with the full Monty. And I wonder if Tyron Hussain will make the most of it.
Goes for it and gets a fair piece of it. Fires. Oh, he gets close, but it's going to be 4. And so, well, a bit of frustration for Mohammed Fires. He might have thought he was running out of room there. It's very hard to know where you are in the field. There's a nice-looking shot from Saim Hussain. So he's finding that gear that we've been talking about. But Fires, he did have a play on that ball.
Yeah, it had the opportunity, I think, at least to make the stop. Because the catch, of course, the wicket wouldn't have counted, but it should be trying to stop it. This is another pretty full ball. And Fires, well, he's going to get nowhere near this one either. So they're making him work. Huff and puff when he may have left the first one to the fielder and said, come and get it. Well, the last 2, he's had to field himself, and it has been called. A no ball as well. So that's also, remember, that's 2 high ones.
That's 2.
Now, the new rules have saved him here because otherwise he would have been off.
And that was probably waist high. And so new rule as well, it's waist high above, not above waist high. So waist high ones should be called. So another free hit coming up. Takes the catch. Could have a run out here, you know. Oh no. A bit of contact there as well.
It could have been a wipeout. In the end, both men are still standing, and yeah, they're all right. They're friends. Ganasi Dost Manjil. Sorry. And yeah, why not? I mean, they hit each other pretty hard, and he's not a big man, Dave Patel.
The other thing is that Makdumi doesn't run straight away because he forgets it's a free hit. That's why he finds himself having to put in the big ones at the end of the run, and then just an accidental clash with Dave Patel.
Katsarski doesn't throw it straight away either. I think
it
was one of those. It happens so many times, doesn't it? When it's a free hit and there's a catch, there's always this little bit of, is it, isn't it? And then all of a sudden...
I think that Katsarski knew it wasn't out, but he wasn't expecting to have to throw it. He was happy because he thought it was an easy single, but then he spots that Makdumi was really slow to move. So anyway, this has been expensive over so far. It's had a couple of extra deliveries. It's gone for 17 at the moment.
Yeah, it's been probably one of the best overs they've had.
Make that 18 as Hamadel, uncharacteristically expensive. 12 and 18 off his 2 overs. He finishes with none for 30. 6 overs down. Score is 56 for 1. And this also means that we're going to have 2 new bowlers, because you can see there that 3 bowlers bowled 2 overs each. That's their maximum. It does look like it will be Omar Malik to come in and bowl the 7th. Yeah,
it's been a good partnership. 50 partnership up between these two. The first wicket fell with a score on 5. So well done to them. And you've got to say, well done to Makdumi. He's played a good supporting role. He's going out run a ball, but you don't mind that as long as you've got somebody at the other end, like Hussain, who's taking advantage of it. And Hussain has started again now.
Yeah, so here's Malik to Makdumi. Starts with low full toss, gets fair piece of this. This will test the outfield as well. Yeah, goes the kick stop again. And they think about a third. They think against it. Yeah, it's an interesting one to work out exactly how you're going to stop this ball. Because it might stop on its own. You do risk kicking it over the line. You manage to find a way to do it.
He does well there. Someone can't. I think it's a couple of times he had to go there and make the stop.
Because you also have to think, well, you can't really field the ball because you'll probably then end up the other side of the line. So you're kind of reduced to either tapping it back or kicking it back, or if you think it's going to stop by itself, just leaving it alone. Completely. You won't find any of this in the cricket textbook. Maybe right up the back. So Malik once again will bowl to Makdumi. Just basically chops this one. Think of a second here. Yeah, it's not an easy run out to make, but they probably don't feel at this stage it's worth risking it. Probably in a couple of overs' time, they'll be going for that second. Whips this off his pads, and this one will be 4 down to the vortex.
Yeah.
There's nobody guarding that area. I alluded to it earlier. Saim Hussain is not going to miss out on that time and gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit more like it, isn't it? A bit more of an authoritative shot, a bit more assertive in it. He's not looking just to plod it. He's looking to hit it, gets the full swing off the bat, and gets his just reward. 4 runs. Nice shot.
So, Omar Malik going to change the angle. He's going to go around the wicket. Brings deep point up, puts deep square back to the left of screen. This goes in that direction. Should be handled. And they're going to take on a second. They're late to go. In fact, he's found a way to drop this. Amir Malik.
यार की हो गया क्यों कितना आजा बोलता आ गई फिर बाहर चल गई चांस गया. And what an opportunity that was.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Hussain was keen. McDoomie didn't get the memo. Just have a look at the running here. He thinks that's it. And then he finds himself trying to put up a stop sign to no avail. Back to live action. The next one was missed, actually, and it's going to be 4.
Well, there you go. And Dennis Horos, and ECN cameraman, did a bit of fielding.
Yeah, this is a couple of balls in a row. We've seen some sloppiness from the Blacksmiths. Yeah, this time really should have been stopped. And just couldn't quite get down there, Katsarski. So yeah, the missed run out. And then the boundary. We're saying hitting the ball hard again. This time he finds Fires. Good fundamentals to stop that. It will just be 1, and it will be the end of the 7th over. Plovdiv are 70 for 1. Building a pretty good score in these conditions, I think, Rico. And Blacksmiths, they're just struggling to stay in the game at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Simon Hussain has all of a sudden, especially in the last 2 overs, just accelerated. He sort of almost going sort of run a ball, and now he's up 46 of 24 deliveries. And the two of the batters having a little chat there, having a look at the scorecard. I think they'll be pretty happy. I was saying earlier today that if you can go at 10 and over and you get the 100, that is a really good achievement in these conditions. And that's what they're looking to do here at the moment.
Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, or you can follow me at Mr. Maximo. Rico, your Instagram, I'm really enjoying that, at Rico Full. You're also on Facebook at rico.full.1. But if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, make sure you like this video and subscribe.
Yeah.
So we can keep bringing you more content. Also, we're on Twitter and Facebook at European Cricket. Check it out. Also, we're on TikTok now. So all you TikTokers out there, you can find your content
Hey,
there
I've
as well.
discovered Reels now.
Oh, yeah, Reels.
Reels. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
To music, right? 5th bowler has arrived, and he is going to be sent to the boundary. Oh, straight away, 4 runs. And to go get that from the other side of the well. And that also brings up Simon Hussain's 50. So off 25 balls, it's been a pretty good innings. And he has found that gear that we've been looking for from him.
Yeah, he has. He's taken the chance, got the confidence. I mean, again, risky shot. There's a man there, and perhaps should have been taken. Or should have at least got hands to it. But that's what we're talking about. Sometimes you've got to take the odd chance. And he's done that.
Just feel he's a confidence player, isn't he? Simon's saying he wants 2 here. Now he seems hungry for the strike, and he seems just a bit more proactive. As McDoomie almost gets collected by the throw. Yeah, danger signs at the moment with this partnership building.
Yeah, I think this is probably didn't utilise their bowlers in the right way here. I think they've left themselves open to attack.
Miss hit. Now will they go for 2 here? This is one of those potential 2s. I think already we're seeing the players read the ground a little bit better. I think this morning batters weren't running hard for those, but I think if you hit it in that area, it's so hard to keep your feet as a fielder. It's almost going to be impossible to affect a run out. Oh no, that could be a no ball as well. And this one is going to go even further. Maximo! Hussain opening some Easter gifts. It is Easter this weekend in Bulgaria. And that one is even worse for the Blacksmiths because that's a no ball. It's going to have to be bowled again. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, you see, it's a confidence game. I mean, earlier we saw a similar delivery to the same batter, Hussain, and it was although it was a free hit, it was a chance that should have been taken. Now he's in the rhythm. He's got his confidence. Now he's clearing the boundary ropes.
Hit spin, but going down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, this one, you'd be disappointed here. This was there for it. If you're a left-handed batter, this one has to be put away. It was right in the zone where you like it. And maybe the fact that it being a free hit, it was just trying to hit it harder rather than time it. So it gets lucky.
So Tayoub trying to escape further damage. Makdumi says my turn, and he tennis bats this one straight down the pitch. It will just be one. Yeah, so I suppose Hussein, he's doing this against the Blacksmiths, they're winless. He'll be hoping he can do it against some of the more premier teams heading into finals tomorrow. Goes leg side again. This time Fielder should be able to handle it. And it will just be one, so Saim Hussein, been such a good knock from him. He moves to 61. He'll retain the strike. 8 overs down, it's 88 for 1.
Yeah, this partnership continues. Remember, they did come together with the score on 5. So they'll be keen to see if they can make a 100 partnership here as well. And they've got this acceleration going just when they needed to, didn't they? All started from that the second over from Mohammed Faiz. I mean, they got 12 of that one, then 18 off Ahmadels, which was a bit of a surprise. 14 from Umar Malik, and that last one going for 18 as well from Tayoub. And you can see that they're just having a little bit of a conference there. The Blacksmiths about who's going to bowl the next one. But yeah, I just think they needed to just spread those bowlers out a little bit. Bowling out your main bowlers sort of in the first 6-7 overs, that's not going to work for you. And you're going to then, especially when you've got the recognised batter still there. And that's what we're seeing here, and hence the acceleration.
So we're going to see a 6 bowler now in Katsarski, the captain. He's bringing himself on for the night, so he'll only get the 1. Yeah, that's Ahmadel. It was Umar Malik that went for 14 and Tayoub for 18 in the last 2 overs. In the air and caught. So Katsarski, the captain, comes on and gets his opposite number with his very first delivery. Pretty good catch taken there by Umar Malik as well. And he's going to have to go. Saim Hussein, not before he's made 61 valuable runs. And that is the second wicket to fall, 88 for 2. Breaks a good partnership.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good catch. And Katsarski, well, comes on. And, well, battle of the two captains didn't last very long, did it? As he gets him with his very first delivery. And he's probably thinking to himself, well, why didn't I come on a little bit earlier? But it's been a good knock. And you get a good round of applause. Will Saim Hussein, 61 scored of 31 deliveries. He's done the job for his team. He's got the acceleration in just when he's needed. And, well, the thing is now is, can they continue that pace at around an over, 10 and over, to try and register a good score? And I think a good score from here, really, you've got to be eyeing up the 100. You'd be very disappointed if you don't get there.
Yeah, certainly. So Katsarski to the new man, Ahsan Khan. Pretty good delivery from Katsarski. Just be the 1. So it's going to be a tough total for the Blacksmiths to chase. We'll need one of their big guns to fire. Maybe this is the game where they can put it together.
Now it's time for Makdumi to go boom boom. It's a pretty good hitting so far, a sporting roll. Hits this really well, nice and straight. He's going to take some stopping, and well, just getting the toe of the boot to it. Does Fayaz. He does very, very well. Both अच्छी कोशिश करती फील्ड ने बॉल स्टॉप करने पर लग गया चौका, and it's 4 more. And they needed that. And Katsarski goes for a boundary.
Yeah, it's pretty well struck. He talked about Makdumi having a good eye. And with that shot, he moves into the 20s. He'll be hoping to put the foot down. An over and a half to play. And, doesn't get this one. Oh, the throw comes in full force. Well backed up.
Backing up again, isn't it?
So we'll see what Ahsan Khan can do. Just a single to his name so far. So it's nice to see some sunshine, isn't it? After the 2 or 3 days we've had. It all happens in the 9th. Hit pretty well. Ahmadel needs to make the stop, and he does. That's really solid fielding. Again, doesn't really look after his bowler. Now we're going to have a run out. So, yeah, it's going to cause a run out, and Ahmadel won't get credit for it. But you can see what the batters were thinking. They thought there's no way the bowler is going to handle that, and they were right. But they both didn't go. It was only one of them.
Yeah.
That's Ahsan Khan who I think decided that was not the that they were going to get a second one. McDoomie didn't get the memo. You see here, so Hassan Khan says, look, we can go. There's no way they're backing this up. And meanwhile, McDoomie's watching the guy back it up. And it results in a run out. So a bit of a fortunate one, I suppose.
कह रहा तो किधर देखदा बॉल ना देख मेरी अक्खां नु देख मैं तेनू कह रहा आजा 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 बैठा रह गया उन चल अंदर. And yeah, it's a shame. It's not a nice way for him to go.
95 for 3. Ahmed Sufyan comes to the crease. So again, pretty handy player to have. Katsarski to Hassan Khan then. He won't want to get out after basically a sense causing that run out. I can kind of see what he was thinking though. End of the over, 96 for 3.
I think if they'd gone straight away, the run was there because Amadou does tend to fire it in, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the bowlers, they don't want to stop it.
And so the other thing is that, you know, they probably didn't need to rush for the second because of McDoomie being on strike. Maybe that's one you would do if you were trying to get someone back on strike, but it kind of took strike away from the established batter. In fact, ends up removing him completely. So 9 overs down, it's 96 for 3. And they are going back to Omar Malik for the last over. Pretty good over by Kasarski, all things considered. Just gives away 8. There was 2 wickets in the over.
They've got to be careful here. I think they may have too many out again. Yeah, they have. So Fires will have to come in. And says, count them again. And yeah, okay. He's saying, no, Fires, I want you straight. So the point comes in.
And starts with a wicket. So Omar Malik getting it full, getting it straight. And that's always a good tactic at this point in the innings. Actually any point in the innings. As Hassan Khan couldn't deal with it. He becomes the 4th wicket to fall, 96 for 4.
Yeah, that's good bowling, isn't it, at this stage? It's the final over. You know that the batters are hungry to go after you. But, well, if you put it there, it's going to be very difficult to do. And you see he goes back into his crease and turns it, and ends up yorking himself. And he's got to go, goes for 3 or 3. So a new batter will have to come out.
Yeah, the new batter will be Ahmed Naveed. I mean, it's got a good little mini comeback here in the last couple of overs, but you just feel there's so much damage done through overs 5, 6, 7 and 8. When you consider there were 62 runs off those 4 overs.
Yeah.
That hurts. And on a low-scoring day.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the acceleration because at the 5-over mark, end of 5 overs, the score was 38 for 1. So they certainly have got going. And that was just a time when there was that opportunity, wasn't it? Simon was saying could have been run out.
Yeah.
Would have been run out by a long way. And we said then, he's really got to say, right, it's time for me to go because really I'm lucky to be here. And he did exactly that.
So Omar Malik to left-handed Naveed. Just wants the one. And, well, he's almost taken out the umpire with his throw.
Well, I see getting this arc shot. Could be giving himself out LBW here because I think that's clonked him on the leg. Oh, he's showing no pain. Strong man.
I thought it couldn't have hit him because he didn't react. He must be made of steel, this Akshar.
He's got the thermals on. A bit of extra protection.
Sufyan facing his first ball now. It's pretty well bowled. They're going to go for one anyway. And, well, good goalkeeper type stop from Dave Patel.
Nisag Shah, umpire keh raha hun idhar na maar udhar maar, and he does. He goes for the opposite end, and this time, well, it was Dave Patel. That's like a stop on the line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like never mind a goalkeeper stop, more like a defender in football. Taking on hard here, but I think it'll just be another one. Edging towards the 3 figures. That one takes him to 99. Oh, I think he's out here, you know, if he appeals for it. I don't know if he will. Well,
there's a few boos around the ground. The umpire has said we want to do a review.
Yes and no. But he is taking off early. The funny thing is he misses the stumps the first time. So, I mean, to me he's out. He misses the stumps, but then hits it before the bat's back. So if he really wants it, he's going to get it here.
Yeah, just a wonder. I mean, will they What do you think? They're going to honour it? They're going to say, nah, look, we'll give you a warning, get back in there.
I mean, it doesn't cost them a run or anything at this stage. It's not like they're getting a set batter. I think what's going to happen is they'll withdraw their appeal.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I saw Kaczarski getting in there with the umpire and saying, look, just let him know he shouldn't be doing that.
Also,
which is fair enough.
He did look a bit of a goose there, didn't he, Malik, when he missed the stumps? when he tried to do it and air swung the first time.
You see it again here. You see he misses him there.
But the lesson there is that he is leaving early.
Yeah.
You know, that's the lesson. Dot.
Oh, where's this one going? They might as well run. Get another chance. Umpire, move out of the way.
There's no one backing that up if he threw that. They might have run about 5. I mean, and everyone's quick to boo the bowler.
This was a wild throw from Patel, wasn't
it? He had the glove on. couldn't quite deal. But I mean, the onus is on the batter to stay in their crease. I mean, can't say enough times. 100's up, last ball in the air. Well, this could be a catch. Armadel's under it. And he's too far under it. It's going to be 4. So he just runs under the ball. And, that's such a shame for Armadel. But the Plovdiv supporters, they'll like it because they're going to end up with 104 off their 10 overs. And a nice swashbuckling extra cover drive to finish things off. Ahmed Naveed will walk away with 6 runs to his name. And the target for Blacksmiths will be 105 if they're going to bring up their first win in ECN cricket.
Yeah, it's going to take some doing, isn't it? But... well, they just did the right things at the right time, didn't they? And you can probably say that the Blacksmiths maybe did the opposite. A few overthrows, and you see there at the end there, once again, this time it was Armadale, the opportunity of taking a catch, but getting it wrong. He did a bit of the ballerina there as it goes over, as we have a look at the highlights here. And once again, it was Simon Hussain that gave him a good start, but that was a great catch there because Sulman Ali, once again, he just can't get past the 1 mark. This was a good stop, and it's not the first one that Solomon Khan made out there. And this one with Armadale getting it wrong, and that did go through 4 runs.
Armadale does the right thing and gets the wrong result. The judo kick seemed to be a more effective fielding method. Anyway, we just saw a few more boundaries, I think, than we've seen in a lot of the matches this morning. In fact, 9 boundaries and a Maximo in this innings. And you saw that Simon Hussain, once he got a bit of confidence, it looked really hard to stop. He was backing himself. I think once he gets over the initial fear of getting out early, just frees himself up in the middle overs. And yeah, this one hurt as well for the Blacksmiths. No ball, +6. Good catch taken there by Omar Malik. A wicket for Kaczarski first up. Again, they weren't quite finished. This was an unusual run out. It's basically running on the fact he knew the bowler wasn't going to collect the throw. But there was a man hiding behind him, and McDoomie had to go after a pretty useful contribution of 23 from him. Hassan Khan didn't last too long in the last over. And we saw the umpire in the crosshairs as well, didn't we? But that was a nice one to finish. Ahmed Naveed. It was a catching opportunity, you'd have to say, for Armadale, but he ran himself under the ball and ran up the hill for 4. And so 104 will be the final score for MU Plovdiv. As we have a look at the scorecard, it's dominated by the captain, Simon Hussain, 61 off 31 with 7 fours and a 6. Apart from that, there were just 2 boundaries hit. One by McDoomie, who made 23 off 20. Ahmed Naveed hitting 4 off the very last ball of the innings to take the score up to 104. Look, only 2 wides. I mean, that's a positive. 4 no balls, maybe a concern, but for the most part, they had their radar right and didn't give away too many extras, but just some good batting in there. As far as the bowlers, well, they gambled to use some bowlers up front, didn't they? It was Fayez, Malik and Kaczarski that chipped in with the wickets. Again, Kaczarski, because he brings himself on so late, doesn't get the opportunity to bowl a second over. I would like to see another one out of him. But still, Blacksmiths, they do have some good players, Rico, and they'll be throwing everything at this target of 105.
Yeah, they certainly will, and they know that if they want to make it into final state, and they need this victory. And it's probably, I would say, maybe 20 runs more than what they wanted to give away. I think if they were able to keep Plovdiv to around 80, they would have settled for that. But I think Simon was saying he was key, wasn't he? He managed to get going in the right time. But take nothing away from the innings from Ruhan Makhdoumi. I think he batted really well, played a good sporting role, and he ran well. He made the sacrifices, because Simon was saying on a number of occasions, said, look, you're running to the danger end. Yeah. He got lucky a few times, but he played the part. He didn't hesitate, and I think he needs to take a lot of credit for that partnership.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break. When we return, It will be 105 the target for the Blacksmiths if they're going to win this one. Match 14. So join us very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to match number 14. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, in Sofia, where the sun is shining and the temperatures are getting warmer and warmer, which is lovely. And we've got a good match here as well. We've seen the captain of Medical University of Plovdiv, Simon Hussain, become the second man to score a half-century in this series. The other was Medical University Sofia's Kevin D'Souza. And he's put his team in a good position. They put 104 on the board, so 105 required for victory. And it's going to take some doing. And it's Mohammed Fayez. He's not opening. I thought they perhaps would have opened with him to try and get quick runs on the board in the power play. They've gone with Salman Khan and Dave Patel, the wicket keeper. And first ball. Ready to be bowled, and it's going to be Ashan Khan. Batter just checking his guard. And I'm pretty sure that Salman Khan's been elevated up the order to try and get things going with a few big hits in the power play. And he certainly has a go. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was on the money, on the stumps. And similarly to MU Plovdiv's Magdumi. Looks like he's got a pretty good eye, Salman Khan. And gets his team off the mark straight away, the very first ball. So now it's wicket keeper, Dave Patel on strike. Khan bowling to him. And this one goes down the leg side, and I think the umpire's just checking to see if this touches anything on the way through. Decided that it just catches a little bit of the pad. Once more, and well, this is probably would have been a wide down the offside, and the fielders, oh well, the fielders nearly make a mess of it, and so do the batters. No calling there, and this would have been unusual bit of cricket. First of all, here, let's see both fielders, and you know who that man is, and Suleiman Ali seems to be spent more time, I think, on the deck than he has on his feet when he's out there in the field. Here this time it goes to point, and another wild throw. Well backed up. Not probably for the first time. We've seen one that's flown over the wicketkeeper, Hussain, but backed up well. Sort of got an interesting field here. They've got sort of third man inside a circle and then backward point on the boundary. And fine leg is back as well. The bowler getting a little bit excited here. This is a little bit too high and going down the leg side. Probably a bit of bat on there as well. Good swing though. And fortunately, Patel doesn't hit this very clean. Otherwise, there was opportunity for Abidi to take the catch. And that is the end of the first over. And it's not the start they wanted, just 4 runs from it. But then having said that, that's exactly what Medical University of Plovdiv did in their first. And this is Rico Full welcoming you to the, well, sunshine here in Sofia, Bulgaria at the moment. And alongside me, my fellow commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. Welcome back to all of our viewers. Great to have you with us. Great to have cricket back on the park and the sun shining. May there be more of it heading into finals day tomorrow here in Bulgaria, as it will be Mohamed Uzair who will bowl over number 2. Yeah, I think they might have missed a trick. Not just kind of throwing someone like a Fayez up the top. Guess time will tell. Swing and a miss. First up. Someone Khan played some nice shots earlier. And yeah, Dave Patel, I haven't seen too much of him with the bat, so see if he can get something going. But I told you about the importance of attacking the power play. I think, especially when you're chasing 100 plus, if you don't get too many in the power play, you almost find yourself out of the game already. Well bowled, using the angle across. It seems to work for him as there. It's kind of artificially creating that angle across the right-hander, a bit like a left-armer might.
Yeah, I must admit there's very few What time around the bowlers we've seen that do seem to have mastered it. Uzair seems to be one of the few that has.
Just one. So yeah, they need boundaries, they need them quick. Like Smiths, searching for their first win. I think their only game apart from this is to play into Bulgarian later on today. So keep an eye out for that one. And Plovdiv, as far as Plovdiv are concerned, this is their last opportunity to score points in the group stage. So we won't see them again till tomorrow. They want to win this to make it a bit more difficult for Indo Bulgarian to break into the top 2. Well, Solly does pick it up without falling over. But will allow a single.
Yeah, that's what they've got to do. I mean, if they don't get the boundary, one thing you've got to do is at least get the single. You don't want to be giving any dot balls away. But soon we'll get a point, or even that won't be very helpful to them. Already at almost 12 and over required. And that's good bowling. I mean, he's seen that the batter, Patel, is trying to make room for himself down the leg side, and Uzair just gets it right across him where he can't get anywhere near it. Dot ball.
He's only gone for 2 singles in this over. Last ball coming up. There is some bat on it, but no run again. So what a good over that is from Uzair. He only concedes a couple. And Blacksmith struggling early in this chase. 6 for no loss. And just 6 singles, 6 dot balls through this first 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I am intrigued. I mean, I was surprised that we didn't see fires come up earlier in the last game when they were chasing. Remember, they were chasing the score, and it wasn't a high score at all. And they fell short without losing any wickets and lost by 7 runs. Needed 48, I think, to win in that first match, which was a 5 over a team affair. So they just, I don't think they're getting the right order at the start. I think you've got to go with Fires. He's somebody we know can club the ball pretty well. Well, that's a pretty good hit. It may not even get to the boundary, though. It does just trickle over.
Lucky it did. For the fielding team, who knew how many they were going to run there, because no one really went to chase it. Yeah, that's a nice shot. I need a bit more of that. Salman Khan does look like he can give it a bash. Yeah, when you consider these games are so important as far as trying to make it into the top 4. Yeah. In fact, we haven't even seen Fires today with the bat. I find it a bit curious.
Yeah.
It's moving in, and I'm going to go the leg by. Now, chance of a second, again, taking the eye off the ball. It was a pretty fancy behind the back effort.
That was nifty, wasn't it? I'm liking
Simon
this.
Zane had one of those on Monday from Nitin Sunil.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then he missed one when he was about half a metre away from the stumps and facing them.
Yeah, and that ended up being a close game because they ran the extra
That's
there.
right.
And that was the one which was won by a couple of runs.
Hassan Khan. Pretty good delivery. Just grabs the very bottom of the bat. Bit of a French cut from Patel. Yes, already. See Patel 4 off 10. Again, you need essentially 21 every 2 overs. You find yourself probably already a dozen behind where you want to be. It's just not an easy field to try and catch up on with big overs, unless the bowlers really lose the plot, as we saw a couple of times today already. Yeah, fairly straight delivery. Salman Khan can't do much with it.
Yeah, it's a quicker ball from Ashan Khan. Battle of the Khans at the moment.
He gets plenty of this. This should go for 4, and it does. Yeah, runs up the hill. Salman Khan have a pretty good eye. Can give it a thump at times. See, that's what he's up the order to do, and he gets 4.
Yeah, this is what he has to do. Lovely jubbly. Boundaries is what we need. 4 runs, but the thing is, I mean, it's no good him getting 1 or 2 boundaries in and over, and then you see Patel struggling and getting a few dot balls for you. So really, Patel's got to make up his mind pretty quickly what he's doing here. He either gets going or he comes back and gives somebody else a chance.
That's probably over. This is punched through. This could be 4 more, and it is. So the field quickening up slightly, I think. Salman Khan takes this off a length. So they needed boundaries from somewhere. They got 3 of them in the 3rd over. And that's the end of it now. Blacksmiths are 20 for no loss. Well, they're still a bit behind where they need to be, but at least Salman Khan showing that he can find the boundary. And if they can do that often enough, they'll be able to hunt down this target of 105.
Well, maybe if anyone can, someone can. Because he's played that really well. That's a good, powerful shot, good hand speed, and good timing. And yeah, I think you're right. I mean, looking at that part of the ground, Venny, it does seem to be drying up. Remember, the wind this morning certainly would have helped.
Yeah.
And now the sunshine, and you can see that the ball is starting to manoeuvre around this ground pretty quickly. And both the batters there having a chat there. I think Patel here, Dave, he's got to go, hasn't it? I mean, if he doesn't get going here now, I reckon that, well, someone can't maybe going for a
Tap on the
suicidal
shoulder.
run.
In fact, well, we might be seeing it now.
There you go, yeah.
I think we're seeing a strategic retirement. And it looks like Armadel's going to come to the crease. So still no fires. And look, I think it's nothing against Dave Patel at all. But I think that, you know, as far as what's required in the game, you need to try and score a bit quicker. So if it's not really happening for one of the batters, it probably is the right thing for the team. It's also unselfish for Dave Patel to go in that fashion. So he'll be retired out for 4 of 10. And the score now will be 20 for 1.
Yeah. I think that's a good move. You know, sometimes it's just not your day. It's not through not trying. He's tried hard. He hasn't been able to get bat on the ball that often and just scored 4 of 10. So I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, I think once the stigma goes, I think we'll start seeing it more and more used strategically. It's perfectly legitimate as well. Because it's not like he can come back and bat again. It's a retired out situation, so it will be a wicket. So it'll be 20 for 1. And actually will be Armadel, who is facing up to the first ball, the 4th over. Is there. Not a good first over. And he conceded 2. Attacking the stumps. Top ball. So, I mean, this is the other theory with it, is that, you know, you're going to get a new batter in there, and maybe it'll take them time to get going. But I think we'll probably see the way that Armadel bats. He'll be playing his shots pretty early. Case in point there, but down the leg side.
Yeah, it is a holiday here in Bulgaria today, to do with the Easter festivities, and it's nice to see that now that the sun is out, a number of people, spectators, are turning up to the ground to watch the cricket.
Helix got a question in the chat, that's an interesting one, about who makes the call on the retirement. We talked about this a little bit when I was with Corey last week in the Netherlands. You see Armadel, really expansive swing, he slices it away. Similar Manali's on ice skates today, so probably worth going for 2 on him, and they do. They get back for a couple. Armadel off the mark. I'm not sure who did it on that occasion. When I really thought about it, I mean, because either the batter's going to say, look, guys, it's not happening for me, or the captain or the coach is going to say, look, or a combination of the two. But it's hard to communicate, I suppose, in a game like this. I think ultimately, when I really thought about it, I thought it should be the captain's decision, because the captain's job in the field is to decide who bowls and who bowls when. Yeah. So it kind of has a parallel to that for me. Swing and a miss. So for me, it should be up to the captain. And I don't know whether it's just you hold up a sign or you hold up a number, and you know, the captain is ultimately held responsible for winning and losing so much of the time. So I think that's where the responsibility should lie. I'm trying the hard.
I mean, some people, and I must admit, I used to have this thought before. I used to say, well, I don't like it. I think if you know you're not doing it, well, it's very easy to get yourself out. You just hit your wicket. But then, when you think about the game and match situations, to see this ball first up in the air will probably just drop short. Yeah. Oh, wow. How about this? This was a little one of these little flicks, wasn't it, that you see these funky
if he connected this might have gone over. This might have gone over the sight screen.
Look at that. I mean well, you see it all. But no, going back to that, if you hit your own wicket, the disadvantage you have is you've used up a ball.
Yeah, and balls are so important in a 10-over game.
Important.
Not just that, not just about hitting your own wicket, which to me more of a mockery of the game. If you would hit your own wicket over, people say, "Oh, just hit one straight up in the air," or just you know, do something hyper aggressive. End of the over, 25 for no loss. But 2 things. One of them is we've seen guys essentially try and do that and stay in for 3-4 overs because they keep mishitting him to the boundary. So it's the same problem. They can't hit a boundary. And then the other thing is, well, what if you hit up a catch and they don't want to take it because they're pretty happy. So yeah, it'll be 25 for 1. The score after 4. Haven't noted the retired out in the wickets column at the moment. But regardless, 25 runs after 4. Salman Ali is going to bowl. Starts with a wide.
Wide ball from Salman. His variation was good in the first match. And it was his shorter ball that got him the wicket in that one.
Another swing and miss. This time is a legal delivery. There's a wicket's gone up now. Eventually caught up. 2's the call. It's a pretty optimistic call. Yeah. So, I mean, look at that run rate required already. So I said the start's so important. It's already up over 13.
I think this is here where you got to preempt your shot. Salman Khan, he's batted well so far. And that's okay. He's made that early movement, and the bowler, Ali, seen it and goes to bang it in, but goes too wide. Yeah, he's looking to take him on. He knows that Ali's going to try and keep it outside the off. Up in the air, this is the opportunity. And it goes down. Bluppa, says her survey. Oh no, I missed it. Please don't throw it again.
What was that? Where did that come from? Well, I was more surprised at the drop or the voice. Does most things right.
Well, he
McDoomie,
can't believe that.
except hold on.
You can't believe it.
Good throw might have him run out as well. They decide to go for 2 and they get there. You just feel like it's a long way back from Blacksmiths here. They've only lost 1 wicket today and it's retired out, Blacksmiths. So
that's actually
you need a team to save a match.
But he gets another chance. Will he take it this time? Yes, no mistakes. He said, I just needed a warm up. And Salman Ali, he acknowledges the wicket. And, well, it was always on the cards. They were throwing the bat at it. Ahmedal, he came in at number 3, the retirement of Patel. And, well, tried his best, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, did try his best. He had this, seemed to want to favour that leg side, didn't he? So smart bowling to keep it outside off. Salman Ali does pick up the wicket. Yeah, well, second chances for McDoomie. He holds on to this one. Wasn't quite as high as the last. And so that is the second wicket to fall. It's 30 for 2.
So now, well, this is going to be interesting. He's got number 1 on his back, and it is Mohammad Fayaz. He's a very good cricketer, very experienced and knowledgeable. Surprised we are both to see him coming in so low, especially when you need to get cracking, get runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, say low, he's number 4, but I just feel I've used a lot of balls up so far. Okay, take out Salman Khan. And the other batters in this innings have 9 off 18. So he is one guy. You know, we saw him hit 6 fours to start an innings last year. Can hit boundaries in multiples. He's their best boundary hitter, I think, full stop. So let's see what he can do. Salman Ali, the successful bowler. He's got 1 for 5 with the ball to go in the 5th over. Ball to Mohammad Fayaz. Straight away. Oh, he's dropped. Oh, this would have been a worst case scenario. As Fayaz comes out, gets a fair piece of it. He found the fielder. Just went off the fingertips. It'll be 2, and that's the end of 5 overs, 32 for 2.
Oh, he would have been gutted if he was out here because he's hit this pretty well. And it's one of those, as soon as you hit it, you think, oh no, I'm not going to put it straight down in the throat of the fielder. Well, he does, but the catch gets dropped. And, well, Hassan Khan gives Fayaz a life, and that's the end of the over as well.
That'd
32 for 2.
That'd just be the story of his life, wouldn't it be, if that one gets caught. Finally, after 15 overs of batting today, unleashes himself. Hits the first one decently enough. They've got to get their skates on with the overs here as well, I think. Plovdiv, but we haven't had too many boundaries. We've just had the 3 boundaries in the innings. They were all off the bat of Salman Khan, off Ahsan Khan in the 3rd. So you're just taking a bit of time, I think, selecting a bowler.
Yeah.
I think this happened, was it on Monday, where everyone was set and we're all ready to go and there was no bowler.
No bowler.
So now they finally worked out that it's going to be Karthik Sri Kumar to bowl. Remember, no Parthachaya in the lineup. He sustained a bit of a knee injury, celebrating a wicket in the first game, so he's on the bench currently.
Yeah, so we've got Rahul Sardar, who's come in for him in this match.
Yep. And Sri Kumar's the man that actually took over the over where Achaya injured himself.
What an over that was.
3 for 1 combined. Not bad.
And that one was the wide.
Yeah.
It doesn't beat the over though from the last match from Prakash Mishra. Picked up 4 wickets in it.
Pretty good start from Sri Kumar. I think they're just going to take the one. You see, Salman Khan was pretty filthy. He wanted 2 there. I think Fires has said, okay, settle down, son. I think it's my turn to see if I can hit a flurry of boundaries to take us towards this target. Good contest. Whacks it leg side. Again, just be a single. That's not going to be enough at the moment, though. He boots it. Again, that's where I think they need to run that first one harder.
You've got to run the first one hard, and if they had done so, I think that would have been a pretty comfortable 2. He's got a long way to come, the fielder.
Helix asking what team we haven't seen today yet. It's MU Sofia. We'll see them in the next match. And gone. So Salman Khan tries to launch one, leg side, gets a little bit of an inside edge, back onto the stump. Sri Kumar, he's had a pretty good time with the ball so far. It might have been an emergency option last time. This time he is brought on to bowl the 6th and he gets the wicket on the opener.
What do you think the batter's saying here? He misses it and he's like, I don't know if we got enough of it. We keep the replay going here. He sort of puts his hands up and saying...
All I can say is he's probably thinking, I shouldn't have been on strike because the last one got kicked halfway to Timbuktu and we didn't take the 2. So that's all I can think, that maybe what he was saying. So it will be the 3rd wicket to fall, 34 for 3. New batter comes to the crease since Jacob Gould. Coming in at number 5. 2 wickets plus the retired out wicket. So yeah, things just not going to plan for Blacksmiths in this chase. Sri Kumar. Yeah, he doesn't do too much with it, but he's just consistent. Wraps him on the pad, heading down the leg side.
You have to admit, I've been very impressed with the bowling, particularly in the second day of cricket that we've seen. I think with the conditions the way they are, they know they can't get the proper run-ups in. It's just all about getting the ball in the right areas. So it's firmly hit. Down to long off.
Quick hello to James Leslie. Always entertaining when James gets in the chat. Hope you're well. See how long you stick around today, James. He's certainly the man not afraid to throw in a few offbeat comments. Yeah. Last ball the over here from Sri Kumar. It's going to be a wide. Simon Hussain gets a piece of it. So we'll just get the 1 extra. So 2 wides.
Yeah, I think this is where the teammates here of the Blacksmiths are saying to Fires, come on, you've got to run these first ones quicker. I mean, you know that he's able to. We saw him do a fair bit of running in the field.
Say hello to Vinny Fangirl in the chat. So obviously, it's a good time for Vinny Fangirl to join. Halfway through the day here. Another wide. I don't know if Simon Hussain gets much of this at all. In fact, that's going to be 5 wides. Well, that's one way to get back into the game. So that's essentially 7. And it's not even a ball. You see the bowler saying, well, you know, batter moved across. But the thing is, if you bowl it down the leg side.
Yeah. And I think that's why you see that one go past Simon Hussain, because that's that batter's moved across.
Yeah.
He stood right in front of him.
Yeah.
Totally blinded him.
It's so tough because, yeah, you need to be able to see. I'll come back to Fangirl's question in a second. First, we see this one inside out. It's a catching opportunity, and it's dropped. Sufyan, he had a good look at it. And just didn't have his composure at the final moment. So it will be 2. A little bit of a late innings kick. Essentially 9 come off that last ball. And do we have a game on our hands here? It's gone out 44 for 3.
Sufyan, I think he's taken this more on the chest than he has in his hands. It's another one that goes down. And another life
Yeah, I think it's just that last step. He wasn't quite set. That's why it bounces out. Well, Fangirl's asking who's our favourite European player. I think that hers is Mohamed Kamran. Understandable one. Someone mentioned Saber Zakil Shrubon, actually, from Belgium in the ECC last year with his magical wrists. That's probably a good one as well. Oh, again, it's like picking children, isn't it? I could probably name 10. Tell you one that's here, and a bit of an offbeat one. Nick Johns Wickberg, the lawnmower.
The lawnmower.
He loves his cricket, and he just loves, obviously he's playing at the other side of the world to where he grew up, but he's just loving that he can reconnect with the game that he loves to play. So there you go, that's one for you for now. Anyway, here's Zainabidi. This one gets hit high, not going to carry, so it's going to take a fair bit of the surface with it. But it will just be a long single fires, trying to get things moving. He's only able to get a single on that occasion.
Literally got to have a go at every ball here now.
And he's gone, knocked over next ball. So Jacob Gould couldn't do much with that. It was pretty good bowling. It was full, it was straight. He just gives himself a bit of room, crashes into the off stump. And that's the fourth wicket to fall. It's 45 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what you got to do, Abidi. Spot on there. You see the batter is moving early to try and give himself some room. And Abidi says, well, you're not going to put me off. I'm just going to get it right up there, full and straight. Just kisses the off stump on the way through. Thank you very much. And that's well bowled. And not being flustered at the moment here, Plovdiv. And, well, get this win under the belt. It would be a good comeback after losing the last match, disappointingly.
Yeah, it looks tough. I mean, they still have fires there. As long as he sticks around, maybe anything's possible. They did get those kind of 7 bonus runs last over in the wides. And he's looking a long way to victory. As Omar Malik comes to the crease. Of course, Blacksmiths are a team we will get to see a bit later in the day as well, as they'll take on Indo-Bulgarian in the final match today. Bit of a late one, because we're having 6 matches today to make up for lost time. Here's a beady. Just played for 1. With spare thought the umpires as well, on this surface as well, trying to get a position there side on, not particularly easy.
Yeah. I'm just, you know, every so often, I just have to remind myself that of the conditions that we've had in this series. You know, so you look at this one that goes through the batter. I mean, the first day was probably the coldest day that I've commentated in so far on the European Cricket Network. And we did have some snow, though it didn't set.
Yeah.
Then we know what happened the next few days, and trust us, folks. When I mean it was snowing proper. I mean, this one's going up in the air, and it's going into space, and it's going to be 4 runs. That's a really nice hit, well timed, and well, you see that Kookaburra ball going up and down, coming down. Well, that's with the snowflakes yesterday. They were that big, and it was snow everywhere, and the mountains still have it there. And yet now here we are, from temperatures from -1 yesterday morning to what we at now, about 17?
Yeah, we're actually getting up there now, got 18 degrees.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
But yeah, I mean, Wednesday afternoon we had heavy snow as well, big chunks of snow. Fires. Yeah, he wants more, and this one will test the reverse vortex. Oh, well, bit of fancy fielding. Could be trouble here. He's got to get there, he does. Just throw not having enough on it to challenge him, so does get back for a couple. Yeah, he fires. You know what he's trying to do. He's just trying to go with everything, but I just think of the missed opportunity to have him at the top of the order. If he gets out, he gets out, but maybe he can sustain this kind of assault. As we get to the end of the 7th over, it's 52 for 4. And coming up next, we'll have the 4th match of the day, and it'll be Indo-Bulgarian versus MU Sofia. MU Sofia have back-to-back matches in the 4th and 5th matches today. Of course, we have 6 total. And Indo-Bulgarian, they'll hopefully get their 2nd win of the day for their supporters. Saw them for the first time on the park this morning. That'll be coming up a little bit later on, about 35 minutes from now, right here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, that's going to be a good match. I'm looking forward to see Shant De Silva and also Kevin D'Souza there as well, Dilrik Vinnu, and Alvin Jacob as well. So another good competition, and going to be another test for Indo-Bulgarian, and they'll be looking to do much better with their batting, of course. even though they showed good strength with their bowling.
Sri Kumar back for a second over. And, yeah, just angles it in. I think he just cramps batters for room. It looked like they're going to free their arms, and then it just kind of like moves into them.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed, and I know we've only had, this is only the second day of cricket we've had here, but batters are reluctant to come forward, aren't they?
Yeah.
We haven't seen, as we said earlier today, we haven't seen too many straight hits.
Yeah.
They all want to play inside the crease, and when you get a bowler that's bowling this sort of length, you're going to be in trouble.
Trying this time, it's going to be stumped. That's a really good bit of work from Saim Hussain, because this is between the batter and the stumps, and it's one of the harder takes, probably aside from the ones that are right down the leg side. This is the next most difficult because there's a lot of distractions. Sri Kumar's always just moving it into the batter.
Yeah.
Just have a look at the work here, the footwork to just shuffle to his left. Ends up doing it fairly easily. Looks easy, but it's not, I can tell you that much. And for Sri Kumar, he'll get another wicket. He is loving life here on day 5 of this series. Now he's got 2 for 12, and the score is 52 for 5.
Sí, qué calidad de este hombre de capitán, Saim Hussain, de wicketkeeper. Eso es genial. Yeah, that was great work, great hands, and alertness, and hand speed. And a wicket, Sri Kumar just getting the ball up there. That one was slightly shorter, goes through the batter. And as you say, fantastic work from the keeper there. Another wicket goes, 5 down now. And that rate just going higher and higher. It's 20 now. And that was a Gandhi ball. And you bowl a Gandhi ball, it gets put away, and it has been. That's an emphatic shot, well hit by Tayyub. He's not there to mess around. Says thank you very much.
He's just running out of opportunities, really. But the fact that Tayyub's hit that one, he got fires with him. But they've only got a quarter of the innings to go. So, yeah, not a great position to be in. But, you know, we've seen some fight from the Blacksmiths. They just haven't quite put together a whole performance, have they?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been okay in the field. The bowling's been good.
Oh, could be trouble here. And he's gone. Yeah, it looked pretty adjacent to me. Kept down a little bit, I think, on Tayyub. So Sri Kumar gets hit to the boundary, but he hits back very next ball. As he was once again trying to pull, but just didn't get up at all. So 3rd wicket for Sri Kumar. That makes it 56 for 6.
Yeah, he's just, again, going back to what I said before, bowling wicket to wicket. The batsman goes down on one knee. He's trying to sort of slog sweep this over square leg, gets it wrong, and I think that was quite an easy decision for the umpire because it pitches on. It's going on to hit here, and yeah, that's hitting middle stump, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the batter knew his number was up as well. So, unfortunately for Tayyub, he goes 4 and out. 56 for 6. This brings Adil Patel to the crease. See if he can put anything together with the bat for the Blacksmiths. Uh-oh. This is going to be...
up.
Yeah, well, pick that one straight away. Sri Kumar. Well, he gets 3 and 4 balls, and now he's on a hat-trick with the ball remaining. He takes a 4-fer here in match number 14. Scores 56 for 7. Unfortunately for Adil Patel, his stay at the crease is a brief one.
Yeah, well, Patel's least favourite fruit is plum because, yeah, there is not an easier decision than that. And Sri Kumar is, well, he's in party mood at the moment. And, well, he's got an opportunity to pick up another.
Well,
he could get a 5
here's an interesting one. You got Waleed Khan, who took a hat-trick on Monday. He's going to try and prevent a hat-trick here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel like the game's gone now. Sri Kumar will only be the second 5-wicket haul this season if he gets one. So they brought in a couple of slips. Good luck if one gets nicked there. So, last ball of the game for Sri Kumar. And he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Waleed Khan. Oh, it's in the air. It's very catchable height, you know. It just went around the fielder. Still, excellent spell from Sri Kumar. He's wrecked this innings, including 3 wickets in that over. He finishes with 4 for 17, and the score after 8 is 57 for 7.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, hasn't he? Take about Sri Kumar. बहुत अच्छी bowling की थी. 4 wicket Big up Galia, and that second over was absolutely fantastic. And that's just about is what we were talking about here earlier. It's all about the bowlers just getting the ball on a length, bowling wicket to wicket, and well, it's the batters that are making the mistakes. And when you're looking to score at around 20 and over, you've got to go out there and swing the bat. If the ball's right up there, well, you miss, I hit, and that's exactly what we saw there from Sri Kumar. Well done, and he's got a lovely smile as well, and so he should be smiling.
I remember, he's someone that they weren't even going to bowl in the first game today. He ended up finishing the over from Achaya.
So was he picked up today 6 wickets, or is it 5?
He took 1 for 1 in the other game.
So
he's got 5 for the day so far.
Yeah,
off. They won't get to play again.
Yeah.
Off.
That's not bad, is it?
2.4. Not bad.
Yeah.
All right, so Rahul Sada. Well, he gets his opportunity then, probably the match situation. He's going to have a bowl here in the 9th. And he might have a wicket straight away, no. I think we'll just pitch short of the fielder. That's some good team fielding there. I think if you can get multiple people running at the ball, it's probably a good thing today. Because this is a situation, you see, overruns it, searching for the catch, and then someone has to go pick up the pieces. It was quick thinking by Zain Abidi.
So, Fires is still there. Can he at least finish with a flurry?
Slightly miss hit straight down the ground. Fires not particularly interested in more than a single.
He's interested in getting himself back in, though, isn't he? He was sort of daydreaming in the middle of the pitch there and realised, hang on a minute, I better get there.
Keep the stories coming, James. Always interested to hear what James Leslie's got to say. He's a very interesting individual. 10 balls to come in this run. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. It's an interesting one. Running towards the boundary. Just going to pull up. Good fielding by McDoomie. Fires in the throw, but it will be a couple.
You can get a good slide in on this pitch, though, can't you?
Yeah.
If you're going to have a bit of this slide and stop and throw, this is the pitch to do it on.
Just be a bit worried because you might need a snorkel in some places. This one probably dipping, so might be a no ball. Definitely runs at this one.
Does he send him back? They don't get a run here.
Yeah, they don't get a run. The Fires. Yeah, quite sure of the tactics there. I would have thought he'd want to get down the business end. I suppose at this stage, you feel like it's a bridge too far at any rate. Maybe that's why, because this one is going to be 6. Maximal! I'll take that.
You talk about a bridge too far. This was hit many a far. What a lovely shot this. Here we go.
Well,
winds it up and boom. Shaka Lagia.
Fires probably knew this was coming, so he said, you stay there, got a feeling you're going to come good. And he loves it. Well, he can't. Nice little highlight for him. Nice ball the over. Is this a chance?
I think so.
Yeah, again, it's one of those tough ones between the body and the stumps. Simon saying it'll be disappointing he didn't gather it to at least find out. He never really leaves the crease, so maybe he was fine. Anyway, it is the end of the 9th over. The score 67 for 7. Yeah, the Blacksmiths look like they could put something like that 75 on the board, which I think is about par. I think they'll just probably look back, particularly at the first innings where they leaked a few runs and think, you know, that's where the game got away from us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we go back to the. I mean, it was 38 on the board after 5 overs, but then it just, I think tactically, it just didn't get the bowlers bowling at the right times, and I think tactically as well with the batting, as we've said already, you've got 1 or 2 batters there that can give the ball a good thump. You need to have them higher up the order.
Yeah, that's the other thing, I suppose. Looking back at the order, there's a few things they can do get better, but that's experience. It is their first series. Does look like they won't make it all the way to tomorrow. As we see Abidi coming back on. He's drop kicked away to the leg side. And once again, excellent fielding by McDoomie. I think they're just going to walk a 1 here.
Well, it's not good cricket at all.
Probably thinks it's going for 4, but not today.
Yeah, he's just walked and taken a single. I mean, you want to get as many balls as you can out there.
Goes for this. This might carry all the way to Sulaiman Ali, who drops it. And has to go find it. It's a bit of the blindfold, birthday party style spin around, and then the fielder backing up, slips as well.
Well, this is a bad drop. And, well, he likes to do the celebrations when he gets a wicket. I think everybody did the celebration. He just dropped catch. It's like he laid an egg. It is Easter. And, well, that was a little white Easter egg coming out of Cinnamon Alley.
And now he's knocked over. So this is another week for a beatie. And so it's going to be Fires that's going to have to go for a dozen. And so once again, Blacksmiths lose a wicket, makes it 69 for 8. So just waiting to see the batter depart. And now Beattie's kept it pretty simple today, hasn't he? He's tried to bowl straight, and I think especially today, there's a bit of up and down in the pitch. I think that's a pretty good tactic. So with that wicket now, 69 for 8.
Yeah, definitely. And Fires, well, he's walking off there. Really, he needs to be thinking, but if I'm taking those singles that I should take, maybe I wouldn't have been the batter that was on strike there.
He's the captain, though, Ivalo Katsarski. Nice to see him out there. Look, we will see the Blacksmiths later on against Indo-Bulgarian. And just before you think that's a foregone conclusion, don't forget Barbarians, who are essentially the team that aren't here this year. They actually beat Indo-Bulgarian last year in one of the games. They had a very Bulgarian flavour, native Bulgarian flavour to their lineup. So let's see if Ivalo can maybe grab a run or two here. This one just sneaks over the fielder. I reckon there might have been a fingertip on that.
Yeah, I think certainly a bit of hand on this. It was stretching high, not able to take the catch.
Yeah, Ivalo's off the mark.
Sarda, well, that would have been a great catch for him to take, but you can see it was always going over him. Did well actually to get fingers onto it.
Did he come? Swing and a miss. So, well, he can't. Again, trying his hardest. He's made 11. But it's been a tough innings. They've got back to something. I think it's a respectable score. I just think they leaked too many at key moments.
Yep.
In that first innings. Oh, this one would have been an absolute bullet. And now it should be run out, and I think it will be. So yeah, I mean,
everything's gone down here. We've seen the wickets going down. I don't know if this bat ran away from him or he threw the bat, but he weren't happy. I think they're getting in each other's way.
It was a wrist breaker, and you see he has run out comfortably. So even though the catch was dropped, fortunately for Katsarski, he pays the penalty because he's run out. He's the 9th wicket to fall, and that will finish it. Blacksmiths are going to finish 70 for 9. They go down by 34 runs in this one. Hopefully Abedi's all right because that one really clonked into his wrist. And it will be the end of match 14. Don't forget we have match 16 coming up next, and it will be Indo-Bulgarian taking on MU Sofia in that one. And this is coming up in around about 25 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. You can see that the toss news. Indo-Bulgarian, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first. And Mishra and Lakov listed at the top of the order. Their regular opening combination. Let's have a look at some of the highlights for the Blacksmiths. Now, it wasn't going to be an easy target, was it? 105 they needed. Certainly Salman Khan threw the willow, didn't he? He was able to strike 3 boundaries on the way to his 18. I suppose at the other end, just didn't have a lot of production. And in the end, Dave Patel retired out after gathering 4 runs. This was an interesting one. McDoomie, if at first you don't succeed, try again. He did. He held on to this one. That was Armadale who went, and that brought Fires to the crease, but even he wasn't able to resurrect this innings in any meaningful way. And in fact, he got a life very first ball.
Yeah, he could have gone first ball. The bowling was great, wasn't it? And that man there, who we see doing the damage, he bowled really well indeed. And they just couldn't get going. I mean, Waleed Khan, he had to come in at a difficult point. He came in when it was a hat-trick situation. But he did get some runs on the board. And you see there, Zain Abedi finished off the innings well, but picked up wickets earlier. And this was great work. And Sri Kumar, there he is, the man, the hero. Picked up 4 wickets today, bowled really well. Sensible bowling. And that's what I like to say. You know, we said that one was, well, if you thought that one was plumb, the next one was even plumber. How about this? Well, that was probably one of the easiest decisions that umpire Nisar Shah had to give.
Reed knew that as well, didn't he? Look, credit to the Blacksmiths. They weren't quite able to put it together. Waleed Khan, he's impressed with his Maximo. Sullivan Ali found himself a birthday party kind of game there, spinning himself around.
But it's Easter, he was doing an egg hunt.
That's exactly right. And Fires had to go late. And then this was the end. Poor Ivilo thought about booting it. Probably should have. Would have been the same result as he was run out by 2 or 3 metres. And look, credit to the Blacksmiths, but it does look like they won't be in the final 4 tomorrow, but they will get another opportunity to pick up some points in this series later on today against Indo-Bulgarian. There's the scorecard. Nobody reaching 20. Salman Khan top scoring with 18 off 13 balls with 3 boundaries. The only other players to hit a boundary were Mohammed Fayaz, who hit 1, and Tayyub hit 1 before he was LBW very next ball. 11 for Walid Khan down the bottom. He hit the only 6 of the innings. Boundaries a bit too few and far between for the Blacksmiths in this innings. 10 wides, and 9 of them came in the 5th and 6th overs, and 7 came in 1 delivery, so probably skewing the stats a little bit, but still, Plovdiv, they'll be very happy with their performance as they have now completed their group stage matches.
Yeah, they bounced back well, didn't they, Plovdiv? And, well, you'll be talking about the bowling of Sri Kumar. Took 4 for 17. His second over was particularly good. And Zainabidi bowled really well as well, 2 for 11, and all the other bowlers are very economical. You have to say that in the field, they look a very good, strong side. The only thing for them, the only concern will be that they need 1 or 2 other batters to give Saim Hussain just a little bit of support, especially if they are really to make good intent in winning the trophy here this time around. But, well, it was a good, entertaining game. You see there, it was Saim Hussain, the man we talked about, 61 from him, and Makadumi did well as well. But I'm certainly looking forward to this next match.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be a good one. And it will be Indo-Bulgarian batting first against Emu Sofia. When we return, we'll take a quick break. Back in about 15 minutes with the next match. It'll be match 16. Don't forget, because 15 is about and 16, 18 and 20 to come. So only halfway through a huge Friday. 6 T10 matches. 3 down, 3 to go. See you shortly for more cricket on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. And we'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. We are in Bulgaria, one of the oldest European countries, established in 681 AD, located south of Romania. Bulgaria is a beautiful country with amazing nature, lovely villages, very friendly people, delicious food, and a country rich in history and well-preserved traditions. And for the third time, it is home to the FanCode European Series Bulgaria. This match, well, this is going to be a mouth-watering affair. Indo-Bulgarian, they've won their first match here today, and Prakash Mishra, he was in good form with bat and with ball. Chris Lakov as well, and well, they've got some good players in there. We already saw the good bowling of Tahiri, but he'll be hoping to do it with the bat as well. Rohit Namian bowled very well indeed as well. And there was the likes of Gangadeep Singh. Medical University of Sofia was impressed with their captain Ishan De Silva. Omar Razul, he's in very good form. And Kevin D'Souza, remember, he scored the very first 50 in the series so far, and they will be looking to go big and, well, hoping that the bowling of Alvin Jacobs will be on fire as well. So it's going to be a very exciting match, and the conditions here have improved dramatically. The sun is now out. We've already seen that the ball is moving a lot quicker along the ground as well, and I'm expecting before the day is out to see a couple of games where we get some high scores. We've already had 2 half centuries. I mentioned Kevin D'Souza. We saw Saim Hussain also gets a half century. Maybe there's going to be an individual century and another player that enters the Hall of Fame. We already had one in this series, and that was Waleed Khan. He took a hat-trick, 4 for 19, and that was against the Medical University of Sofia. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more action, entertainment and drama to come in this series as the umpires are out there. Paulson Samuel and Tyron Peters. Paulson Samuel is at the bowler's end, and it looks like it's going to be Rohit Namian who's going to start with the bowling. So, to get ready, left-hander taking guard, Amar Rasool, and I do like Amar's batting. I think he's a very confident player. He plays his shots right from the word go, and I must admit, when we saw him in his first match here on Monday, it looked like he's just come straight out of the nets. He was timing it so well, and he'll be hoping to continue in good form, and he's out there with his captain, Ishan De Silva. Prakash Mishra gives his instructions, sets his field, and an opportunity straight up. Well, that was a lawnmower. Well, then he spills it. It goes down. What an opportunity that was. And puts his hand up there to say, sorry, buddy. And Rohit Dhiman could have got the prize wicket of Omar Rasool early. Both the chansinger. Omar Rasool, both bada player. Jada chance in that. Pakana chahida. If you don't take it, he can hurt you. We go back to the action here. Once again, not cleaned up cleanly. Only the one taken. This Tahiri. He'll be hoping to play a big part in this match. You know, he bowled very well for Indo-Bulgaria in the last one, but they weren't at their best with the bat, and well, they got away with it slightly, didn't they? Both batters. Ishan, the captain, just having a look at the field. So nice delivery from Rohit, but a nice shot as well. He uses his feet well, and doing something that I was saying in the innings of the last match. Actually, where the batters weren't coming to the ball. Waits for it, place it late towards man at point. What an opportunity that was from Nick Jones. Wickberg puts it down. Omar Rasool. This one probably will be called a wide. It has. Demand just to get the ball to move about a bit. You see there. This is Fuller. Flicks away. Nice little shot. Little glance there towards square leg. Two big teams playing it out here. Sofia and then the Bulgarian. Just played. Nice straight drive. Or another single. And that's the end of the over. The score moves on to 8 without loss. The two batters will be looking to get them a good start. They'll know all about the strengths of Indo-Bulgaria in their batting, and though they didn't show it in the first match, Medical University of Sofia will know that they'll be determined to come back hard with the bat in the Bulgarian. So they'll be looking themselves, I think, to be sort of, I would say, around about the 90, 92, 100 mark. Anything more than that would be a big plus, and that certainly would push in the Bulgarian. It's runs on the board that count. Tahiri coming on to bowl. And he's got a wicket off his very first ball again. We saw him do it in the last match. And again, Bakhtir Tahir is right on the money and knocks them over with his trademark sweatband. And it's another smile on his face. This is, well, it's as easy as that. Let's have a look. Just gets the ball in the right spot, taking him on, coming down, wanting to play the big shot. And Rasul not able to do it this time round. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed getting out so early, playing that shot. Probably could have waited for it. So that brings to the crease Kevin D'Souza. You probably heard me say earlier, he's in fine form. He was the first individual to score a half century in this series. And well, let's put it this way, he's got plenty of time to bat. Only 7 balls gone in the innings. But Tahiri right on the money, and I'm sure he won't try and do anything different. Just having a conversation there with his captain Prakash. Prakash is very straight here to D'Souza, so obviously knows what to expect. He's just guided away to third man. Will take the single. And third man is inside the circle at the moment. They're opting to have the sweep around on the offside, in between cover and point, and long off on the boundary. Well bowled, a little bit slow, a bit sluggish to move his feet this time round. De Silva. Yeah, he plays this really late. A bit of respect. Plays this pretty late as well, just goes back on the back foot. Sort of plays it off between middle and the off stump, guides it down to the man at backward point. Gentle breeze now, blowing across the ground. Temperatures now probably touching on about 19, 20 degrees. The point comes up, third man drop back. That's probably because D'Souza is aiming to guide the ball in that area. And picks this up beautifully. It was a risky shot, but he gets enough of it. Gets it over the man at mid-wicket and goes to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. That's a lovely shot. See, just commits himself, but unlike Omar Rasul, he doesn't come charging down. He keeps himself steady and upright and makes good connection. 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Bring the end off the over. So the score moves on to 14. They have lost that 1 wicket. Rico Fool here. And alongside me, time to welcome back Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. And yeah, looking forward to this contest. You see, these two teams have 2 matches to go. Sofia, we'll see them back to back in the next 2 matches. That'll be the end of their group campaign. Of course, it's unfortunate. So many games have been abandoned. It's just one of those things. Kind of freakish weather this week in Sofia. And it is freakish, isn't it? I think last week they had plenty of sunshine and good weather. Right now, it's looking amazing. 20 degrees and plenty of sun. Anyway, here's Rohit Naman to bowl over number 3.
And I'll ask you the question. I don't think he gets a touch on this, but chasing the ball that's swinging away from him, but not getting the foot into movement. See this here? He's reaching for it. He's got to get that. Got to get that left foot right across.
This is match 16, which is playing the even-numbered games because basically one of the double headers has been abandoned in each of these fixtures. The next one's just worked away for one. So that's why today we started with match 10, when we're playing matches 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 and 20. The matches in between, all the odd numbers, they've been abandoned already. Those points have been added to the table. Team splitting the points 1 point each.
Nicely played. Uses his hands well. Keeps his eye on the ball. Souza seems to, I think, from the first time I saw him a couple of years ago to now, seems to have a bit more shot selection. This one is a wild. So once again, you see he's not helping himself. He starts to move down the leg side, and he's already taken himself away from the ball before he plays the shot. He's got to stand still. Yeah, going back to the Souza, he seems to be, rather than going for the big shot all the time, just a bit more composed. Well, commits Souza again here. Just wonder here if the keeper, Adrian Dunbar, would fancy standing up, because he's certainly always coming out of his crease, is De Silva.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but mind you, if he's doing it and it's not working, it's not really costing any runs either. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Certainly, if De Silva gets going, he can be pretty dangerous, but he's still just finding his way. He's 4 off 9 now.
Got to get down, and does. Good work. A very important part of the field, that is. That's where you've got to have one of your best fielders, and that's why it goes pretty quickly. Tahiri, no mistakes.
Into the power play. Not a lot of power in it, really, for Emu Sofia. They're 17 for 1 off 3 overs. Just the one boundary to De Souza in there. He's only faced 3 balls, so maybe if Kevin gets going, we could see a decent score. I mean, yeah, with the field getting a little bit faster, maybe that 80 to 85 becomes par. I just think it's probably worth 1 and over or so. I was calling it 70 to 75. But, yeah. They've got a lot of bowling options, don't they? Here's the conductor, Chris Lakov. Remember we had the Bulgarian Express in the ECL. The reason that Chris is the conductor, he looks like the guy that would take your tickets. Yeah. So he's got called many things. Looks a bit like the guy out of Breaking Bad. That's another one.
Another one. Super Mario is one of my favourites. Oh, well, almost chops it onto his stumps. Could have had a wicket straight away of De Silva. De Silva, well, he's living dangerously, isn't he?
No footwork again, you see. But Lakov only a couple of steps. That's all you need.
This is hit well, straight, and the fielder, well, goes to use his feet. And Negi, well, makes a mess of this. He's got to stop this. He's got to get his body behind it. Got to use your hands. Get a bit of a slide in here.
Guaranteed a soft landing today. If you get down, he didn't. Swing and a miss with the foot. Yeah, but I was going to say, you know, the pace bowlers, okay, they don't really have the run up they normally have, but they can still kind of get 89% of the pace.
This is a nice shot. It's almost like an uppercut, and it goes all the way. Balle, inna zona, shakalagya.
Yeah, so the conductor rolls the dice with the short ball, but there's no protection in the vortex. That one went over the vortex. 6 runs. Yeah, just, especially with no fielder back there, probably best to stick to plan A.
And that's what he does. Gets back to that normal line. So De Silva has a little pump up. It's a couple of big ones. Now, I'll be looking to keep that going though. Won't want to go back to where it was. A bit more width there. This one he knows he should have put away. It was shorter, a bit wider. He's got the height again on it, but he just takes himself away from the ball and then can't get himself into position. Needs to stand still.
That comes all over that.
Yeah, finishes well, doesn't he? I mean, had to come back strong after those 2 hits. And he does 27 for 1.
Yeah, so the 4 and 6 in that over, but the other 4 were dots, so it wasn't a disastrous over. 10 off it from Chris Lakov. Takes them to 27 for 1. And looks like we might have our first sighting of the lawnmower coming in over number 5. Just, yeah, one of my favourite characters, as we mentioned before. He just plays with a lot of emotion on his face and really enjoys the opportunity to be out there. And here he is. This is what I call the lawnmower. Takes a while to get started up, even though it's a shortened lawnmower today.
Gets this one through. And again, this time it's D'Souza who's guilty of backing away. I mean, that's the sort of delivery, sort of length where you just need to sort of step across and be aiming to hit in between square and mid-wicket. And there is movement here, but I don't think there's anything off the bat.
He does bowl his leg cutter pretty well. He doesn't really spin this, but he drags his fingers over the left-hand side of the ball. And you see just leaves the batter slightly.
And joining the dots up here at the moment, dot to dot.
Originally from Melbourne in Australia. And even played a bit of cricket, I think, when he was back visiting recently.
Gets a fair bit of this, and it's well fielded. Kept his eye on the ball all the way. Did Suraj Negi.
That's better from Negi. Good old hand method. So, a couple to come. The lawnmower has escaped punishment so far. Just that single off the first 4 deliveries.
He's up in the air. Prakash under it. And no mistakes from the Capitan. And here goes the lawnmower. He ranked it up. And he's enjoying himself there. And Prakash Mishra, he doesn't drop those. We saw him take a stunning one right on the boundary in the earlier match. And this time, well, this was just too easy. And, well, he's loving it. He's having fun out there,
He loves the lawnmower celebration as well. And this time, similar kind of ball. Look, credit to the batsman. He tries to do something with it. So he comes at the ball, but doesn't get the kind of contact he needs to get it even to that short, straight boundary. So the lawnmower strikes. And that's the second wicket to fall now. Give me Sophia, 28 for 2.
Yeah, and you could see it coming. You knew the big shot was going to come in there. Just the one run off the over so far. So something had to give. And it was the captain who goes caught by the captain of Indo-Bulgarian and also the captain of the national Bulgarian side, Prakash Mishra.
A good fielder having that position. Good field placing too. They had the long off and the deep extra cover in place. Deep extra cover is a bit of a longer boundary. Last ball of the over for John Zwickberg.
Oh, and this one quite easily could have taken the top of the bail. Going over the off stump. And that's a very good over. Just a 1 run from it. 1 for 1. And Whitberg is up and running. So despite 10 coming off the previous over of Chris Lakov, the Bulgarians have tidied things up again. 28 for 2.
Hello to Chris Webster. Unfortunately, he's left the country. He was calling the fielder Prakach. Or Prakach. I like that. Very clever from you, Chris. And now we're going to have a change of bowling. Sanchit Saini will be bowling over number 6.
So he plays it out to the outside. Long on comes
That's
in.
the area of the ground I think has dried the most during the morning's play. Yeah, just see the ball running a bit quicker along it.
This is down the leg side. And batter Bashir quite happy just to take the wide.
Yes, so Saini getting a bowl. Certainly have a lot of options, don't they, Indo-Bulgaria?
Well, this one's done exactly the same, but this has gone right through the keeper. Adrian Dunbar not able to stop it, and that's going to be 5. It wasn't the best of deliveries, and Dunbar sort of ends up yorking himself as it squeezes under him.
Yeah, I mean, the line is one thing, but yeah, it's just the bounce, you called it. Does york himself, gets under the gloves. The 5 bonus runs after a pretty good run where they'd only had, before those 2 wides, that had 2 runs off 10 balls. And giving a few back, but yeah, not out of control though. Look at the current run rate. Just on pace for about 67.
You just get the feeling as soon as he gets this one sort of pitching just outside off, it will come in a long way. It's played straight at the fielder, and well, it's good work there from Chris Lakov. He stops it well first, but it just gets away from him, but still a good throw. I think he would have had the batter in trouble.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, Lakov for sure. Manan Bashir struggling to get going here.
And this one has just gone out. I think it's caught a bit of the pad on the way through. It goes really wide, doesn't he?
Half a shout, but it's going miles over the top.
Oh, and well, this time he goes wide again, but not able to get the right angle to come back in. So, though, I mean, in terms of runs off the bat, there hasn't been too many. It's the extras that have hurt him here, Saini. And that one's got to be out, surely. Yes, it is. It's straight. And, well, it's got to go, and not for the first time today. The full ball pitched up, batter going right across the line. Stay maybe a little bit lower than the batter expected, but he was nowhere near this.
Yeah, Bashir in a hurry to get on with it, as you can understand after 4 dot balls. This one actually nips back a bit. It hits him in line. He's going on to hit the stump, so it's a bit all over the place. Sunshit Saini. He does get that one dead on, and so he does end up with a wicket. And the score now is 36 for 3. Still 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, disappointing for Bashir. He goes without troubling the scorers. And that brings Mubarak Ali out there. He is the entertaining day. Last time we saw him, if memory serves me right, was he not the hat-trick victim?
It might have been.
And I think watch out if you're fielding close, because he gets the tendency of letting the bat out of his hand as well.
That's right.
Well, there's that little bit of extra bounce, and that's why we like this pitch. It's almost as close as a real turf pitch you can get. The ball does different things. There's something in it for the bowler, as we've seen today. There's also something in it for the batter. You can certainly bat on it with confidence. And, well, despite the extras, that wasn't a bad over. 36 for 3 at the 6 over mark. Vinny, what do you reckon? What can they get to here?
Yeah, I mean, I still use that 10s as a kind of, as a baseline. So 10s get them up to 76. That could play a bit bigger on a field like today. Here's Lawnmower, though, back for more.
Just nicely played. Just get this. Oh, this could be really close. He was so slow going. I think we will have a look at this. It just didn't back up at all. And I get a feeling you may be in trouble here, Vinny.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. He's already making a few steps away from the pitch area. That's not a great sign. Look, Mubarak. There's a good pick up and throw. And, well, I don't see any batter yet, do you? And I think he's going to be gone.
Yeah, he's on his way. And, well, that's a horrible way to get out. Mubarak Ali, he's run out. Just faced 1 ball, and then there's the non-striker. It's just too slow going. I mean, he's sort of ball watching really, rather than looking at his partner. And I think that's what does him in the end. So it's a lonely walk back, and well, that's back-to-back ducks, I think, for Mubarak Ali.
Yeah, I mean, it just took forever to get going, didn't he? Now he has to get going. So 36 for 4. The Bulgarian on top in this contest. This brings Daniel Ali to the crease. Hello to I'm Rio in the chat. Hope you're well. This is our 4th match of 6 today. I don't know if you get 6 matches. Of course, we had 10 matches during ECL during a day's play at one point, but they were short matches. Here's John Zwickberg.
It's really well bowled. Just really well bowled. You can see why Kevin D'Souza wants to get to the other end, but in all fairness, they haven't really given him anything to go after.
Yeah, that's true. He's been pretty economical, hasn't he, Lawnmower? I've got to do a shout out as well to Nikolai Nankov for a really good piece of fielding. Okay, we talked about the running not being great, but it was a good throw, accurate throw. Didn't throw it too hard, just through the right pace, and made it really easy for the keeper and Dunbar.
Oh, that's really well bowled. That's the one that goes the other way. And keep an eye on these bowling figures here at the moment. Only the 1 run in the first over and that wicket. And
4 dots.
4 dots in this one.
Including the run out.
And well, this has done him. Absolute beaut. And come on, get that mower going. Well, it sort of misfired there a little bit, but the delivery didn't. It was right on the money. That is excellent bowling. And Ali, he has to go. It's another 3-ball duck this time.
You don't want the lawnmower running over the ducks, but he's running through this batting lineup at the moment. He's so unpredictable when the ball bounces because he bowls that leg cutter type delivery. And let's just watch him here. Once that goes, the lawnmower, he knows he's starting it up. And unfortunately for Daniel Ali, it's a long walk back. And well, could have used him yesterday when the grass was getting a bit long. Anyway, right now, the score is 36 for 5, and Emu Sofia in some pretty big trouble now, even with Kevin D'Souza still there, but he seems to be getting none of the strike, and he seems to be losing partners with increasing frequency.
Yeah, I mean, he's been stranded a little bit as well. He's going at less than run a ball himself, but John Whitberg is looking to finish what would be a sensational spell of bowling.
Be a wicket maiden if he can do it. He's only been hit for 1 run in 11 balls. 2 wickets also, I suppose, because they created that run out in a way. There's been 2 wickets this over.
Yeah, Chuktai is the batter. It's a left-hander, so John Swickberg will have to get his line right to the lefty. I don't think that'll be a problem. I'm sure, I've got a feeling this will be right up in the block hole.
Yes, the game this morning, he loved bowling to left-handers.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're putting in the slip. They'd love a 6 wicket. Last ball for the lawnmower coming up.
Allows this to go, and that's well bowled. So it is a wicket maiden. So 2 wickets, just a 1 run from his spell. Very well bowled.
Yeah, so some people say, why are you leaving a ball on a T10? But I think that's strategic. I mean, I think Chuktai's job there is just not get out. Kevin D'Souza's got the strike. He has to do something with it. So even from here, we can get, say, 2 a ball, get overs of 12. It does double your score from here, get you up to 72. One thing we're all looking forward to here at ECN is the 2nd ever European Cricket Championship, starting on the 12th of September. That'll come around quicker than you think, Rico. And of course, don't have Bulgaria in at the moment, but they've got tournaments like Valletta Cup. If they can work their way through the rankings, who knows? We might see them at the ECC in the future. It's one of the showpieces of the year, isn't it, on the European Cricket Network?
Oh, it's absolutely marvellous, and of course it will be at the fantastic Cardamom Oval once more. Certainly looking forward to that. And of course, the England team already will be in finals week. This one goes down the leg side a long way. Optimistic from Gagandeep.
Yeah, Deep Singh is a player we did see at Cardamom recently for Indo-Bulgarian in the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League, or the club-based Championship of Europe.
Full toss, and he's got plenty of bat onto this, and this will be 4 runs. And finally, the tiki-taka comes to an end, and we get a boundary. And that's what's got to be done here. They've got to go big. And Kevin D'Souza, I think, realises that he's got to attack every delivery that comes his way. It wasn't a good ball, though. Full toss. Gagandeep will want to get back short of length outside the off.
Yeah, did just enough to get it away. Relieves the pressure somewhat, but they need more of that from D'Souza.
Slice up, should be a catch and should be easy, and it has been taken easily. And Chris Lakov, he'll be pleased to take that catch. He's had a few blips when he's under the camera when he's taking catches, but no mistakes from Super Mario this time. And Gagandeep, after being hit for a boundary, comes back and takes a wicket. So really, with D'Souza now departing, you wonder where these much-needed runs are going to come from.
Yeah, just late on this, isn't he? And Lakov takes it, fingers up. We could have taken it any way he wanted there. Good communication there between the fielder and the bowler. And as Chris gives us the thumbs up, certainly was a good bit of fielding. It ends the dangerous D'Souza. He'll be disappointed to go, especially after he was able to hit a boundary, but he goes for 12, just with the 2 fours. Can they kick towards anything? We're into the last quarter of the innings now. New batter out there is Huzaif Yusuf.
Oh, that's a lovely beauty. What a delivery this is. Well, bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, and it knocked them out. That was fantastic. Great bit of bowling.
Having a bit of fun here, and it just shows it's not about how fast you bowl it. It's often about how accurate you are, how you can locate the ball. See here, just maybe does a little bit in off the pitch. Yusuf trying to get on with it straight away, but he becomes another victim for Deep Singh. He has 2 and 2 balls. And once again, Rico, we're going to see a hat-trick opportunity.
Another hat-trick opportunity. And bearing in mind that 2 balls ago, he was hit for a, well, pretty big hit, 4 runs. He's come back with a bang himself. And, well, yes, the batter that's got to face the music. The hat-trick ball is going to be bowled to Ali Rasool.
Ali Rasool normally does his talking with the ball, but he's in a pressure situation with the bat now. Also, you start getting concerned about not batting out the overs.
Left-hander, so hat-trick ball coming up. Are we going to see another hat-trick here in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria? And this time it's called wide, and it goes through the keeper once more. Won't go all the way, so this will be 2 wides. And, well, that happens quite often, I suppose, especially when you've got a new batter comes in who's a left-hander, going deep, not able to get the line right. And a good effort from Edwin Dunbar, but not able to stop it. And so this time gets it right to the left hander, will get a single. It's a nice looking shot from Jugtai. Gets himself in good shape and just punches this past the bowler. Nice cover drive for a single.
Yeah, so just need something going their way, don't they? And that's not it, because that's going to keep low and it's going to knock over Rasool. And so, out for Gagandeep Singh. He's pretty happy with his work. He takes 3 in the over. 3 for 7. Not bad work. He still has an over up his sleeve. And he ends the 8th over with a bit of a bang.
Yeah,
Might even still have 1 to go. But right now the score's 42 for 8.
Yeah, it's a first baller for Rasool. Ball before, when he did get to the safe end, if you like, was the wide. So he goes for a first baller. So the ducks, well, there's plenty of ponds around this ground. I can tell you about that. We filled most of them up. And, well, they're being filled up by a few ducks here now. And that's the end of another. And once again, we've seen an over which has brought 3 wickets.
Yeah, we have. We've had a few multiple wicket overs today, haven't we? As we're going to see change of bowling. Going to see Gaurav Chopra with the ball for the first time in the series.
Yeah, this is good from the captain, Prakash Mishra. He knows he's got a sort of an all-star cast here. He's got plenty of players that can bowl, plenty of all-rounders. And it's just an opportunity to give them a chance. He's not come on to bowl himself. He could go back to Tahiri as well. And Lakov, he's choosing not to. And why not? That's what it's all about giving everyone the opportunity, especially when you've got the game in exactly where you want it at the moment.
Alvin Jacobs out there now. Yeah, so those pipe dreams of the 70 or 80 score seem out the window now, don't they? To 44.
Some more conversations about the field, but
lots of conversations about it at the moment. So yeah, don't know exactly what the commotion's about. A lot of people pointing and yelling. Just checking. They had 6 on the offside. They just brought 1 across.
there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, 6 on the offside.
You
okay.
can have them all on the offside.
Yeah, you can.
Short, and this should be taken, and it has been taken. And we've said before, if you're going to get a slide in, this is the pitch to do it. And that's good work from Edwin Dunbar.
This must be a no ball. Well, what's going on here? Was the last one a no? The last one was a no ball because it was 6 on the leg side to the left-hander. That's why they were moving them. So when we saw it, it was 6 on the offside, 6 on the offside. So I don't think that anyone realised it was no ball. So he would have been run out by a mile here. So Dunbar's taking a great catch. I don't think he realised either. We didn't hear the call.
No, nobody's
That's
realised
what
this.
all
Look.
the commotion was about. So we didn't see the signal. That's a really good catch. And he throws the ball away. And then it would have been gone.
It would have been out.
Chuktai would have been gone. So it'll be just an unusual single.
Nankov misses it. Well, that's a bit of action there for you. This is well hit, and this is not going to be stopped. Goes to the boundary, 4 runs. That's a powerful strike from Albin Jacobs. I tell you what, man, is not too happy, and that's going to be Adrian Dunbar, because he said, well, if I had known, I wasn't going to get me, I was going to say my whites, I wasn't going to get me pants dirty for nothing.
Chuktai is riding a cloud right now because he was the one at risk. It wasn't really his fault.
And this time, just dropping short of the fielder. You can see he just struggled to get started there, just couldn't get the grip on the ground to get there early enough.
Yeah.
And, well, it's that man Nankov again who had the opportunity to get the run out of the free hit. Now the 50 is up. Oh, well, almost succeeded in chopping this onto the stumps.
Yeah, almost. You know your luck's really out if this ends up going onto the stumps. Hits a bit of everything. It hits the back pad and luckily goes forward, not backwards.
Big swing. Well, direct hit would be close. And it's half backed up. He'll do well to get back there. Krislakov does well, recovers well. And gets a throw in to the end where batter certainly would have struggled, Albin Jacobs, to get back to.
Yeah,
Let's keep it. The ball is still
hits,
going.
If that hits, it's probably gone. Good backing up, though.
Well, obviously decided that the ball at some point did become dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were looking for another one. Mishra, last ball of the ninth.
It's nicely played. He's got to get down. He's got to get dirty. When he gets down, he gets dirty. But the ball keeps on going. It doesn't go to the boundary. And, well, he's having an interesting time out there. Is our friend Nikolai Nankov.
He's already got a good run out, Nankov. He finds there's no one around to pick this up when he hits the ground. Normally it's a good tactic to make someone else chase it. But instead, they just get 2. I thought they might have got 3, but they just get the 2. It's 54 for 8 after 9 overs.
Yeah, so somewhere, I mean, you get 10 here, you're still only in the 60s. You need, I mean, they'll be looking for a magical over. We haven't seen, I don't think, a magical over in this series so far.
Yeah, well, not today at least.
That's when we're talking about 20-plus runs coming from it. And, well, it's going to be going somewhere. You're going to get him off this man. Prakash Mishra coming on to bowl. Hits it firmly down the ground. But, long off. Makes the easy stop. As the throw comes in to take the 1 run.
I think the most runs we've had off and over today is 18.
Yeah.
So it just shows you not the kind of free scoring atmosphere we're used to.
It's a bump ball. It's well stopped. Mishra.
Yeah, Chuktai, imagine getting run out off that free hit. That would have been time to pack it in.
And a big swing and a miss. And
we talked about that slow ball, haven't we, Rico?
Yeah.
He does like to bowl at any time.
it's a really clever delivery. And it's got so many batters out. And some of the best as well. This one is just going down the leg side. The stop has been made. It was a bit of a full toss. So if there was a ball to go to the boundary, that would have been it.
Yeah, still was a low full toss. It wasn't an easy one to get away. That's why when he bowls that pace on delivery, because he can bowl a slower ball that can hurry you sometimes.
Played out into the mid-wicket area. Think again about 2, but fielder already has collected and gets the ball back.
Well, normally they call the kind of deep pockets of the boundary, like that deep extra cover, they call that, or deep mid-wickets left-handed, they call that 2 alley on this ground. I think 2 alley today is probably it mid-off.
This was like, you know, when you got the 100 metres and it's a false start. This was a false start. Oh, well, look at that. Prakash Mishra just saying, hang on a minute,
Hey,
where do you think you're going?
Melbourne, stay at home. Last ball.
Well played as well. Watches as well. It's right on the middle stump, that slow delivery again.
Oh, they're going to send him back. which probably makes no sense because that'll be it anyway. So it will be 1. So Emi Sofia, they do bat out their 50 overs, but not quite run a ball pace. They're going to finish at 58 for 8 off their 10 overs. What I did say, though, I know Bulgaria's got a pretty good batting lineup, but I said if a team was ever to defend a score in the 50s or 60 today, then today would be the day.
Yeah,
So the record is 63 for the lowest score defended. At the moment, Emi Sofia with 58 on the board in the first half of match 16.
Yeah, I mean, and Sofia, they've got to take some encouragement from the batting of Indo-Bulgarian in their first match today. Didn't bat particularly well. It was a low-scoring game, but they did bowl very well in that match, and they did the same here. And that was Tahiri getting the wicket. Really did wicket-to-wicket bowling. And when the opportunity did come up, they took the catches as well. But I think the two openers, the opening batters, I think Rasul De Silva and probably Kevin D'Souza as well, will be just a little bit disappointed that one of them wasn't able to capitalise and get maybe 40 to 50 runs on the board, which could have meant that would have been a score around about the 90 to 100 mark.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the lawnmower was unleashed, wasn't he, today? With some effect. On the other end, you saw Sanchit Saini getting a plump LBW. And then, nice bit of fielding this from Nikolai Nankov. Forces a run out. Mubarak Ali, he was stuck on a treadmill and he just couldn't get there. And then was over to the windmill to do it again. In fact, he takes 2 wickets for just 1 run off his 2 overs. And that win, the lawnmower, I should say, was absolutely chugging along. As we're just trying to make some kind of counter-attack. To Souza did hit the boundary, but then he found himself out the very next ball. Caught by the conductor, Chris Lakov. He flashes the thumbs up in the pearly whites. He's enjoying his day. And late on, it was Deep Singh with 3 wickets in an over. And that really wrecked things in the 8th.
Yeah, it was very clever bowling, and that was the 3rd. They had the opportunity for a hat-trick as well. And well, this one was when we all got excited. We thought, well, that's another. It wasn't a B. It was actually a free hit at the time, but it could have been a run-out. Watch this. And he thought, hang on a minute, what's going on there?
Nankov got caught holding the baby, and everyone else is looking around and said, it's over to you, Nikolai. He wasn't able to hit. Only 1 boundary in the last 2 overs. And ultimately, they finished with a score of 58. It was Ishan De Silva that top scored with 15, with a 4 and a 6. Kevin D'Souza with a dozen, but nobody else really able to get going through that middle order. You see those 3 ducks. And Chuktai with 11 on out. He tried hard, didn't he? Scored a boundary in there as well. Albert Jacob was there to finish it off. 10 wides in the innings. So something to always watch out for. And the 1 no ball as well. It's going to be expected on a day like today, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, look, all credit to the Bulgarian, because I like the fact that everybody was given an opportunity. 8 bowlers were used. You'll see that coming up on the scorecard. And all of them really bowled very well. And,
yeah, I said 10 wides, but I suppose there are only 5 wide deliveries, which is 1 every 2 overs. Probably not that bad. 3 for 7 Gagdeep Singh. But for me, look at those figures for Nick Johns Whitberg. The lawnmower, 2 for 1, including a wicket maiden. The other wicket just went to Bakhtiar Tahiri and Sanchit Saini. Also, yeah, you see the 8 bowlers used shows the kind of bowling depth that they've got. So Prakash Mishra, not afraid to share it around. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it'll be Indo-Bulgarian, hoping to remain undefeated. They'll need 59 if they're going to do that. So back soon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. We'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria. Hello and welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground here in Bulgaria. The beautiful city of Sofia. Once again, our host to a wild and woolly week in the FanCode European Cricket Series. But we are back on the park here on Friday. It's the last day before the finals tomorrow. It's our first chance today to have a look at the defending champions, Indo-Bulgarians, who are out to chase 59 in the second half of match 16. We're just playing the even-numbered games today from 10 through 20. So 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So this is the fourth game of 6 today to catch up on a couple. And it does look like their regular opening combination of Chris Lakov and Prakash Mishra are out there for Indo-Bulgarians. Be a good contest because we're going to have Ali Rasool, left armour, opening the bowling. He normally gets the ball to do a bit. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Enrico Full. Enrico, you would expect Indo-Bulgarians to chase these down, but we've said time and time again today, nothing is elementary on this field.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, they'll be looking to do it in style. They certainly have got the power hitters to do it. They haven't really clicked as yet with the bat. Remember, these two teams met in last year's final. Indo-Bulgarians are the champions. So University of Sofia would love to try and get a victory over Indo-Bulgarian, but it looks unlikely defending this low score.
2 short covers, no third man. This one goes straight between both of them for a single. It's an interesting field. I think that tells me they're trying to save singles. And look, your only way to victory here is to do 2 things: to slow the scoring and take crucial wickets. So that 2 short covers probably tells me that they're trying to dot up these openers, although one of them now retreats to the edge of the circle.
And Rasool. Rasool trying to get the breakthrough. Oh, this is a lovely shot. Picks this up beautifully, and that goes all the way. Ginnasona Shakalagia.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Picks up length real quick. Wasn't that short, I think, from Rasool, but he just pounces on it. And this new ball, I think, flies further than the old ball. It gets a bit banged up and probably gets a bit waterlogged and a bit muddy. We've seen that a couple of times today, haven't we?
What a lovely shot that was. He was onto it so quickly. Que grande. And, this one will be called a wide, and has been. The umpire thinks about it for a moment. And let's get spread.
Got to say, I love the strips of MU Sofia. Just a bit of that swing, but swinging past the leg stump.
Oh, this will be a no ball, and it's being called. And Prakash was sort of a bit tied on the back foot, so decided not to go for it.
I don't know if he hurt himself there when he played the shot, or maybe taking off, just swinging for it. You see when he turns, looked a bit uncomfortable. That could just be a ploy to face the free hit though, Rico, which he will get to do now.
Here we go. He wants to go big. And he tries to go big. He gets hold of this, and I think it just bounces short of the boundary. 4 runs. So it doesn't get the maximo, but gets the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, picks the longest part of the ground, or one of the longest parts of the ground to go. That's why it doesn't quite go the journey, but does get there for 4. And Prakash, the skipper, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Yeah, it's playing some nice aggressive shots. Rasool needs to get it right. And he does. He knocks him over. And not for the first time we see Prakash Mishra go in this sort of fashion. He'll be very disappointed with himself, because in a match like this, when it's not the high score you need, you've already got 10 of the over with a couple of boundaries. You don't need to play this shot. And if that was a shot playing than free hit, you can understand it. But not at this point. And he gives Ali Rasool the wicket that he and his team need.
Yeah, says well bowled to Rasool, but I think Prakash will be disappointed with that shot. Just gets a bit carried away with his own hype, I think, after knocking a couple of boundaries up. But he does become the first wicket to fall. And Mishra, he goes 6-4 and out. The score is 13 for 1.
Yeah, goes in double figures. And that means that it's Dunbar, the wicketkeeper. He's had a good day so far. He comes out to take guard, and he'll be hoping to get a good score on the board here as we say hello to some youngsters who are walking by and watching the game with some excitement.
Yeah, it's always great to see so many kids here. Now we get into the Easter break, in Bulgaria that is. Last year we had school holidays, didn't we? Yeah, we had scores of kids down getting involved. There's Ali Rasul. Pretty good first ball to Dunbar. He's happy just to punch it to cover for no run. Yeah. Mishra, that's the first part of the plan. I think you probably need to get these two, probably a couple more. And all the while trying to push that rate up. The issue here is they've got 13 off this first over, which is more than they need in 2 overs. Dunbar looks handsome, doesn't get a run. End of the first over. Pretty good one for Indo-Bulgarian, although they do lose their skipper. It's 13 for 1.
Yeah, and I think that's sensible there from Adrian Dunbar. He knows he doesn't have to play any extravagant shots. Captain had already got enough runs from the over. And, he and Chris Lakov just have a few words with each other as they make their way to their respective ends. And, looks like it's going to be Chugati who's going to be the bowler here. Just making a change to his field. Chugtai, that is. And he's bringing the long on in. They're leaving long off on the boundary and third man. They're the 2 that are allowed to in the power play. Remember the first 3 overs. Well, this time they do decide to go. It's well fielded by Hazi. Yusuf. It's got, well, for the moment, a very bright orange pair of pumps on. Whether they stay that way at the end of this innings, we'll wait and see. Took time once more. That's a good delivery. That really is a lovely ball. He's a tall man, so when he gets that one right, it's going to be a tricky one to block out. And he manages to do so only just.
Yeah, see a bit more technical aspect to the batting required so far. He's up in the block hole, so not an easy one to drive. Dunbar's the guy that probably didn't make as many runs last time we saw in the ECS. That was in Croatia. Than he's capable of.
No ball called, and foot fault there from looking at the reactions of the umpire, Tyron Peters. Yeah, it looks like he's gone a long way over there. That's a very good pick-up and good call.
Well, now this time, I'm guessing Chugtai knows it's a free hit. He was almost run out in some post-free hit chaos in the first innings. That's Dunbar that can open his shoulders.
There's a go, but not able to do so. Just lost his shape there. The head sort of went up in the air and he loses sight of the ball as it goes past. So, gets away with it, Chugtai. Won't get away with this. It was Gandhi and it was beautifully picked up, well executed. And this one may have gone all the way. You see the umpire's just checking. He picks this up beautifully. Let's see if we can pick this up on our camera. I think it's I think it
gets there.
I think it does. I think it just goes over the line. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful, clean pickup. And it just goes to show sometimes it's not about the power. It's about timing as well. A lovely shot.
Yeah, great camera work as well by the guys at Swing Productions.
And, well, Tyron Peters, I think, thinks about this one and probably decides against it. Probably because of the initial movement from the batter, maybe.
You just got to... Yeah, I think that's a good call.
I think that's okay.
I think it's actually inside the line, genuinely.
Yeah. It's well bowled, and just checking, that is the over. It is, so the end of the over. It is 21 on the board. 1 wicket down.
We had a question, I think it was Liam Day in the chat that was asking, okay, Vinny and Rico, we've got 22 we need to defend off the last 3 overs. Who are your bowlers? And he's picked Jamie Batten. And he's picked Mohammad Kamran. Here's another one. I suppose we need a spinner.
Okay.
Go on, have a think. It's not an easy one because there's plenty of good defensive bowlers we've seen. Yeah, not easy, is it? I feel like I should go spin option.
Again, there's quite a few.
I'm going to go one that I saw bowling really well last week. Shariz Ahmed, the young spinner from the Netherlands. And Musa Ahmed's younger brother. Just seems to be putting it wherever he wants. As we see Delek Vinu coming in. And first ball's a dot. So here's my pick. But it's certainly a slightly different skill set bowling at the end of the innings.
take the single. So once again out to the offside in the covers.
Lakov's just unobtrusive as an opener here. You know, like he just stays out of the way. He does all the little things. He just makes sure that the health of the innings is where it needs to be. He won't be taking undue risks, but he will be aggressive. If he gets a bad ball, he won't be afraid to put it away.
Good early call and good running. I think is at the moment that's all they need to do. I mean, at the same time, University of Sofia won't mind it so much, because what it will do is hopefully try and just get that rate up a bit. But at the moment, they can win this in singles. It's under 6 and over required. And he gets away with it. And it was short. It was down the leg side. Any good bit of bat on it, it would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, it's got big on him. Maybe gets a bit of the glove, I think, more than anything, of Lakov. Anyway, will still be another single. Couple of balls left in the power play. See if Dunbar attacks.
And he does go for it, and he gets a little snick on this. And that's well bowled by Vinu, getting that away movement. Dunbar goes for 7 of 10 deliveries. Omar Rasul taking the catch.
Yeah, well, Dunbar with his batting always looks like a millionaire, but finds himself sleeping on the street. Have a look at this. It's not a bad shot. I think just a little bit of straightening, a little bit of movement away from him does it, and takes a little edge. Well held behind the stumps by Omar Rasul. And so the bowler's pumped Vinu, and why not? He gets the big wicket of Adrian Dunbar. That's the second to fall into Bulgarian. 24 for 2.
Yeah, that's well bowled. He's didn't get the line right all the time. A couple that he sprayed. There was that short one he got away with, and it was that delivery actually getting the single that allowed, I suppose, the wicket of Dunbar. So another batter comes out there now, and it's back to Tahiri. Wouldn't he love to find some sort of form and rhythm? He's a very dangerous player. We've already seen his quality with the ball. Can he provide with the bat? He's got a ball to face from Derek Vinu. And it's not a good one. It's down the leg side, and it needs to be bowled again. Not quite sure what Vinu is trying to do with the ball here. Looks like he's trying to do too much. Gets the wrist and the arm into play. When he gets it right, it's good. But quite often than not, in this over, been too short and down the leg side. And this one has gone that way as well. So, though they have picked up 2 wickets, they're also giving away too many freebies. And in a low-scoring game, you can't afford that. This could be another.
Yeah,
it is.
Had a question from Liam asking if Dunbar's a Serbian native. It's true, he is. He's got a Serbian passport. He's played 6 T20 internationals, including a century. So he scored that 104 not out on debut for Serbia. So you'll see him popping up in T20 international cricket from time to time.
It's another. So we've got 4 wides on the trot here now. So he just can't finish off.
We're not even doing the last ball of the over curse that we do sometimes. That we got Aswad Khan last time with. All right, I'll try it. Last ball of the over. The reverse curse.
Reverse curse.
Tahiri.
The way they'll definitely take one. One of the batters interested, Chris, in taking and making that into 2. But not Tahiri. He's saying, no, I'm got going. I want to stay here. And why not? Look, only 8 runs come off that over. But I think 5 of them at least were wides.
Here's that thing. That even though it wasn't a terrible power play for MU Sofia, they did pick up a couple of wickets, but already they're halfway to the score. So it shows you the kind of mountain they need to climb. Seems like it's a bit too steep. Anyway, Chuktar's going to come back for a second over. End of the power play, so up to 5.
Speaking of mountains they're going to climb, I want to see you climb that mountain.
Yeah, when you're looking over here, it looks beautiful with the snow on the top, doesn't it?
How high is it? Do we know? Can anyone tell us? I mean, I know this ground is at 600 metres. That one's played out to point and almost makes a meal of it, Vinu. I reckon we've got to be talking, what, 2.5? What do you reckon?
Yeah, would have to be, I think.
I mean, I suppose it
tell
could be
us
more
exactly.
because they've got snow on the top of them. Could be
A
more.
little bit more. Hey, Liam's right on the pulse. He's absolutely correct that the 104 not out that Dunbar scored was against Bulgaria. So you probably see that someone like Prakash Mishra was pretty keen to get hold of him in the
Yeah,
Bulgarians.
he probably thought, okay, you'll do.
Scored that number 3 on debut. 10 sixes, 5 fours. That was in Corfu in the Hellenic Premier League.
Too tight. Bottom of his second. Oh, that's good delivery. I think that's such a dangerous delivery of his, and I think, you know, that's the sort of delivery which even class batters like in this series, Prakash Mishra struggle with, because it's right there and it just tempts you to go across the line, and if you do, you're gone. And this one is just slightly shorter and gets that movement away.
This is a good opportunity for Tahiri to get some confidence back. He doesn't have to go absolutely nuts with the bat. You know, he can just play himself in it. You know, attacking shots should be an extension of your basic technique. At the moment, not seeing a lot of technique from Tahiri. He's just certainly in the bat speed up.
I mean, he's probably got the right idea, taking that initial movement coming forward, but he knows that the ball is then swinging away. So he's trying to hit this in the wrong area.
Yeah.
If you're going to play that shot, you've got to be looking to loft it over sort of in the extra cover area.
Yeah, there's nobody back square of the wicket. At deep point as well.
And this time he keeps his shape, just respects it and plays it defensively. So a good spell. 9 runs off the 2 overs of Chuktai, and it's 31 for 2 at the end of 4 overs.
So, yeah, pretty good effort from Chuktai, all things considered, I think. It's just the 1 run and a leg by off that one. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a disastrous start at all. It's just so few runs to play with. There's every chance these two teams could meet tomorrow on finals day as well. We already know, essentially, the Blacksmiths will be the team to miss out. So it's all about jostling for position. Obviously, the top 2 get a double chance. It's another reason this game's important. Into Bulgarian playing a bit of catch-up because they didn't get to play on day 1 when we did have some cricket.
Damian Ali comes in short and wide. Probably could have been left, but that's an area where Chris Lakoff is very strong. He likes the width. He'd be disappointed that he's only been able to get 1 here. He was trying to get it in the gap between third man and backward point.
That was good fielding. Really good fielding there to knock that down. There's a long way to his left.
In the air, watch the bounce, does really well. That's well fielded and a great arm as well. Good bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, good vortex fielding. It's Kevin D'Souza down there. Yeah, players just having a bit of an easier time with the footing now compared to first thing this morning.
This will be called wide. And, you heard somebody just shout out before that delivery. I think it may have been Jacob saying, don't give him too much width. And with that, he's trying to bowl it a bit straighter and it goes down the leg side. Nicely played. And now that area of the ground was very, very wet yesterday, and just as I was thinking that, you saw there Mubarak Ali nearly going. He does well, the big man, to keep his feet. It's obviously somebody who's ice skates, and this is nicely bowled. Sees the batter starting to come at him, Tahiri, and bangs it in.
There's a bit of extra bounce here. I haven't mentioned there's something in it for the bowlers.
Goes for it again, but this time doesn't come up as much. And this time, Tahiri guides it to the man at point, takes a single.
So, let's see if Daniel Ali can get a breakthrough. Last ball of his over.
And has to defend this himself, and he does. Good finish to the over. And, well, I mean, it's going to be one of those again. Once again, like we said, the Bulgarian haven't shown as yet their class with the bat. And you just feel that, you know, if they could have just got even another 15 runs on the board, it could have been a different situation. I mean, they're not there yet. As you're at,
True.
Get to the halfway point, scored 36, so they're actually...
Plenty of batting on paper to come, but I mean, have a look at that. Okay, 23 off 30. I think they should get there in a canter, but a few dot balls. These wides aren't helping either, are they?
No, the wides aren't having. Just to give you an idea, at the halfway point, Sophia, they were at 28 for 2. So it was at this point that their runs really dried up. And this was going to be another wide, but he decides he'll go for the shot. And the fielder, oh dear, oh dear. Well, it's a remarkable effort from Derek Vindu, this. But I think if he had just chose to just flick it back, it would have been better. But he actually dived into the ball and knocks it over the line. And how about this? This is called following the ball.
10 points for effort. That's all I'll say about this. Well, let's just have a look at how it backfires. This ball looks like it's holding up. And he has 2 goes at it. Each time he just seems to accelerate the ball's movement towards the boundary.
That's a wipeout. And this one has come off the
There could be 2 there.
And, well, this is
That's
an interesting one.
Wow. This is a knee of steel.
And see, Ali say, "Oh, yaar, idhar na maar, itte ground bahut gilla. Tu naal mainu vi naal hi sit lena." It's wide again. I'm not sure why they're playing at these wide balls at the moment. I think they're doing use of a big favour because I think he probably, if these were left, he may not have bowled a legal delivery.
Yeah, if they keep bowling them, then you might as well, if they keep hitting them, I should say, you might as well keep bowling them. So it's not just the lawnmower who cuts. Lakov, and he likes to cut as well.
In the air, and it's over the infielders. One of the 3 men will get it in.
It's good running.
But they take the 2 straight away. Yeah, that's one thing that Lakov will do. It doesn't matter who's batting with him. He'll make you run. And Tahiri's finding that out now.
Yeah, it's just good to hear he's spending some time there.
Slower delivery, and it could have found the gap. Well, he gets past one fielder, but not the other. Good bit of fielding.
There you go. Guess who? That's Delrick.
Delrick,
That's Delrick territory right there. Nice clean pickup after his little shenanigan earlier in the over.
Yeah, I reckon he uses the same hairdresser. Maybe a keep it ball.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Oh, is this going to be out? It's got to be out.
I don't even know what's happened here. Let's have a look.
I think the throw is going to be a direct hit.
Well, firstly,
what happens?
He cuts into the edge of the pitch and it comes back.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. I think it's just a matter of whether the ball is taken cleanly. So we'll try and give you a couple of angles on this. Look at this first.
Here's the throw. Does he break the stumps? Does the bowler break the stump? The throw for me was going to hit the stumps. What does the bowler? It's not the bowler, it's the fielder backing up. Watch the fielder, watch the leg.
I don't think you can give that out.
Ooh,
I think the ball probably does hit the stumps, but I think that his arms hit at the same time.
Yeah, I get the feeling these bails could have been dislodged by the fielder. Yeah, I think he does. I don't think you can give this. I mean, yeah, it's so difficult. But first of all, how about the ball? Yeah, you're right, Vinny. The ball coming back off.
I think the ball hits the stumps, but it's too late.
Chris Lakov can't believe it. I think it's going to be very difficult to call this one, I think. I think you've got to go with not out.
Yeah, I think the fielder just gets in a real muddle there. And I think, based on that evidence, I think it'll be not out.
This ball is going to hit the stumps. The fielder's just got to leave this. I don't think maybe he could stop, and he makes a terrible hash of that. Doesn't do himself or his team any favours, and I think that might be the captain, Andy Silva.
It's a bit of an own goal, isn't it? Bit of Silva. Yeah. What about the ball? Can we talk about the ball getting cut? And, I mean, I'm surprised it came back out of the side of the pitch.
I think I asked you this question the other day, and you said it's very unlikely for it to happen. Where if the ball is cut, the batter's played it, hits the edge of the square, comes back and hits the stumps, but you're out your crease.
He's bowled. No, you don't have to be out of crease. You'll be bowled. And I'm not joking. That's not even a joke. If that happened, if you cut it sideways and it hit the edge of the pitch and it came back and hits your stumps, you're bowled.
But what if you hit it again to try and stop it? Then you hit the ball twice.
That's fine as long as you don't try to run, because you're allowed to do that to defend your wicket.
Oh, that's just crazy. Anyway,
that was
no
amazing.
harm done.
Wow. What about the fact that Lakov got tackled during that play as well? There's a lot to unpack there. That'll be on the big shot, I'll tell you that much. After all that, it was a dot.
Ali. Oh, he's unlucky here. This is well bowled. It's sort of half appeal. I don't think so. I think the you could see the bowler initially couldn't believe that it hasn't hit the stumps. And then there was a little bit of a, well, why don't we have a go? No, not out. And this one is an edge, and this races away. And that's 4 runs. There's nothing that Omar Rasool could do about this. This has gone past him like lightning.
He wrong foots himself though. You know, because he's moving to his left, it's always going to be difficult to get back. So yeah, maybe his initial position, he could start a bit further left, just to maybe have a play at that, especially with the footing like it is. There's no chance of changing direction.
Yeah, Daniel Ali, you'll feel that he's a little bit unlucky here. So Tahiri keeps building. That's a really good delivery, really is nice, and that's the ball that he struggled with. Tahiri, we've seen him try coming down the track a few times and he'd be beaten that way. And, just not able to play that ball short of a length. This one's Fuller, hit hard, and the chance goes down. Opportunity gate. Gachsiga. It's a good effort, you have to say. I think that's Jugtai, the tall man.
It is.
He's got a long way to come down.
He's been in the action, Jugtai, this game. I just want to say a quick hello to Raisal Khan. He says he loves listening and practicing his English while listening to the commentary. Well, hello, Raisal. Thanks for your nice comment. And this one is out. It's going to be caught. It's in the end of the gloves, actually, from Omar Rasool, but he will hold on to it. And so Daniel Ali will take a wicket in the end as Lakov nicks off for 7, but he has got them almost all the way there as he falls. It's 51 for 3.
Yeah, the difference between Chris Lakov and Cinderella, well, you'll see it here. Cinderella knows when to leave the ball, so Chris Lakov has to go. It's a good catch again from Omar Rasool. And nice, safe hands.
This is a proper ice cream cone. He is so relieved here, because if you look at when he catches it, the ball almost pops out. Look, right in the end, and then he takes it, no problem. So he's in a better position because that ball was going out to at least move to his right. And Daniel Ali just being congratulated by Lakov is a real good sport. Let's have a look at what's coming up next as we're 7 overs down in this one, 51 for 3. And it's Emu Sophia. They got the double header against the Pleven 11. We haven't seen them since this morning. Back to live action.
Nicely played well, nicely timed shot. Take
So,
a single, and that you
yeah,
just think here, pick up a few wickets quickly. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a big comeback. Emu Sophia. They'll have to field first because Pleven, their captain Akshay Harikumar, won the toss, and they'll have a bat. So join us for that one. Starts in about 40 minutes' time. It's the 5th of 6 matches today, Rico.
Yeah, it's a bit of a marathon, but look, happy to get him in after having so many postponed and then abandoned. And what a lovely and pleasant sight it is to have the sunshine here again. It's going to be a wide. It's a problem that Yusuf has had.
Ninja was saying the format that keeps on giving. Love the ECN. I think that was after that. I think that was a triple highlight, that run out thing. As we see this one, it's going to go all the way down to third man where it's dropped. Well, you can't look away, can you? As that's Delrick Vinu. He's a human highlight reel himself, and he should have reeled this one in, Rico.
He's having a mare, isn't he? The only thing that looks good about this is he's here. He's not out of place once more. I'm telling you about Akib Iqbal. There's somebody else who's encroaching on your style, but that was a chance.
The way that this game's going, I'm surprised he didn't boot that over the boundary after he dropped it. Just 4 required now. But yeah, the triple highlight there was the ball cut into the pitch and coming back on the pitch, and the bowler tackling the batsman, and then whatever happened next with the stumps. Anyway, this one could be it if it gets all the way to the boundary, but I don't think it'll get there. It will be a couple.
That's one way to stop it, and it's not been stopped yet. It goes back, so almost there now. And they haven't helped themselves in the field. I mean, it was always going to be hard work, but you just think in a tight game like this, you've got to take every chance, every opportunity that comes your way. Hit up in the air. Will they take this one? Yes, they will. So they do get another wicket. And it's going to be, I think, Tahiri that finally does depart.
The good thing about that innings is Tahiri faces 21 balls, and he looks like he needs it because, you know, he's a talented player, but would have been really short of some cricket. So ends up going for 18. Pretty much almost gets him there. It's these kind of shots, though, where his weight's falling away to the leg side, and he's still trying to hit on the offside. I think, yeah, just needs to work on that a little bit. but still, he falls with his team. Only a couple from victory. It's 57 for 4. Hey, how about this? Awoken Nightmare in the chat. He said, glad to see play resume today. I'm currently watching from the hospital for the birth of my son.
Oh.
So I know you're in the US there, Awoken Nightmare. But fantastic that you're watching from hospital. And maybe you're watching with the sound down. That's always a good trick because probably cricket, a few other sports are pretty easy to watch with the sound down. So I don't know if you can hear us, but I might put it in the chat as well to say congratulations.
Yeah,
Jacob's coming on, just 2 to win.
And that'll probably do it. It will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. It was a full toss outside the off, and once it's gone past the infield, that goes to the boundary, and it's game over. So another comfortable victory, you'd have to say, for Indo-Bulgarian. They've done it inside 8 overs. And just not enough runs. You just feel 15, 20 more runs on the board. And if they had taken all their chances, it could have been a different story. But it wasn't to be. And Indo-Bulgarian, the current reigning champions, they look like they're going from strength to strength. And that man out there, and Rohit Damian, hasn't he had a good day? He's bowled really well. And didn't get too much of an opportunity with the bat.
They bat long. I think they've just got a bit more depth than some of these sides in the Bulgarian. And so they are still undefeated. They find themselves with 2 wins and 5 no results. Can't say I've ever seen that before. But they're in a pretty good position. And we'll have to just check out how they go the last game of the day, because they will be challenging for that top spot, I think, with a win over the Blacksmiths. We'll give you the ladder updated at the end of this game if you stay tuned after the highlights. Speaking of the highlights, let's have a look at some of them from the chase. It was 59 to win. Prakash Mishra, he started like he was in a hurry as he went 6 and 4, but then he got one he couldn't deal with. Just hitting across. We've seen that a few times from Mishra. Rasul picked up the captain early, but ultimately we'd see Dunbar come out, and even though he nicked off, and no sense of panic in Bulgaria. They've got plenty of batting. They end up doing it with a bit of time to spare.
At this point, Rinu was quite happy, but then things were about to change for him quite quickly. First, there was that. There's more to come. But this was just amazing. This was absolutely amazing. I mean, it was like, yeah, I mean, you mentioned the big shot. This will be on the big shot for sure. And we'll be watching it over and over again.
Yeah, that was a little shot, but still went for 4. Just got away from the keeper, Omar Rasul. Yeah, there's a lot happening in this, including this, which is right in the fingernails, but it was held on to by Omar Rasul. Lack of a rare dismissal for him. Vinu, well, he wasn't just kicking the ball over the boundary, he was kicking himself after letting that one go down. There was that consolation wicket towards the end. It wouldn't last too much longer. Ultimately, it would be the Bulgarian. They get there with plenty of time to spare, 11 balls in fact. And so you can have a look for yourself at the scorecard. Just a reminder, we do have 2 more matches coming up today. So yeah, a smorgasbord of cricket. It's great to be back. We're back with a vengeance. It's pretty much using all the daylight hours to keep the cricket coming to you today. As far as this went, it was Bhaktiyar Tahiri that top scores with 22, not out off 21. So it's good to see him out there. Apart from that, Mishra with 10, Nakov with 7, engineered them all the way to 50 plus, and Dunbar with 7. So you can see even Demand not really contributing too much. Shows you that they've got plenty of batting. That's even without, you know, players like Gagdeep Singh, who's listed at 8. That's very low. So yeah, the 8 wides, 2 no balls, and a bye probably not happening, not helping, I should say, when you're trying to defend 58, because they did push him. They took him all the way to the 9th over. Wicket split between Ali Rasul, who got Mishra, Delvik Vinu with 1, Daniel Ali with 1, Huzaiv Yusuf with 1. And, you know, Chukta bowled a pretty good couple of overs as well. So plenty of positives there. There's every chance, Rico, these 2 teams could meet on finals day. And you can see the MU Sofia, there are signs of it. They just couldn't quite put together too much, particularly with the bat in that game.
Yeah, I think at the moment, like the Medical University of Sofia, are very similar probably to Plovdiv. I think they do need at least one of their top 3 batters to perform and get big runs on the board. If they're to do so, I think there'll be a match for any side, because they're very strong with the bowling, got plenty of good bowlers, they bowl good wicket a line, and they will pick up wickets, but the problem is they need runs on the board to do that, and they're struggling with that. And you could say the same about probably the other teams as well. Indo-Bulgarian is no exception, and that's probably all to do with just haven't played as much cricket. This is the first time, this is the first matches these guys are playing.
Yeah, probably with the exception of some of the Indo-Bulgarian guys that did play at the ECL, but even that is a couple of months in the past now. Yeah, So with that one, into Bulgarian will leapfrog Emu Sofia, but they will get an opportunity to leapfrog them back if they can knock over Pleven in the next game. So plenty of permutations still to come as we start to get a bit more set on the final finishing positions. Remember, the top two will get that crucial double chance tomorrow. So join us. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes. And when we do, we'll have the 5th match of the day. Can you believe it? 6 matches today right here from Bulgaria. And it will be Sofia versus the Pleven 11. Hopefully you'll see you then. Mr. Maximo here. Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Fall. Well, we're into overtime. So still 2 more matches to come today on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and good afternoon to the beautiful Vasilevsky National Sports Academy. What a lovely shot that is of the scenery around here. And it is Bulgaria, a beautiful place. And, plenty of hot springs up in those mountains, I can tell you that. And also, as we know, it's a great country to explore. Third of the country surrounded in national forests as well, and lovely people. And certainly they have made us feel very welcome here as well. And thank you very much to the Federation, to Andrei Lilov and Prakash Mishra and Professor Kilov, as we get ready for the 5th match today. 5 of 6 matches in the day. We're just trying to catch up, and this match is going to be an interesting one. Well, Medical University of Sofia, they know that if they can pick up a victory here, then they've got a very, very good chance of making it into the top 2. So they have to be at their best. They have to recover from that blip against the Indo-Bulgarian side, and they're up against the Medical University of Plevin, who themselves will want to get a win under their belt as well. Things haven't gone their way today. So they did get a 7-run victory over the Blacksmiths earlier in the shortened match. But since then, the sun has been shining, and we've had some good quality cricket. And I've been very impressed, particularly with the bowling, bearing in mind that a lot of the bowlers have all elected, and quite wisely as well, to just bowl off a few steps rather than chance running in and slipping on some of the surfaces which are still a little bit soft underfoot. I think all the bowlers have bowled really well. This will be a very good contest, and just to give you the information from the coin toss, that the Medical University of Plevin have won the toss and have elected to bat first. So looking to get a good score on the board, and I would say that really going to be looking in the score between the 80 and 90. If you push on to 100, I think that'll be fantastic. And it's going to be that man there, Danny boy, start the bowling. Bowled very well, Danny Ali. As the umpires get ready for the start of this match, and it's going to be Ivan Goleto and Nisarg Shah. Ivan to take the first over, and he's going to stretch his arms wide to start off with. Big yawn at the same time, not really, but nice stretch. Always nice to have a nice stretch. The Men in Black have done a wonderful job here, led very well, of course, by our tournament referee Stefan Gooch. And oh, that's a better ball. It's a bit of a peach of a delivery. Good delivery, good comeback. Mikhail Kadian, I'm happy to see him up there, opening the batting. He's got a very fine 40 on the first day. This one's called a wide as well. He did get Mikhail Kadian playing at it. Yeah, I think he's a quality bat. And if he just spends a bit of time at the crease, will score runs. And, this is another one that gets through. A very warm welcome to everybody on the YouTube chat. A lot of conversation happening there. And I hope you're enjoying the cricket, and keep talking to us. If there's any questions you want to know, anything you want to know about Bulgaria, we shall try and find out. And a very big hello and good evening to everybody watching in the sub-Indian continent, watching via FanCode. Of course, you're in Sofia, Bulgaria. That's well bowled. Nicely played, just squaring up the batter a little bit there. Bulgaria, the country's flag, from top to bottom, horizontally, white, green and red. A lot of history the country has. The white is symbol of hope. That's another one that gets through. A very good over so far. The green is the symbol of the wonderful nature the country has to offer. Already said that a third of the country is surrounded by beautiful forests. Up in the air, it's a chance, it's a catch, and it's taken. And it's a bit of a gift. He didn't look very comfortable, Kadyan. He's played and missed at a few, and then he gets this loose one, which really he needs to be swinging at hard and trying to put away. And all he's managed to do is put it straight into the hands of the fielder. And a wicket taken by Daniel Ali. And you can see this again, just sort of backs away and then just offers the bat at it. And it's a straightforward catch from a man who's absolutely delighted, Yusuf. And not the start that the Medical University of Plevin wanted. So Sofia, that's what they need. They don't, I think themselves wouldn't want to be chasing more than 70. And they want early wickets early. And just to go back to the flag, so we've done the white, the green and the red, symbol of the blood that's been soaked into the lands. Bulgaria, a magnificent place. And if you've never been, you need to put it on your wish list because it is a superb place and the people are absolutely delightful. It's a wonderful place to be at. Plenty to see and plenty of history as well. Now, this is not a good delivery after being pretty tidy. And Ali, the first ball he bowls to the new batter. Ends up being a big wide. Short. And gives a bit of swing of the bat. Skipper. At this one. Misses out on it. That's the end of the over. And it's a nice tidy one as well. And work for these two Plevin batters to do here now. They've got to somehow try to get to a good score to put a bit of pressure on the Medical University of Sofia when they're 4 for 1. A good start from Ali. I'm liking this field. I've seen it before early in the day. Really men close on either side of the field, really trying to make sure the batters have to work hard for their runs. There's no easy singles there. They've got a slip in play as well, so very attacking. Be careful here. And alongside me coming into the commentary box is Manish Sandhu.
That's good to be back. Quick game's a good game, says Chugtai, as he's, I suppose, skewed away at that deep backward point position, guarding the vortex. And one thing I've noticed today with the bowlers, kind of, I suppose, out of necessity, bowling off shorter run-ups. We've really been getting through these overs. Yeah. We've been motoring through. It's not like there's been a bunch of boundaries either. So, like I say, game moving along, which when you've got 6 games in a day, it's probably pretty important. So it's chopped and knocked up by the keeper, Rasul. And so, yeah, I mean, for me, this is just to see if Sofia will get the double chance. I think they'll find it hard to get it if they lose this game. So it opens the door for Indo-Bulgarian to overtake them into second place, perhaps even first place. So if they do win this, I think they will finish at least second. Good stuff by Chugtai. He's keeping it simple, isn't he, Rico?
Yeah, he's getting the ball in the right place. And we found today that all the bowlers really bowl really well under these restrictions. Keeping the ball in the right place. Well, just a little bit too wide, but you see what he's trying to do. That's why he's got that field set. He's got the slip in. Got the third man inside the circle, and then they've got that man in between the third and point on the boundary, and that's him in play now. I like this field set.
Yeah, well, he's bowling to his field. That's the key, isn't it? He got 6 on the offside, and he's bowling accordingly. Into 2 overs, and Plevin are 7 for 1. So, I mean, Kajan's still there, so he's obviously someone that can get moving. Harry Kumar, again, pretty experienced campaigner. And Plevin just seem to have struggled at the business end, although at least now we know they will make the final 4. It's just a matter of whether they can put it together against a top 3 opponent, whether it be Sofia or Plovdiv or Indo-Bulgarian eliminated tomorrow. This one sprayed down leg side. You can see kind of the issues that Daniel Ali is having compared to Chugtai. He did just bowl the 1 wide in the over, but for the most part, he was on target. This is match 18 as well. Should mention that. This one is just worked away in front of square. Going to come for 2. That's 2 Ali today because it is pretty difficult to find your footing around there, so that's good running by the batters.
Yeah, it's good. They've got to be positive. They've got to think about partnerships all the time. That's good to think about. Eliminate dot balls. Think about partnerships.
It's not really an alley, it's more of an island. Maybe it's two island. Bangs this in for the dot ball. Yeah, so it's been an interesting day. I mean, if you've just joined us, because of the amount of abandoned games, it was decided to abandon one leg of each of the double headers that were remaining. Oh, this one should be out. Keeper comes around, takes a simple catch. Omar Rasul. So Daniel Ali wasn't afraid to bang it in, and it does result in a wicket. And so, yeah, Kajan, I think it's all right. It's for height. I think they're questioning about whether it's the second one over the shoulder for the over, but I don't think it was that high. I think it's probably chest high. And so I think he's going to have to go. I think the umpire just motioning, saying, look, yeah, it wasn't that high. We'll get a look at it here. Maybe we won't get a look at it. But yeah, that's no way that's above the shoulder at any rate. So Kajan's going to have to go. And it is the second wicket to fall. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, and it's a very similar delivery that got Yadav out to short outside the off stump. And, well, I suppose Kadian did try and give it some beef and knock it away. But was a little bit late on it as opposed to Yadav, who's just guided it into the hands of Yusuf. So you'd have to say it's another soft delivery and making it hard for themselves here.
Yeah, they sure are. But, you know, some talented players. Here's one of them, Apurv Mishra. Normally does his talking with the ball, but he's been given an opportunity at number 4 here. And he'll be facing Daniel Ali. He's got 2 for 8 now, halfway through his second over. Gets banged in again. Double vortex protection. And somehow it escapes them. Oh, I don't know exactly how that gets through. That's a too many cooks spoiling the broth situation, Rico. Yeah, somehow Mishra gets a boundary.
Look who's out there on the boundary as well. And that is Vinu. And between how this gets through both of them, I don't know. Vinu probably thinks, yeah, I've got it covered, mate, don't worry. And then finds it goes past him. So valuable, very, very valuable runs.
I think you're safe backing up as well, doing the right thing. If he'd stayed where he was, it probably would have been able to stop it on the rebound. And it's heavy length again. So, yeah, they've got the field set for it again. They've got the two plays in the vortex at third man region. And now they're not afraid to bang it in. Once again, you see it's dug in, and so it's been a pretty effective over this from Daniel Ali. And in the end, he concedes 8, including that boundary. It was a bit unfortunate. It does pick up a wicket as well. It's the end of the power play. 11 15 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he's decided that the short ball worked for him. It got him bought him really a wicket in his first over, and he's got him another one this one, and he's just stuck with it. Just short, but not short enough to be called on the height, not going quite over the shoulder.
Seemed to control them well, didn't he? Yeah, so, yeah, we abandoned the odd-numbered games, essentially. Just go back to what I was saying. So today we're playing 6 matches. Matches 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. This is match 18 right now. Chugtai, rinse and repeat. He's a bit of a robot at the moment, but it's working for him.
Yeah, he uses his height well, doesn't he? And he releases that ball, very high arm action. And if he hits the seam, it causes all sorts of trouble.
This time he's hit pretty well down the ground. It's going to be touch and go, but it will go to that short boundary. 4 runs. Haven't seen enough of this today. Harry Kumar had a few goes. He's on the walk. Makes some good contact there. And he gets a boundary for his team.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. It's nice to see. Harry Kumar normally likes to play about inside his crease. He likes to rock back, and sometimes he tries to play the scoop or the reverse. It's nice to see him actually come down and use his feet. And when I talk about feet, the fielder there loses his, but he does well.
It wasn't a matter of if he was going to slip over, it was when he was going to slip over. But he does well to make the stop. Yeah, one thing the bowlers have been saying, you know, it's a shame it's not really practical that we're off our long runs. But I think if you look at the statistics, they've been even more effective than usual today.
Yeah,
I think part of that is just rushing the batter, making them face a lot of balls in a short amount of time. See that dot ball will come back. And I'm going to count how long until the next ball. That's 5, 6, I'm going to be about 15, 20 seconds. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's about half as quick as usual. Well, this one is cracked though, so it might have been a quick follow-up delivery. This is right off the middle from Mishra, who's been sent there for one reason only, to score quickly. And he cracks that one square of the wicket for 4.
Yeah, this is a delightful shot. This is top draw. And we haven't seen too many nice shots played out on the offside. But he gets that one perfect. Lovely shot. Through the gap, 4 runs.
Last ball for Chugtai. Oh, goes upstairs.
Well, this one may be the one for the over. I think it may have just crept over the shoulder length.
It's the last ball of the over anyway, so he can pretty much unleash it. Look how high it was. Didn't miss him by much. About nose high.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is the end of 4. The score is 24 for 2. So just run a ball pace, despite that being the best over we've seen so far for Pleven. They scored 9 off that so far. 4, 3, 8 and 9 through the first 4 overs. Yeah, this is something that's been a bit different. Bowling Ali Rasul a bit later.
Yeah.
Normally you do see him with a new ball.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, we remember seeing him charging in and bowling some lethal Yorkers. When he gets it right, this one's a bit down the leg side. They'll take 1. Shouldn't be thinking for 2. I mean, he's very slow to go.
Oh.
And, well, they had plenty of time to get this right. It wasn't the best of throws that had to be dealt with by Omar Rasul, but I think even perhaps if Rasul was able to take this clean, it could have been an opportunity.
See, I think that Omar Rasul makes a bit of a strategic mistake to go out looking for this. He could have just stayed near the stumps and hoped the ball would reach him because he got himself in an awkward position. Yeah, well, good attacking running, but a better throw I think would have had him in trouble. That's one thing you would say about Ali Rasul. Does bowl a lot of full tosses, sometimes too high. That's probably searching to swing the ball. That's why I'm a bit surprised that we didn't see him opening, because he's one guy that can really move that new ball.
Yeah.
In the 5th over, so it's not super old, but I think it gets old a bit quicker than usual in these conditions. Sort of like the cutter. That needs to be stopped. It's a good bit of work. Then he hands it off to nobody, Daniel Ali. So it will allow a second.
I think he's done well here, actually. You can see what he's trying to do. Say, right, I'm in no position to throw this, so I'll just pass it to you. But he doesn't realise that the fielder, he can't stop.
He was saying, well, remember, I can't stop either. So what do you want me to do about it? It's Alvin Jacob. Alvin Jacob, who eventually did get on it. Oh, this one's in the air, and it's a catching opportunity. It's Daniel Ali, and he just has misjudged that. Not the first one we've seen run under today, Rico. In the end, he doesn't even get a hand on it.
Goes up in the air, and straight away, I don't think Chugtai wanted it at all. He was not even interested. So it had to be Ali's, but he sort of didn't get his positioning right at all. Missed opportunity.
Oh, he's made a meal of this. This could be caught, and it will be. Again, not an easy catch on a day like today, because he had to go fetch it, Omar Rasul. And really, for all intents and purposes, it was a pretty gundy ball, Rico. Yeah. Needed to give it the treatment. It just tamely top edges it. Harry Kumar, he'll be filthy with himself after that. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. Yeah. It's 30 for 3.
They're the shots that I was saying he likes to play, likes to go back into crease. But you see, he doesn't get himself back in the crease, doesn't get himself in position. And it's another soft dismissal. And this time, it's the Rasul brothers that join up together. The younger Rasul doing the bowling and the catch taken behind the stump. Yeah, you're right. It's a good catch. It's all about anticipation. He knew as soon as it went in the air that he had to get there. And he gets the wicket off the captain, Harry Kumar, who disappointingly departs once again. Sort of gets going, got to 9 off 11 deliveries. But really he knows that he needs to do better than that if they're trying to get to this score of, as we say, you need to be looking between 80 and 90 for sure.
Jishnu Sivakumar is the new batter, and he wants to go straight away, but he might have found trouble. Well, that would have been the best catch ever. As Chugtai, he ends up almost catching it anyway. He was knee-deep in the quicksand, and, well, I suppose you have to put that down as a drop catch. And it's hard to catch it when you're 6 foot underground.
Chugtai, he's lying down trying to take this. He going, gone. And then he still tries. Look, if he takes that, that would have been sensational. And you can see, we're talking about the quicksand there. A lot of sand on the ground to try and soak up some of the moisture and the mud early today. But now it's got a bit sticky. And Chugtai does a good job. He's a big man because he can get himself out of it. But, well, he's going to have to wash his trousers today as well.
That would have been super viral. But
could have been the first baller.
just a single then, retaining the strike. Score 31 for 3 after 5. Well, keep your eyes on the ball, but keep your brain on your feet, I think is the lesson there. As new bowler, it was Yusuf. Start delivering something outside off. French cut for 1. So 2 pretty streaky ones for Siva Kumar to get his innings started.
Yeah, he gets a big swing in there and gets lucky. But I suppose what he's got to try and do here is, well, run a ball. And Mishra, he's hit the ball pretty well. Try and give him the strike. That's been the issue. Mishra, I think if it's at his body, he gets to it. But anything in that spot, because he's trying to play every ball on the onside, he's trying to hit everything over mid-wicket. And with this ball climbing on him, he's just likely to sky it.
This is pretty well stopped by Omar Rasul behind the stumps. One thing I would say, we might have only had pretty much 2 days of play in Bulgaria, but the highlights reel. I've got plenty of material so far. This should go straight down the ground. And well cleaned up. Ali Rasul's now gone to that position. I think Chuktai said I've had enough. Move me somewhere else.
Chuktai saying I'm not standing there anymore. I'm bigger and heavier than others. I sink quicker.
Goes upstairs.
Yeah, it's a lot of these. Look, you just got to bat a little bit smarter, maybe with a little bit more intelligence. You can see straight away what the bowling is here from Sophia. I think you need to be trying to guide this past man, third man, who's inside the circle.
Well, there's a slow ball. He picks it, he launches it. It's gone a long way in the air. Wow, he almost pulls off a remarkable catch. Did pretty well to get there within probably a handspan of it. In the end, Pleven living dangerously. It's good to see them attacking. That will be the end of the over, I believe. At the end of 6, it's 35 for 3. So look, from here, if you can somehow conjure 10 and over, you got 75, which I actually think plays pretty well on this field. I think 75 is quite defendable. But I do like the approach from Pleven. I mean, they've lost wickets, and you know, they're not always picking the right shot, I suppose, but they do have that attacking intent. Pretty good over, though, from Huzaifa Yusuf, as he only concedes 4. Could have had a wicket as well.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and looks like it's going to be... Man, that's always been in the action today. Ledrick Vinu. Ledrick bowls well, occasionally just loses his line down the leg side, but when he does get the ball in the right spot, it's very difficult to get away.
Starts with a dot. Well, you mentioned...
I think this is darted in, then moves away, doesn't it? Gets good movement.
Did you say he's got hair like Akib Iqbal?
Yeah, definitely.
100%. Good length on this. We sliced it up. Should be out. And it is out. What a catch. Oh, unbelievable. They had incredible airtime off Daniel Ali, who knocks it up back into the sky from whence it came. And Alban Jacob cleans up. If you want highlights, look no further. A bit of team unity from Emi Sophia. They combined to remove Mishra for 12.
Oh, Shaba, Kinna Sona, stronger together. Oh, I'm liking this. Well, if you're going to knock it up in the air, make sure it goes a long way up. It does, but this still is a really good catch from Alvin Jacobs. Absolute brilliant.
Unbelievable. Oh, this is why we love the European Cricket Network. You won't find that kind of action anywhere else. Jacob held onto the ball. And let's just say, it wasn't probably the most graceful fall, but it was a good result as he comes up with the Kookaburra. Daniel Ali's pretty relieved as well, I think. This just went so high off the rebound. Then he gets a big hug.
That's a fantastic catch. It really is. The anticipation, I think. You see, he's already sort of launched himself because he knows to get there, he's got to be aerial. He's got distance to travel. Fantastic catch.
So, Mishra had a quick fire dozen. Well, that flick was on target. Might have been a chance. Again, I just think sometimes we're seeing the batters trying to flat bat those short balls. I don't think that's particularly easy. I think you're right. Probably have to try and hit a bit squarer. Probably sideways.
Yeah, You see, that's what we're talking about there. Those shots, you know where the ball is going to be. You know it's moving away, and it's always going away from you. To just try and play that shot, it just ain't going to happen. Go towards the ball and hit it hard and hit it on the up.
Well, that helps as well, and this will be into the vortex for 4. So, Siva Kumar certainly living dangerously so far, but it's been an entertainment that he's brought to us. He moves to 8.
Yeah, hits the flag, hole in one. And there you go, races past there. Thank you very much. 4 more runs, so that's one way to do it.
I work at night, Matt, taking some time out of the hospital to say beautiful catch. Well, I'm sure it's a beautiful day for you. This just goes walkabout to nowhere. So pretty good over from Vinu. Entertainment plus, 1 for 5 for him. 7 overs down. Pleven are 40 for 4. So yeah, not getting too many away in that over. Just a reminder that the FanCode European Cricket Series, it is the biggest cricket series on the planet. We are going to continue tomorrow here in Bulgaria with finals day, starting with the eliminator, 3rd versus 4th, and then the qualifier 1, which is the top 2 teams. And then in qualifier 2, the loser of the 1 versus 2 plays the winner of 3 versus 4 for a chance to meet the winner of the 1 versus 2 in the final. So it's a pretty familiar format to those of you that have been following us for a while now. Pretty standard top 4 format. I think it's a good format because it does reward the top 2 teams. And Emu Sofia with a win here can pretty much nail down a place in the top 2.
Gets wide this time, but Yusuf doing very much the same tactics, just keeping that ball. They're trying to keep it just outside the off stump. The batter's not able to get bat onto it. They've got to start sort of anticipating where the ball's going to be. That's a bit fuller. Be another wide.
Yeah, that one. Nice length, but just losing the line a bit. I'm sure that Plovdiv are watching this with a bit of interest, because if Pleven can somehow knock over Sofia here, then it'll be Plovdiv that look like they're going to have the top 2 spot. Yusuf decides to attack the ball. Do that at your own risk. He does allow a single.
Does it really well, actually, doesn't he? He goes down, but he does keep a nice shape. He gets a nice throw in as well. Liking those shirts. What's on the front of those shirts? You've been able
It's
to make it
the
out?
medical insignia. Okay. They told me what it's called, and I couldn't remember. But Ithacus. Oh, someone Google that for me. But yeah, because they're medical students. So we're going to miss.
More of the same. It's getting a bit frustrating here now. I mean, I think if you're one of the other batters, when and go in, you're probably saying the same. So come on, we need to get bat onto ball on these. There's been far too many dot balls. You're missing out on a lot of shots outside the off. This one's shorter. He just gets punched as far as the bowler hits, and he's out, and he misses. And he can't believe that he's missed. He takes time, he aims. He does well to get there, actually. It shows good flexibility, makes the stop, aims it, throws it, misses it, and says, "Ah, yaar, I'm kidda miss kar liya." No, another single.
You can see the symbol there. Just have a look at the bowler's shirt there, you see. So it's called it's caduceus. Caduceus. It's the medical symbol. It's basically the herald's wand. That's kind of in Greek mythology. It's kind of denotes things of that nature. So it's said it would wake the sleeping and send the awake to sleep. So you can look that up if you want to know more about that. But I think it's a nice touch.
Well fielded once more there from Jacobs. Good pick up and throw. And the direct hit would have been interesting, the end of the over. So once more, just not able to get the acceleration in. And you have a look at boundary so far. Well, Harikuma, he got a 4. And there was 2 more to Mishra and Sivakuma. But been a long time coming. They need things to happen now. Albin Jacobs, he's just going to carry on from where the other bowlers have left off, I would imagine. It's another one, just bowls a nice straight line. We get a wicket. And he comes. Well, starts with one that swings too much down the leg side.
Okay, I'm reading more about this. Do you want to hear something about this symbol?
Well, there it is again. We just saw it on the shirt of Albin Jacobs. Go on, tell me more.
I'll tell you after this ball, but then we'll get back to the cricket. It's quite fascinating. This is pretty well hit. This is going to go down the ground, and it will be 4 runs. And yeah, it's just going to perch in front of us This is what we haven't seen enough of today, I think. People targeting that short boundary. But having said that, we haven't seen a lot of balls of that length.
Yeah.
That was well put away.
That's well played, and that's what we haven't seen. You see that step across outside the off, stand still, wait for it, hit it straight. Nice shot, and hope to see more off that. I've got Ali now goes back, and long off, long on, still inside the circle. Well, he was. It looks like he's been pushed back here now. So somebody's come in somewhere.
Jacob pitches up. This is going to be a long chase.
Yeah, they got to run. Come on, half on path. Chalo, chalo, chalo. Doro, Doro.
Good arm, though. Bang. Don't try a third on that. Okay, so last thing I'm going to say. Basically, it's used in medicine, but they think that started in the United States in the 19th century and early 20th century. And it's as a result of just total misinterpretation of what the symbol means. It actually means things like liars and thieves. But it's now so established. Actually can mean a variety of things. But yeah, there's a fair few well-documented mistakes and misunderstandings of symbology and classical culture.
Well.
So,
okay.
There you go.
Bold, it should get a single, it does. Despite the efforts of Jacobs. So another single. So we're getting sort of looking like trying to get to 60 at the end of this, the 9th, and then really can we get to a 70-something.
It goes after this, but it's higher than it is long. Well, good luck. Oh, nice catch. Really good catch. That's the captain, Ishan De Silva, that takes us. Thought he misjudged it for a second. Kind of ran under a little bit, but he made the adjustment to his right and back a little bit towards the end. So he gets Siva Kumar for an entertaining 17. Pretty useful contribution from Siva as he departs. It's 55 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good catch, actually, because it's gone over him. But he's kept his eye on it, and then he has to reach to pluck it out of the sky. It's really done well. There we go. That's nicely done, because he's not taken that on the preferred side either. And when he goes to take that, he would have been blinded for a moment or two, but he does well.
Yeah, pretty good contribution, really. And this is the kind of day, I think we're going to see one game where a team defends something in the 60s. Like just with the conditions, this could be it. 55 with the ball to go in the 9th. Another wicket for Ali Rasool. Pardon me, this is Rasool. Now, I think now he better not bowl yet because Jacob's got one more.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's not how I recalled it. So, yeah, there was that wide at the start of the over. So, yeah, let us know where you're watching from. I might do here's an idea. I'll do my daily lurker call out. I waited till game 5.
That's a good shout.
If you're lurking, if you're watching and you don't normally get in the chat now in the next over so we can say hello to you. Let us know where you're watching from. Jacob gets to finish. Score won't move though, end of 9. It's 55 for 5.
Yeah, finishes well.
I like to do this once a day. Just say,
it.
look, lots of people, they can't get involved in the live chat on YouTube because they're busy maybe at work or just circumstances don't allow it. So if you let us know that you're watching in the live chat, send my daily lurker call out. Just need to send one message. Let us know where you're watching from. Maybe say hello so we can say hello back. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Anyway, pretty good work by Jacob. He does concede 9, but does pick up a wicket as well. 10th overtime.
Yeah, it will be Rasool.
Yeah, Myers in there already. Saying, hashtag lurkers say hi. Vinny Fangirls saying, where is Rico Fangirl? We haven't had a Rico Fangirl yet. I think it's a matter of time, though. Well, this isn't a good one. It will be a wide. Andrew Hogan watching from Tasmania. Hello to you, Andrew, and also to Mrs. Hogan, of course. That's she enjoys the coverage as well. Andrew, hope you're well. Saw that Tasmania. I've got some Tasmanian news. Everyone's hanging for that. So this is where the lurkers, if they get involved, they can give you a bit of interesting. I saw in indoor cricket, Tasmania have not had a team for something like 15 or 20 years, and Tasmania are back in the Indoor Cricket National Championships in Australia. So that's great news. This is not great news for Ali Rasool because that's a huge no ball, and now they're going to have a ping at it.
Oh, got to go back surely.
Oh, it's a long way back.
Oh, he's he's left him up to Swanee, but got away with it. Oh dear.
Well, firstly, this he's turned off gravity and bowled a huge beamer, and then it's basically a fight of who wants to face the free hit. He's saying, well, I want to face the free hit. He says, oh, fair enough. Then he says, well, maybe I want to face the free hit.
Watch
and then,
this.
then he remembers, no, you don't. So
I love it.
It'll be a no ball +1.
So, but he may get another opportunity. He will. It's a wide.
So Tasmania back in indoor cricket. Nationals in Australia, Andrew. So you get down to your local indoor cricket centre and have a game, because it's coming into that season down under, I should say. Another free hit. Free miss. So she's making hard work of it. What's that? 59, I'm going to say.
Well,
3 balls to come.
Go for the appeal here. And I'm going to guess that maybe the ball was perhaps dead. We'll see this again.
Well, he kind of shaped and then didn't throw. And so the fact he didn't throw the first time.
Yeah, see, he gets himself in here. And then at this point, you see, I think that's dead.
I think that's dead for me because he's stopped. It's not smart batting, I will say that. Yeah. But it's, you see here, he stops and then, it's a bit cheeky. But also, it's not smart batting. Stay in your crease until the keeper has ejected the ball. Yeah. But I think it'll be okay to continue.
Yeah, I've got to say, I have seen them given, but I think common sense there.
I think the fact that he does regain his crease, that's relevant.
Yeah, I think he turns around, gets his bat in, and he's almost like looking at the umpire saying, I'm in, and then he takes that little stroll. But still, I wouldn't advise players to do it, no. 2
to come. This is going nowhere. We'll get past the bowler. Will they try for 2 here?
Well, one of them will.
Well,
and he may stole.
That's why you try for it in these conditions. I mean, he's thrown.
Yusuf,
he's thrown a real gutter ball back to Rasul there. He just had to throw it anywhere in his in his general direction. Anyway, quick game's a good game. This one's a bouncer. I guess they'll try for 2 here. I'm sure they will. Again, good throw. He's juggled it, and eventually picks it up. How long to go?
Bradley Constantine there just couldn't pick it up. A ball getting many. He just couldn't pick it up.
I've got 1 to come here. Well, I might be wrong. I reckon it might actually be it.
What's that?
It could be 1 to come. Well, whether it's 1 ball to come or not. Oh, we have one now. So
there we go. Come on, keep running. They're huffing and puffing. They got to go, surely. And this time, there's no mistakes.
So this will be it. So it'll be 64 for 6. But they've grafted a 60. I mean, it's not pretty from Pleven, but they were in early trouble. They have managed to at least put 64 on the board. And in these conditions, that's competitive. It's more competitive than usual. I think probably at least 2 runs get burgled by the field every over. So it's almost like getting 84, I think. Yeah, there's just a bit of confusion out there in the middle. I think they're going to realise it's the end unless there's some sort of no ball.
I don't know. One batter's still coming back. Another one's going.
Well, it's smart for the batters to come back because they probably want another go.
Well, I suppose one's going because one is out. So there you go. So it's obviously a ball still to come.
Well, no.
I'm guessing from this.
I reckon it is it. Let's have a look.
Well, they're probably still checking here. But anyway, all I'm going to say is take this
there
opportunity
we go. And
to thank everybody for tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. It's great to be back here. We've had some frustrations, of course, because of the weather, but the weather's been kind to us today. We'll start it off this morning because of the luck the horses gave us. Maybe we'll see that on the highlights, or maybe we can find it for you a bit earlier than that. Horses ran across the field, gave us the luck, and, well, the sun hasn't stopped shining since.
Well, you can't blame them for wanting to stay out there a bit longer. Now the sun's out. It's been a long time coming. As we saw early, wicket falling. Pleven in early wicket trouble as Harry Kumar came to the crease. Some good keeping today by Omar Rasul. I think he's been pretty solid with the gloves. And ultimately, we saw the vortex under threat. You put as many people back there as you like, still finds a way through. This is one of the best shots of the innings from Harry Kumar. He was on the walkabout, but then he missed an easy one, didn't he? He was caught behind as well. And Pleven just looked a long way back from there.
Yeah, he did. He got out to a shot which he normally puts away. Well, how about that? We've seen some action here. And all I will say is look out for the big shot edition when it comes to Bulgaria, because there's going to be some excitement. We may not have played as many games, but the excitement level is fantastic. And how about this? Hey, Shaba.
You saw Chugtai. He was still stuck in the quicksand. Meanwhile, there's a team catch happening just metres away. Jacob saying, what do you think about that? Well, he did have to pull his trousers up after he caught it. And then we had one to hit the flag and hit the camera. And we had this one. It would have been out by a mile. Oh, geez, we've had so much entertainment today, haven't we? I've got to say that Sivakuma is the beneficiary of a couple of slices of luck. He certainly made the most of it. This was a nice catch by De Silva, the captain, leading from the front. And then towards the end, unfortunately, Huzzy threw it at the wrong pitch. And then towards the end, they're going pretty much every run you see. He's saying, I'm right here. To be fair, the bowler was standing on the other side of stumps for no reason in particular. There was a slippery bar of soap out there as eventually it was picked up. And towards the end, they were going for every run possible. You can't blame them for that. And they graft. That's what I'd say. They graft to 64. 65 will be the target. I think, get a few good overs up front. Get that rate up to about 8 or so. I don't think it'll be particularly easy. Having said that, I do favour Sophia to get these runs. If they do, they'll have a spot in the top 2 and the crucial double chance. Sivakuma said that he rode his luck all the way to top score, 17 off 14. A dozen for Apoorv Mishra. I liked his intent up the order, 9 for Hari Kumar. And saw Zagamut there in the end contributing 5 not out with Ali Muhammad before he was run out off the last ball. So 64, including 11 wides and a no ball and a bye, so 13 avoidables. Just I think that they're pretty important on a day like today, Rico. And as far as the bowlers went, well, plenty of good performers for MU Sofia as they were able to restrict Cleveland to 64.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Ali, I think he was a pick of the bowler for me once more. Picked up 2 wickets, only conceding 12 runs. Ali Rasul, maybe just a little bit expensive, a little bit wayward at times. Yusuf bowled well, no wickets, but only conceding 10. And the other wickets going to Derek Vinu. Just bowled one over this one, 1 for 5. And Albin Jacobs, well, not only did he pick up a wicket, but that fantastic catch as well.
Yeah, you're gonna love it.
It was a good team effort from Sophia.
Those moments, that team catch was something else, wasn't it? Still can't believe Daniel Ali punted it so high in the air like a volleyball setter. You're just waiting for somebody to spike it. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. And when we do, it will be Sophia chasing 65 for the win and the double chance on finals day. So all to play for. This is the 5th match of 6 today, match 18 on the calendar. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day so far. We'll see you for more cricket the other side of this break. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Zedrasti, welcome back to this match number 18. And here's the Medical University of Sofia that know that if they can knock off these 65 runs and get this victory, then they will get second spot in the standings, and that means that gives them that second chance, if you like. That's an all-important spot to be in. Get a second chance to make it into the final. That'll be tomorrow in finals day. So a big match this for Sofia, and they didn't bat particularly well, especially the top order in the last match. So they're hoping that the likes of De Silva and De Souza can get a good partnership going here. See the captain, Kuma, just changing the field and really packing up the offside here. So you've got that man who's right back, sort of backward point. Third man is also on the boundary, so the two men back are in that area, sort of the fastest part of the field. But I do think that third man is too fine. I think anything that goes in that area, he's not going to get to it. But we shall wait, we shall see. It's going to be Mohamed Aram to start off. Blocks the first, has a good delivery right into the body of the big Ishan De Silva, the captain. He just fends that one off. Go full here, and alongside me, enjoying the sunshine and defrosting as we speak, is Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, pretty accurate description. Yeah, De Silva, opening combination. Emu Sofia. This is De Silva that pushes away for a single, but yeah, pretty much 65 for a chance to have the double chance tomorrow. They'll secure a place above Plovdiv if they can chase these runs down. Doesn't matter how quickly. I think they just need to chase them down. They already have a superior net run rate. So yeah, 13 every 2 overs. That's the pace required. And, particularly De Souza, I should say, likes to be aggressive. Exhibit A right here. This one will get to the boundary. That new ball just travels a little bit further as Kevin gets off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, isn't it? It was in the swing zone, and it doesn't try to hit it too hard. It's all about making contact. The key thing there was he kept his head perfectly still and gets the boundary. So 4 runs for him straight away. He's off the mark. He's off and running.
Now he goes to that vortex, and you called it, Rico. The fielder's not going to do anything about that. They do have 2 fielders guarding the vortex, but they're just guarding the corners. This one goes straight down Broadway. It finds its way to the boundary, a second for the over.
Yeah, I spotted that right from the beginning. They've got the third man on the boundary, but he's too fine. And anything like that, he's just not going to get to it. He's being moved around
he's
a
fine
little bit now.
Fine to guard against a little edge. Probably not a genuine shot. So I suppose maybe some people would rather guard against the edge, make them play a real shot. It's a pretty real shot here as he goes blast down the ground. Maximo De Souza. He doesn't mind giving it a wallop. That was absolutely crashed over that straight short boundary.
Well, if you're looking for Max Bite, we found him now, because this ball certainly found him. This is a big hit. Boom, shaka, look here. That's a nice hit. One of the sweetest of the day.
Yeah, good batting. I think Kevin De Souza was the man. Hit one up to the tower last year that I was able to hold on to when we were up on the 3rd story.
Yeah, I remember that. Good catch.
Pretty good, because I wasn't watching when he hit it either. Goes again. This is going to get past the fielder, and it's going to be another boundary. A real awkward bounce for Tyron Peters to deal with.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy as well, maybe to go and get it on the full, but he's not able to do either. Just blast through him for 4.
Yeah, but what you got to do here, Vinny, is you know you're not going to get there. You're going to say, okay, I'm taking this for the team. You get your body behind it, and you close your eyes, and you let it hit you. What he did is he moves out the way, and
if you close your eyes,
go past him.
If it hits you between the eyes, you might not be opening them again. That's what I'd be worried about. That's the biggest over of the day. 19 off it for Emu Sofia. 19 for no loss after one. And a pretty strong signal of intent about how they're going to go about this chase, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we've been saying, that you've got to be positive and assertive in the power play. You've got to play your shots.
Kadjan comes on, second over. Yeah, they've moved that man around slightly. He's just kind of defending against a genuine edge. So, yeah, Kadjan's been a pretty good player.
Nice to see some more youngsters around the ground.
Yeah.
On the days off, they've been here on this holiday, watching the cricket, enjoying the cricket. You enjoying the cricket? He's saying, yeah. Have you seen cricket before? Yes. Do you play cricket? Ah, come on, you've got to play cricket. It's fun.
For more of Rico's one-sided interviews. Back shortly, but this ball won't be back shortly because it's gone a long way. That's all the way up the hill. That's almost across the road. Maximo! Now, Kevin's going crazy here in match 18.
This is a big shot. That goes all the way, and it's all about timing. And they're coming off the bat nice and sweet now. And D'Souza, we saw him at his best on day one on Monday, and now we're seeing him do it again. And he just screams this away, just swivels on it, hits it big.
Yeah, so just showing he's good against the shorter delivery. He's been pretty good down the ground as well. I think he's one of those players, Kevin D'Souza. He can score in runs. We just haven't seen that many of them so far. Okay, the conditions are one thing, but you can see it doesn't matter what the field conditions like for Kevin. He can go over it.
Yeah, the only difference here is, and you can notice it straight away, and just watch where this ball is being pitched. And that's thumped, and that would have been a really good catch. It was hit really, really hard. That was going like a rocket. And Shuriyar Mohammed makes a good attempt and just not able to hold on to it.
He tries to give with the ball. It's actually a pretty good effort. Tries to give with the ball, but it was more take than give because he took a pounding on those palms. So it will just be a single. De Silva gets a life. Not a bad effort at all, though.
No, I think he's certainly saved runs. This is into the pass. Now that's what I was going to focus on. You see these deliveries, they're in that hit zone, aren't they? When you look at the first innings, there was nothing really given in that area. They were all outside, short of a length, outside the off stump. Yeah. And those sort of shots swinging in the swing zone, they were not getting bad on the ball. You saw that so many times.
When judging the bounce, were they?
Yeah, you've got to get the ball outside the off stump. And that one probably a little bit too wide, but you can see at least he's trying, at least he's realised what he's doing wrong. He's got to take the ball out of the hit zone.
So, bit of team play to get the ball back to the bowler. We get there eventually. Silva drives nicely. That's a proper cricket shot. And that'll go to one of the longest boundaries on the ground, all the way along the carpet for 4. Yeah, we haven't seen enough in the ECS, but he is such a capable batter, Ishan De Silva. And you won't see a better shot than that today.
That's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? All along the ground. And, well, that is classy.
34 for 2 after 2 overs. A few people asking about the table and standings and things like that. We've kind of got the top 4 settled, but not the top 2. And you can see if Sofia win this, they go actually to the top of the table. And Inter Bulgarian might take the top spot off them, but they won't take second off them. So essentially, MU Sofia are playing for second spot, or at least a top 2 spot, and a chance to have the double chance tomorrow. As for Pleven, they will find themselves in the eliminator, I think, no matter what. Here's Yadav coming on to bowl. Turns into a full toss, no ball called. So, be a free hit coming up. You're just losing the handle on that. So, you see, this is where the rules kind of change now. That if either umpire's not absolutely sure,
yeah,
I mean that's borderline. Maybe it's coming down, but
that's borderline. I think it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah,
I think the bowler there. I think the batter did come out to it, and it probably would have just dipped below the waist, but still.
But it's good footwork. Here's the free hit. It would have been out, but this won't be out. Will they give it out anyway? They won't.
Oh,
good umpiring.
I love it. I love it. And
I think I could have easily
nobody
fallen for
turns the gun butts about this. He thinks I've got me first victim.
Great catch.
I've got the gloves behind.
Sagan butts into the lineup with the gloves. Takes a very good catch. It was good practice. So, at least, okay, that was a borderline one for height, but doesn't really cost him too much in the end. So Yadav. Love a wicket here. This one's going nowhere. Sagan butt again. He's everywhere at the moment.
Yeah. I like that name, Yadav. It's almost like you're watching Star Wars or something. You know, it's sort of a character from a sci-fi movie.
Gives this a bit of height, but so does the batter as Kevin goes bang. Maximo! This is more of what we used to in Bulgaria. That one's into the football field.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're used to. As you said, the football field, and if it doesn't go into the football field, it goes into this road which runs all alongside it, and it just keeps going, and going. Well, good luck with catching up with that one.
That one will be about a 16-lev taxi to get that ball back to the ground. He's making light work of this to Souza. Doesn't look like he's slowing down either. Yeah, he wants to go leg side, but he might have found trouble here. The fielder comes around, but he can't hold on. And that is Ali Muhammad out there. Look, yeah, it's a life for D'Souza. But one thing I like about Kevin D'Souza's batting, he's not afraid to be a bit proactive and just move around to the crease, try something, make the bowler think. I think all day the bowlers have just rocked in and bowled the same ball.
Yeah.
That was a chance for sure. This one will go through the field. And so De Silva once again peeling off the cover drives. That's the best power play we've seen today by some distance. Up to 3 overs, they're 48 without loss.
Yeah, there's some good shots. Got to feel a little bit for you of the bowler. I mean, on another day, he may have picked up a couple of wickets, but not today. It's gone for a few, and 14 off the over. And as you say, a very good, a very healthy power play. One of the things that I was saying, that with the ground drying up and the outfield getting quicker, I was certain that we were going to see some higher scores. Well, we're not going to see a higher one here because they haven't got too many to get.
17 off 7 overs. So you say this is a formality. 11, a bit of a reality check. Seems that they won't be playing Emir Sofia in the eliminator tomorrow. It'll be either Indo-Bulgarian, more likely based on current form, be Plovdiv. So 4th overtime. And here's Amal Thomas with the ball. Tossed up, and D'Souza hits it down the ground, just the one. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? See, batter prepared to take calculated risks that has that, I suppose, that ability to play the big shots. It can be really dangerous on this field. Haven't seen it enough. This one's pushed wide. That brings up the 50 partnership after only 19 deliveries.
He's trying to draw the batter out the crease, I think, De Silva. Silva's too smart for that, I think.
Goes offside again. This one will test the fielder. And he puts the big boot in. That'll just be one. Good fielding.
It's not good fielding. You can't say that's good fielding. You can say he did well to stop it. He's not good fielding. You've got to use your hands here. I mean, if Corey hears you say that, he'll be putting his ear out.
As far as the result, you know what I was really looking at was the batter who ran off the pitch accidentally and had a hard time staying upright. Anyway, it goes offside. This one will plug. Probably just the one. You know, one thing I like about this innings from both these batters really is they've played the correct cricket shot to the ball bowled at them. Haven't been premeditating too much, just a couple of select occasions.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's outside the off stump, they're trying to play it through the offside. If it's straight up, they hit straight, just like this. And now a bit of work for Kadyan, who does well. Keep it to 1. There goes the walkie-talkie from the umpire. No damage.
They're called walkie-talkies for a reason.
That went walkie there. That was a jumpy talkie. Leans on this one, just a single, so no real urgency at the moment.
Yeah,
does seem like this one's beyond doubt.
Through the motions here now, aren't they? It's been a good comeback, hasn't it? They needed to come back strong, especially with the batting. And this is going to be another wide as soon as it leaves the hand. Just gets the wrist action all wrong here. And yeah, this is exactly what Ishan De Silva would have wanted from his team. A convincing victory. And he leaves this one, and I like it this from the bowler. I love this. He's skipping all over the place, Thomas, and you can hear him saying, please, 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 that's not a wide, that's not a wide, and the umpire agrees with him.
Yeah,
and
some mercy.
It ends up being a dot ball. Outside of that, he go into another over.
So that's 55 for no loss after 4 overs. And so, of course, we'll be continuing tomorrow with finals day. Starting with the eliminator. It doesn't look like Pleven will be in that game. First versus second, not completely decided yet. They're Bulgarian. They can go all the way to the top of the table if they win the last game of tonight against the Blacksmiths. This one is full toss, and it gets the treatment. See you later, Alligator. Maximo takes him 6 closer. And, yeah, I mean, I feel like it won't be long now. Just 4 runs now required for victory.
Oh, he's absolutely clobbered that. That's out of here. That's big. Que grande. Que fuerte. Eso es 6 carreras más.
He's just happy to push it away for 1. Sousa's been excellent. 43 off 16. He's just the first batter we've really seen take the game by the horns today. The cat's drying out a little bit, but I think he's shown what he's capable of. It just seems so inconsistent, that's all. Looks like he could do it all the time, but he doesn't. And he's certainly a danger player come finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think also, teams have to stop changing around the order now. You've got to stick with these 2, I think. And this one does go through, so they do break the partnership. So that is some consolation, I guess. As well bowled from Mohammed, just getting the ball in the right place, beating his man, and picks up the wicket of the captain of the Medical University of Sofia.
Yeah, well done to Sharia Mohammed. Maybe put down that tough chance earlier. That was travelling. He's not afraid to give this a bit of flight. De Silva just beaten through the gate. So consolation wicket it might be, but a wicket nonetheless to Sharia Mohammed. And Sofia are 62 for 1. Just 3 to win from here. And Chugtai will have the chance to win the match for them here.
Yeah, it certainly will do. And, well, I think there's a cruise liner coming in or something.
I was gonna say maybe we haven't seen a ball hit the power lines. That just reminded me today. It's got the power lines that go over the field here. If the ball hits them, it's a dead ball. So Chugtai's had an interesting game, including one of the most interesting catch attempts we've ever seen. Yeah, also bowled pretty well though.
Yeah, good opportunity for him to score some runs. I mean, normally you'd probably expect Omar Rasul to come in, but just changing it around slightly.
Oh, it's upish. Gets away from the fielder though, so we will get a single. And I guess we'll see if Chugtai gets another opportunity, because now D'Souza's on strike. Last ball of the over with 2 to win.
And this will be it, I think. And the ball,
I'm not so sure that's
going to go. They're going to have to come back, and will they? Well, very lazily.
It could
Does
be
he get his bat down here?
The slowest 2 you've ever seen.
It'll be interesting if he actually does get his bat down. I'm sure he does. I'm sure Ivan wouldn't have missed this, but it was okay. I thought maybe you thought, nah, come on, Chugtai, I'll let you get the winning runs. You see here, and just here, does he goes down? Oh, well,
Kinda.
Kinda.
I think that this will do it. Once again, we have the players looking around each other. I think mercifully this one will be brought to its conclusion. Good spot by you though, Rico. Okay, close look at that one. That's 65 for 1 off 5 overs. They take exactly half the time to chase these down, and that does secure MU Sofia a spot, well, for now, at the top of the table. They could be dethroned by Indo-Bulgarian in the last game of the day, but it does mean that they are secured of the double chance. Stick around, because more cricket to come, as we will have one more match. And, well, believe it or not, it'll start in just under an hour's time. So a bit of an extended break, but still one more match tonight in Sofia. This FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria. But this one's a bit of special K. Kevin D'Souza getting on the board with some big hits, and he made light work of this target of 65.
Yeah, he played well, didn't he? He played assertively, aggressively. I mean, this was one of the shots of the match, and he played some more nice. So this one he absolutely cracked, and it was a fantastic effort there from the fielder. It could have been a great catch from Mohammed, but it wasn't to be. But there you go. That's how you play these shots. You use your feet, you keep your shape. He could have gone, and that would have been a very good catch there from Ali Mohammed, but he wasn't able to stop it, and he also went to the boundary. And this, well, that's not the way to do it, but it did stop the boundary, but the boundary still got coming. That was a big one as well. And D'Souza, well, when he's smiling, you know he's having fun. At the other end, it was his captain, Ishan, who probably thought, well, I'd like to bring up Maximo or 2 of my own, but he went. But, well, they did get that one wicket.
Yeah, they did. Sharia Mohammed, nice moment for him, but it wasn't long before they achieved this target. They did it off the very last ball of the 5th over. And so, pretty comfortable, to say the least, from MU Sofia and Pleven. They find themselves suppose in the finals, I suppose that's the positive, although they don't have too much to crow about as we have a look at the scorecard. And Kevin D'Souza, 4 big Maximos and 3 fours in his innings of 45 off 17. It's the best we've seen anyone hit the ball today, to be honest. Ishan De Silva, a couple of nice cover drives in his 14 before he was bowled. It was the only wicket to fall. Shari Muhammad, nice bit of bowling from him. And so, I suppose, yeah, Pleven, back to the drawing board. They'll be watching the last game to see who they will be playing. It does look like it will be Plovdiv, unless there's a big upset, in which case it could be Indo-Bulgarian. Kamal Thomas, only 7 off his over, probably the best of the overs. Except Muhammad did come up with the wicket, 1 for 10 off the 5th. The last ball of it was the last ball of the game. So, just a reminder, we will have more cricket coming your way at the top of the hour here, or half hour in India. In about 55 minutes, we'll have the first ball of Game 6. Not often you say that in a day of ECN cricket, but that's the kind of action we're bringing you today. It will be Indo-Bulgarian taking on the Blacksmiths in game number 20. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you shortly. We've got the late night owls out because we have one more match for you today. Join us shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground here in Sofia, Bulgaria. Big thank you to our crew at Spring Productions for these fantastic pictures. We got Martins here with Kirill and Christianis this week working to bring you the coverage of this, the FanCode European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. And now we are ready for, count 'em, the 6th match of the day is match 20 and the final match of the group stage. Into Bulgarian, undefeated against the Blacksmiths, yet to have a win. You can see some of the names to watch out for. Prakash Mishra, of course, national captain and a very big name in Bulgarian cricket. Chris Lakov, likely to open up with him. Dunbar Tahiri, Chopra Demand, pretty good top 6 and even Deep Singh at 7. Blacksmiths, though, they haven't had a win, but they've been close at times. Salman Khan, I think that he will open up. And I've got a feeling they're going to throw Ahmadel up the top of the order. Mohamed Fayaz, oh, nice to see him to get some runs as well. They did win the toss and elect to bat first, so Blacksmiths, you're going to have to make the running. And yeah, like I say, this is the 6th match of the day. We just played matches 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 and 20, all the even numbers today because of the weather we had to deal with earlier in the week. The odd numbers have been abandoned, so match 19 between these two teams is abandoned 1 point each. As the sun comes out, it is absolutely beautiful. 20 degrees, 21 degrees and sunshine. And yeah, the field drying out, even though it's not ideal, but we've had a pretty decent day's cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. This is the late night session now, and I'm here with none other than Rico Full. Welcome back, Rico.
Yeah, it's lovely to be back, and lovely to be back, one in Bulgaria, and also one, secondly, in the sunshine. And this is going to be an interesting match, and the toss being won by the Blacksmiths, and they've elected to have a bat first. Bit of a surprise there, but they obviously feel that the way to get this victory under their belt is to try and put pressure on the Indo-Bulgarian side, who haven't yet batted at their best.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, get the runs on the board, hope to take a couple of early wickets and maybe put into Bulgarian under pressure. But it will be Rohit Daman, player we saw at the ECL recently, which is the Champions League of European club cricket. Indo-Bulgarian were the representatives of Bulgaria at that tournament. So we're all set for match 20, and it will be Ahmadel facing up. Ready, steady, let's play.
Here goes the first delivery, and it's a good one. And Rohit Daman, it's very much what we've seen him do when we've been here in Bulgaria, and also in Khartoum. Just a couple of steps, and just gets the ball in the right area. Varies his length a bit. You see the first one was a bit fuller, that one a little bit shorter. Wicketkeeper not quite dealt with it the way he would like to, Adrian Dunbar, but he recovers well. He does get the throw in on the stance, but the running was good. And they complete and take the bye. Running in the air, that's, well, if he didn't have his bat down, he would have found himself in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. So we'll get to see Salman Khan for the first time. Seems like a good young player to me. He's just 22 years old. Played some nice strokes so far today.
This one, he tries to have a little dabble at it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He batted really well, didn't he, against Pleven when he scored 21 off 16. Hits the ball pretty well, and then he scored 18, didn't he, against Plovdiv. Trying to work this away to sort of behind square, but sort of got his legs in the way. He needed to just get around this delivery and sort of look to play that sort of paddle shot in the vacant fine leg area. And he hits this pretty well, but unfortunately for him, it's straight at the fielder, who does really well, actually. You don't stop this. This was going to be a boundary. It was going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, for sure. One thing is, though, I think he'd gone to the bowler. He might have had a good shout here because, okay, the non-striker took off. He was backing up. But if he went to the bowler's end, might have caught the other batter a bit short. Ahmadel's got, decent eye, but I think just the shot selection there, that's been his problem so far. He'll be better, I think, to watch some of today's innings back. Anyway, it's into the first over. It's 2 for no loss. Pretty good one from Rohit Daman.
Yeah, he has bowled well today. He's been consistent. I think I only, the top of my head, I only remember one boundary that's come off his bowling, and that was a loose delivery that he bowled on the leg stick, a full toss. And other than that, he's been there on the money, and he's been picking up wickets. He's got batters to make mistakes. Somebody else who's been very good today, has been Bakhtiyar here. He's coming on to bowl the second, has getting better with each game. As this is played out, a good all-rounder. We saw him score some runs as well in the last match, and that would have done his confidence the world of good. Single taken of the first. Of course, the Bulgarian won't mind singles. It's the boundaries that they want to try and stop. Well, he gets away with this one. Thought this was probably just inside. Let's have a look at this again. And
yeah, umpire's call really on that one.
Oh, he's unlucky not to pick up a wicket. He's looking to hit this one over the top of the mid wicket that's inside. But you've got to be careful because the two men that are allowed outside the 30-yard circle are at deep mid wicket and long on. So they're waiting for this shot. Amadel, well, he's not going to play at this one. This is a wide, and Tahir straight away apologises to the keeper. Says sorry about that one, Dunbar.
It happens. I'm sure it's not a big deal. Tahiri, good all-rounder. Uh-oh.
Well, what's this one? Does this dip in time? There's no signal from the umpire. That's a marvellous effort from the fielder. I mean, looked like it was going over his head. And, well, Sani has done superbly well here.
He actually had more room than he realised. Firstly, it's probably not a no ball. I think it's low enough. But here, he kind of motions to throw it away. He never really had it in his hands, though, did he? But a good stop nonetheless.
Good stop, yeah. This one, he'll take the single. So, Salman Khan gets back to the other end. Yeah, the disappointment there, that last one, is he really need to be looking for two there. I think he was pretty sure it was going to be a boundary. Ends up just being a one. And this one doesn't quite time it. Sort of creeps up on him. Not able to get the ball under control or get the middle of the bat. It's another single. So all tiki-taka at the moment. And that'll suit Bulgaria perfectly well. There's the sixth match of today. As the score moves on to 7 without loss.
It's a chance to look at the table. You can see what's riding on this game. Blacksmiths, unfortunately, they're out of contention for the finals, but Bulgarian, they will jump all the way to first. So they'll go from 9 to 11 points if they can win this game. And they would be favoured too. They've only actually been able to participate in, well, this is their third game. They've got 5 washouts, but it will be enough points to take them to the top, and they'll have the top seed tomorrow. That would mean they would play Emu Sofia in qualifier 1, the 1 versus 2 battle, with the winner going straight through to the final. Bulgarian, of course, not only are they ECL representatives of Bulgaria, but they're also defending champions in the European Cricket Series. Third overtime, and here's RD, Rohit Daman, back for his second and final over.
Welcome to Amadil. This one was pitched up further. Amadil plays it on the full toss. They will look to go 2, and they will get there as well. Fielders on that side, on the leg side or the onside as you like, to the right hander now. Have to be careful when they throw it in. That sun is coming down. You really need to be throwing it flat. And well, it's all about footwork and technique, isn't it? This one, a lot of good batters would have hit this straight down the ground for a big 6. You've got to get yourself in the right position.
Or even offside.
And he tries, does better this time. He does get the footwork in, gets himself in line with it, but not able to meet it the way he would have liked.
So he's got 2 options here, Amadel, and that's one that he can do. Is if he really wants the leg side, he can cheat a bit with his feet and get outside the off stump to open it up a bit. Or he can just wait a bit longer and try and kind of open up the offside and try and hit the ball that way. Because they're certainly targeting the offside when he's on strike, but now Salman Khan, who hits one pretty well. In fact, that's hit really well. Maximo! As the Blacksmiths finally get going. He gets under that. Daman doesn't often go for too many, but this one gets whacked out of the park by Salman.
Yeah, lovely jubbly. That's what we're talking about, is boundaries that you need. And that is a boundary. It's the first. Hits this clean, hits it big. 6 carreras. Así me gusta. Quiero más. Let's see where this one ends up. And it's, well, that's lovelily played. Tickled away, chase on for Dunbar, but he isn't going to get there. And it just goes to show just how things are drying up, because that part of the pitch was very wet yesterday, and you see, as soon as it gets past him, he just keeps on going, rolling, 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 4 more.
There's no shout, but I mean, that was actually pretty close. Probably going down the leg side, but I mean, I would have been yelling for it. Anyway, goes down as 4 runs in the book.
Well, gets back, and this one, he's going for the Yorker length again, and turns and throws, misses the batter, misses the bowler, but well backed up by Chris Lakov, and he just fires it into the keeper's hands just to make sure the batters don't try and take a cheeky second. End of the over, a good one. That's what they needed. They needed some boundaries, and they got there. You see here the throw. There we go. Skip. Well, we saw a bit of horse jumping to start off the day, and there was another one there. And you've got to say, there's been plenty of horsepower out there today from these gladiators of Bulgarian cricket. And you see there in the power play a much better over. That's exactly what they needed. So the score moves on to 21 without loss.
I've got to say, it was a strange one when we came and saw the horses this morning. we were wondering, what else are we going to see here? Bulgaria is a bit different. We do enjoy it. Anyway, here's Nick Johns Wickberg, the lawnmower. He's going to come on in over number 4. Slightly shorter run up for the lawnmower as usual, so he's not quite chugging along. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see him off his long run, but here he is.
Yeah, just gets this one wrong. It goes down the leg side and it's been put away beautifully. This is a lovely shot. And yeah, he waits for this, you see. He doesn't commit early, waits, picks the line well, gets himself in a good position and just sort of helps that along. Gets plenty of swivel on the shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice batting. He's gone for more in that one ball than he went for in the entire last game that he played.
Yeah, it is the 3rd match. The lawnmower probably needs a bit of WD-40.
I think so. Got to plug it in first. Maybe it's one of those ones.
It's well bowled.
That's where he's been so good, because he bowls these kind of leg cutters and often they'll kind of go away from the batter, but sometimes he'll hit the seam and it'll come back in. And he bowls in that spot where it's pretty hard to react to the movement.
Yeah, I
think
think
a really good length.
Unless you commit yourself early, you're not going to get there. You see again, this time trying to cut it.
So that one went back in. So sometimes it'll kind of go right to left, and other times it'll sneak back in.
Will he take him on this time? Someone can't. And he tries to do the same little double again, but he gets beaten. And there he goes. He pulls the cord. And the lawnmower is off.
Ah, well, he's powered up and he's ready to go. And this one just jags back a little bit. He's had a really good day with the ball. Announcing himself to the ECS Bulgaria. Nick Johns Wickberg, a.k.a. the lawnmower. And you know, when he knocks over the target, he mows through the batting lineup. That's a good bit of bowling. And you'll see, over goes the castle. And you just know that Nick's going to start at the lawnmower. And there it is. We're away. And it's the end of Salman Khan, unfortunately for him. He is the first wicket to fall. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, does really well. What I liked about that delivery as well, having seen the last 2 go past the off stick, and he knows what the batter, Salman Khan, is trying to do. He goes wider and he angles it in, and Salman Khan still tries to play the same shot, but then he knows if he misses it, it's going to be, well, the castle is going to be knocked over, and that's exactly what's happened. So the first wicket goes down. Khan goes to 14 off the 12 deliveries that he faced, and that does bring Mohammad Fayaz in a bit higher up where he's been batting at the moment. And, well, he needs to get going. He hopes to finish with a flurry, because remember, we're not going to see the Blacksmiths again. They're making the debut here. And let's see if they can finish with a bang.
I mean, show why he's such a dangerous bowler. It's because his accuracy, not just the movement, his accuracy. It's why the first ball this over was a bit out of character. But here is to Fayaz.
This is another one that I think has been hit into the edge of the pitch. Yeah, there you go. Look, you can see the divot as well. There's a few divots there.
I tell you what, the lawnmower was pretty happy with this fielding effort from the side of the pitch. He said, well, that's our 12th man right there. Repair your divots. Fayaz thought he was away, but he wasn't. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, a bit of width this time. He's in the air. It's a chance. Oh, he spilt it. And what an opportunity. And Fayaz, who's not known for his running, stands and watches before he's given the shout for Ahmed to say, oh, yaar, udhar na dekh, not to paj. Get to the other end. Well, this one should have been taken.
And that's a pretty simple catch. I know he's got the sun to contend with, maybe. That's twice today that Fire has been dropped on 0.
Yeah.
First ball in the last game, second ball this game. As it is, it's the end of the 4th over, 26 for 1.
Yeah, and that's it. Was right demand putting it down, and he's normally got a safe pair of hands, so a bit of a life there for Fires. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Good observation. We saw him being dropped at the very first ball in one of the matches earlier, and he gets dropped there as well. So Chris Lakov comes into bowl, and it's nicely been played. Just taking the single.
So Fires gets his first run by way of a drop catch. Certainly has been an interesting day's cricket, hasn't it, Rico? One of the more memorable.
It's been so many things. I mean, you said it earlier, though. This is only the second day of play that we managed to get. We've already seen so much action. And we've seen a lot of that as well. We've seen a lot of batters swinging and missing on a ball that's been pitched just outside the line of off stump. And, not getting foot to play. Don't want to be too critical. Don't forget, this is the first time a lot of these guys are playing. And we see a repeat of it. And Chris Lakov is the sort of bowler, and not the only one in this talented Indo-Bulgarian side. Once they see that, they're just going to keep the ball there.
Here's the thing. Some of the better bowlers, I think they've actually bowled better off the short runs.
I agree with you.
They're not trying to bowl too fast. They're just getting exactly where they want it. Lakov, 100% energy.
Well, there you go. That's why you call him Super Mario. Not only does he look like Super Mario, well, he flies in the air. Almost pulls off a magical.
You've got so many names for Chris Lakov, don't you? You call him Earl from My Name is Earl.
My name is Earl.
Looks a bit like the guy off Breaking Bad. Super Mario, the conductor.
What do our chat think? What do our chat think he looks like? Or not just him, any of the other players as well. Oh, he's got him. I'm not sure what he's done here. It looks like has he lost this? He's almost like he leaves it.
He just tries to dead bat it, but it comes back. It hits the inside edge of the bat. It comes off the body, I think, as well, and just clunks back down on the stumps.
Well, Fires, it's going to be disappointing. I mean, he was lucky, wasn't he? He had a life, but wasn't able to make the most of it.
Have a look here. You see, he gets the inside part of the bat onto the pad, back pad, and then back down onto the stump. So he just didn't shut the gate. Yeah, unfortunately, Mohammed Fires, his luck runs out. And, yeah, things not going according to plan at the moment for the Blacksmiths as they lose Fires at 28 for 2.
There he goes. And once again, though, it's what we were saying. It's all about the bowlers. Even though they're not running from their what would be their normal run-ups, they're just bowling from a couple of steps. Their line and accuracy has been really good. So, new batter comes out, and it's going to be Khan. Takes guard, and knows that they need some sort of partnership here. And they'll go and take the single here. And saying bowler, and
edge of the pitcher.
I'll leave this one to you.
Well, you're going to take one. Double your fun. That's the edge of the pitch job. Gets it past Lakov. Doesn't look particularly amused. Have a look at this. He's got this all under control. But sometimes that can happen. That's what makes European cricket so exciting. End of the over, halfway through this first innings of the final match of the day. It's 30 for 2.
30 for 2. And he's got the lawnmower now. Coming back on, he's got his line, he's got his rhythm. I would imagine we're going to see more of the same. It's going to be right up there. And
yeah, so even the lawnmower, off less of a run, I just think less can go wrong. He's more consistent the way he's hitting the bowling crease. May lose a little bit of pace, but it's not at the pace that gets you wickets, I think, at this level. I think it's the accuracy and the movement. Every ball's pretty much exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, and the thing is, because he's got this slightly unusual action, especially when he's releasing the ball, very straight arm. So the accuracy is always good. Here we go again. That's right on the money. This one just lobs over him, and he can't believe it. He says, I'm tall, but I'm not that tall.
Probably not winning too many vertical jump contests, the lawnmower.
Well, he couldn't afford to miss that one, could he? Because he would have been gone.
Yeah, so I just think something to learn from this. So I also think there's something about getting through the overs quickly. If you're dotting up batters, they don't have too much time to think about a tactic, how they might counter it. They kind of just go through the motions. We've seen the overs going through so quick today because of the short run-ups. And look, every bowler thinks they can beat the batter with pace. Everyone grows up that way, right?
Yeah.
Another good to ball. I mean, I was no different. I probably ended up, medium pace to medium fast, but I hated the thought that I couldn't just blast people out. So that's why you still see people coming off long runs. But And when I realised,
right, yeah.
if you just bring it back and bowl maybe a bit slower, more accurately, then you're going to have a lot more success.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, took a long time to get going. Did Aswad Khan. He's always an entertainer. Anyway, that's the end of John Zwickberg. Another good couple overs from him. And the end of the 6th. The score is 33 for 2. And, yeah, the outfield certainly has taken a pummeling during the week, but it's holding up well enough to get us through the day. So we're thankful for that. So I've already used four bowling options. I've just got heaps of bowling options. I think Gagandeep Singh's going to come on now. Still haven't seen Mishra. I think Prakash Mishra has a lot of depth at his disposal.
Yeah, Gagandeep, he bowled very well, didn't he? Picked up those 4 wickets. He gets ready to come in again for his first, and he's just a little appeal, and I think.
Well, see, you don't go to the walkie-talkie here because he's either there or he's not.
Yeah.
And it might just be a warning in the end.
Yeah, I think.
But I mean, this is pretty lazy from Aswad. I'll be honest with you, because he's got no real right, and that's not one where Gagandeep has like premeditated. He's just seen he's out of his crease, and so he's saying, "Well, don't do that."
Yeah.
Because it's different to premeditating, right? He's actually gone up to bowl, and he's just seen the guy in his crease. To me, that's good bowling awareness.
Yeah,
There's nothing unsporting about that at all.
It's game awareness.
They're not going to take the wicket either, but I
No.
think they've got every right to.
I think as soon as it was done, I heard Chris Lakoff say, no, we're not giving it out, but let him know he shouldn't be doing it. Going deep. He didn't pick up 4 wickets, actually 3 for 7 that he took, but he bowled very well against the Medical University of Sofia. And he's another, look, Gagandeep, I think, is a good example of what we were talking about. Bowlers who normally have run-ups and bowl and quite often lose the line. Whereas here, all he's concentrating on is getting the ball wicket to wicket, and he's been successful today.
Yeah.
Because I think we see too many bowlers that they come running in, but by the time they get close to the stumps, they just slow right down, and then they start again. So really, they're using up a lot of energy for nothing. Oh, talk about energy. He's trying to give this everything.
He's got to get back in his crease. Look, so hard to get a chat in here because the run-ups are so short today, but yeah, I'm going to come back to that in a second. There's always a lot of discussion about that Mankad.
Oh, he's so unlucky here. As soon as this one is bowled and pitched right up there, I'm thinking this is going to be a wicket, and somehow it bounces over the stumps.
Bit of extra bounce. Came out of nowhere. Look at this go over the top. Straight over middle. Back to live action. This will just be one. So here's the thing. Everyone paints the bowler as the victim, and even the batter there, Aswad, is a bit like, hey, come on. But if I was batting, I'd be like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because he's out too early.
Yeah,
he's out of his crease too early. One day the conversation, the needle's going to change about this. I can already feel it changing.
I think it's changing sort of every season that we play. And I think, and we've said this a number of times, the more often it happens, and I think in tight games where it matters, I don't think the opposition is going to sort of say, nah, you can stay, we'll call you back. I think they'll say, no, look, you shouldn't be there. You should. I mean, when you go that early, sometimes it's just a matter of maybe millimetres, and you can say, Covered is a bit harsh. When you go that early, you shouldn't be doing it. It's the laws of the game. And but look, it's a bit, for me, it's a bit like saying a bowler bowling and bowls a no ball, front foot no ball, and the opposition say, don't worry about it. It was only a little bit over. You know, you don't do it. It's part of the game. You've got to get yourself in. Otherwise, you should be run out. Aswad, he's out there now. Now, look, this is the man has a lot of confidence. We just have a look at this first. What's coming up tomorrow?
We'll have a look at that in a second. Here's Lakov. And he gets blasted down the ground. Well, that's a big shot. And that's out of here. Maximal. For Ahmedel, he's 10 off 22. And you know what they say, 23rd time lucky. He whacks this one down the ground, gets plenty of it, 6 runs.
That is a big hit, you know, because he sort of hit this almost on the back foot. That's gone a long way.
He's faced a lot of balls. Just notice how many he's actually faced.
Well, that ball is coming back.
So you can see tomorrow we'll have finals starting 6 a.m. GMT. It's 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time. We're still working out that top 4. We'll try and bring it to you after the game. Let's get back to the game. Whoa.
Tries to do it again. Now, I was talking about Aswad Khan. I mean, it's nice to actually finally see him out there. He was out there before the start of the day, practicing, hitting the ball and getting everyone G'd up, but we haven't seen him. Now he's there. Let's see if he puts practice or into practice. And this one, well, it does plug. And we're going to need a towel for that one, Chris.
That's the plugger. Never know, though. He just throws the mud off the ball.
Give it a polish. Give it a polish.
I wouldn't be
Get
throwing
a
it away.
toothbrush out.
If it's perfectly on one side, 100% he wipes it on the other.
Ivan, I wouldn't do that to Ivan. He's a big man. And, it's nicely played. Look, I do remember Aswad Khan from last year, and he's a technically correct batter. And I'm quite surprised he's another one that maybe he's better off just opening because he can quite easily. There you go. Thanks, thanks, Ivan. And Ivan will remember that. And, well, yeah, so it's his chance to, once again, show us what he can do. And he swings so hard here.
You know those at the arcade when you swing the hammer to try and hit the bell at the top of the thing? I think Armadale would go pretty well at those.
I think the bell will be ringing quite often. Ding, 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 ding,
That's
ding,
8 overs
yeah.
down. 46 for 2. Blacksmith struggling to get going, not quite run a ball pace here in match 20, the final round-robin game of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the worm there sort of flattening up a little bit.
See the scale there's 50. That's why worm probably looks a bit more impressive than this innings has been. 2 overs to go. Prakash Mishra is going to have an over. Hello to Maya, who said she's enjoying the commentary. That's lovely to hear, Maya. I hope you're having a great day.
Yes, hello. And, yeah, always nice to see your comments.
And Chatu Dan Gurung saying that everyone's crucial. Thinks it might be a low-scoring thriller. Now it looks like Armadel's retired out. So he said enough's enough. He said 26 balls was enough to realise he wasn't hitting him well. He did hit a 6 in that over.
In the air, and keep an eye on it. Oh, well, he's got lucky that it slows down when it bounces, because that could have been embarrassing.
Bandana's looking pretty cool, though, on the lawnmower. He just overruns this one. Whoa. And the lawnmower in reverse. You don't see that very often.
Yeah,
lawnmower in reverse would be a dangerous setting as well.
And, well, this is well hit, but is it going to be taken? And it goes down. A great effort, you have to say. And this time it's Negi. He's been in the action today.
Oh, he ends up eating mud here because he is out of hands. He had nothing to break the landing. And it's not just cows that eat grass, Rico. Bang. Facing the mush.
And this one was that slower delivery. And it's well bowled.
So it's the second time we've seen a retired out from Blacksmith today. I can understand that. I think that was more the batter initiating at that time.
Yeah, Nankov comes in once more. And this one may be called a wide, yet was the umpire's been very consistent.
Armadale might be the first batter to come in after a retired out in a day and also be retired out in a day. Because that's what happened before.
That's right, yeah. Pitched up. Doesn't quite get hold of it, so they should. Well, they run the first one too slow for me. These you've got to try and convert into twos. You've got the wickets in hand. Just got to go for it. Got to see if you can. Well, I don't know. Where do you try to get to here? Yeah. I mean, even 70 is a big ask. It looks like it could be in the 60s.
This is Nikolai Nankov, by the way, bowling. So it wasn't Mishra in the end that bowls the night, as you can probably tell. It's a step over from Prakash. And Lakov just making life a bit difficult for Adrian Dunbar by testing out his muscles. Yeah, nice to see Nankov getting a bowl. Yeah. Again, showing they have even more options. It's been a pretty good over so far. Graham Holmes saying Blacksmith's maybe being coached by Corey because he was desperate for a retired batter. Yeah, it's true. Corey's a big fan of it. Oh, see, that's one you got to let go for a while, and it has gone, I think.
Yeah, he's fortunate he hasn't caught anything on the way through.
Now, unless you're sure you can hit for 4. There is a big gap there. You don't want to get muddled up and hit on the pad.
You want to be trying to send this to the boundary. Really got to give it. Well, that could be a no ball. Well, it's been smashed. It does go to the boundary. Balle, 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 kidna sona. And, well, that one's been absolutely smashed out of there. One or two people walking by thinking, well, is it still snowing? No, it's not. That's a kookaburra deer.
Well, there's a young lady who's walking a pram and a young child that just got the shock of her life when that kookaburra bounced from about 10 metres in front of her. It will be 6 to the total. So, nice shot to end the ninth. The score now is 59. In fact, we've still got one ball to go, I think, according to me. Let's just wait and see. Might be completely wrong. Actually, I think maybe that should be over.
Yeah, that is the over.
Yep.
Now this time it will be the captain. Prakash Mishra does take the ball this time and say, okay, I'm having no more of that. I'm bowling this one.
He
And
almost bowled the ninth.
it's going to be Aswad Khan. He really needs to get after this.
He juggled his bowlers pretty well today, Mishra. Giving everyone a bowl. Just, I think it's still double checking that it is the end of the over. This a few times today. It's going to happen. Long day for everyone, don't forget.
Yeah, talking about it's a long day. What are you fancying for dinner? Because I've been told of some tasty delights out here in Bulgaria, and I'm certainly going to give one of them a try. I'll talk about it when we get an opportunity. And maybe now's a good idea. Well, a starter would certainly be something called sami. Sami is a traditional Bulgarian dish, and it's mincemeat with lots of spices wrapped in vine leaves.
Ooh, sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I think like that. It's
I went to a Bulgarian
rice,
restaurant last time that I had geez, trying to remember what it's called now. It was like a cold yogurt kind of soup. Are you going to say that in a second?
Oh, yeah. I can find that for you. Yeah, that's very popular. Of course, the yogurt in Bulgaria is supposed to be the best in the world, isn't it? Because of all the different good bacteria they have in it. But what about the moussaka? Now, a lot of people say moussaka because here it's made differently, isn't it? They don't use eggplant, which is aubergine. They make it with potatoes, and it's supposed to be delicious. Ground minced meats and eggs, onions. And what makes it different also is the topping, because it's always, and you mentioned the yogurt, is the milk and yogurt, which gives it that extra distinct tangy flavour.
Say it now. What was that called again? Because I definitely had that.
What's that? The sami.
Yeah.
The vine leaves, yeah.
I had that as well.
That's very delicious. And of course, the only wine that goes with it is the most famous and popular one, because remember, Bulgaria is well known for its wines. It's probably exports more wines than most countries in Europe, and that's going to be the Malink.
Yeah.
The Malink wine,
Yes,
which...
normally got a good selection as well.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you had to wait to game 6, but last game of the day, you're always going to get some food chat. You're always going to get some food chat.
And there's got to be a bit of drink. And
what about the... Yeah, I know what you're about to say. You're going to talk about the fire water, aren't you?
The fire water, oh, the raki.
That is the stuff that'll get you. Every country, there's some sort of dangerous, semi-legal drink that we get served. Anyway, I think we're back to get ready to get back into play. And I think it was the end of the over in the end. I've got 59 for 3 off 9. Here's Prakash Mishra, over number 10.
As well hit towards Chris Lakov. He'll just tidy it up. Good throw from him.
And so, apologies, we lost the score for a second, but I can tell you it's 60 now, with 5 balls remaining. And Lakov just sniffing maybe a run out if he went direct hit. Prakash Mishra had to do the backing up, though.
Waleed Khan comes down to ground, and once again, just be a single, and Prakash saying, hey, easy.
61 off 9.2. Prakash has certainly got his hands warm now. By asking when's Corey coming back, I'll tell you in a second. Oh, that'll do. Little French cut, and it'll get him 4. So, to clickety-click 66, but this is more by luck than design as it sneaks past the keeper into the leg side vortex for 4.
Yeah, and that'll do nicely as it goes into that banner. 1 game, 1 mission. Get Bulgaria extending the game throughout the country. Not just more adult players and clubs, but also to juniors, go to schools. And also, women's cricket is really on the up here. Now, there was a 8-a-side tournament played a couple of weeks ago. That was went down very well. This is in the air. This is an opportunity. That is a really good catch. He's made this look easy. And that's Nikolai Nankov. What a wonderful catch this is. We were talking about the locals getting involved in the game. Well, there's one there. That is brilliantly taken. And Aswad Khan has to go.
Yeah, it's a really good catch. Nankov's impressed me with his fielding today. Not just his fielding, his bowling as well. I like what he does. I like what he brings to the team. So, certainly someone that's he's got a bit of a bullet arm as well. He almost has permanent retina damage after having to fight the sun with this one. But he does take it nicely to his left. And, yeah, minimum of fuss. It's always a good idea to catch him off the captain as well. Pardon me for saying the score was 66. It's actually 65. 65 for 4. There's 2 balls remaining. Don't forget, with that retired out, it makes it 65 for 4. Yeah. You got the runs right. That's the main thing.
That's the main thing. Prakash Mishra took 4 wickets for 9 earlier. And, well, that's another good delivery. It was right up there, wasn't it? And once again, gave himself a little bit of room, but had to get backed onto it. And Sikug does get the single. So Waleed Khan on strike. And can he go big? Can he try and get them up into the 70s? And, oh, Well, again, you see here, well, he doesn't know what he's doing here, and there was no communication at all from the batters. Ek carrier, Ja, dua carrier, mani area. In the end, left stranded, and that concludes the innings. You just have to go there, but the communication wasn't there. Look, you got to just run. He he doesn't know what to do, and in the end, he says, "Okay, I will come." And by this time, Adrian Dunbar says, "Well, I've got you. Thank you very much."
It's almost like when you try and rob a bank and you get one step out and trip over a police car, isn't it? Because they were never getting away with that. So they will finish at 66 for 5. And so, yeah, I mean, look, they do scrape to the 60s. You feel like it's probably not enough against this strong Indo-Bulgarian lineup. But there were some bright spots in there. I think a couple of overs where they got double digits, 14 in the third, 13 off the ninth. Look at 3 big sixes with 2 fours. There's some highlights, but they were just probably too few and far between. Indo-Bulgarian, they're here to defend their title. They certainly didn't do themselves any harm, although Salman Khan got plenty of that one. He looked decent early, didn't he? Hit a 4 and a 6. And then the lawnmower was entered, and he had some immediate success.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery. I mean, his first one was probably the only loose one we've seen him bowl today. Then after that, he says, "There you go, the lawnmower is clicking. I'm back." And he did bowl very well. This was a great effort there from Mario. Doesn't quite get to it. And this one was a nothing shot, wasn't it, from Fayaz. He went, and when he went, you knew that a big score never looked on.
I do like watching Chris Lakoff. You can do a highlights reel of just him because he's always exciting. Ahmadel, well, that was the one he did get out of the screws. Unfortunately, the trees obscured where it landed, and we had some dinner time. Grass was on the menu for Negi, and towards the end, a little sneaky French cut. Then Nankov, I liked his day.
Yeah,
nice catch from him. Prakash finishing, and a little bit of a now you do, now you don't. As Dunbar makes the regulation run out to finish the innings at 66 for 5. And so, yeah, top scorer. Not often you see the top scorer retired out in an innings, but that's exactly what happened here in match 20, as it was Agagil Ahmadal. Ended up 17 of 26, just with a 1-6. Apart from that, couldn't get anything going. So he decided after 25 non-boundary balls, enough was enough. 16 for Aswad Khan towards the end. Before he was caught by Nankov, he was able to strike 1 boundary in there. 14 to Salman Khan, hit a 4 and a 6. And Waleed Khan did hit the boundary in his score of 8 before he was run out of the very last ball. Pretty disciplined bowling. When you look at just the 3 wides in there in the whole 10 overs, thinking the Bulgarian, they would fancy themselves favourites, and they're certainly in a position to go top of the table. If they get 67, they will in the second innings, with the wicket split between Nick Johns Whitberg, the lawnmower, 1 for 8, probably the best of the bowlers again for me. Chris Lakoff with 1 for 13, 1 for 7 Mishra. As you see, the openers demanded Tahiri. They set it up with really tight power play. Just 21 runs in the power play. So look, I think it's been a very entertaining start to match 20 in Bulgarian. Well, it's important for them, isn't it? They need to chase down these runs. If they do, then they get top of the table and they get that double chance, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. But you just have a look at, again, a great performance for them in the field. The bowling has been tremendous. Some good catches there as well. You don't see any team sort of scoring 85 runs against them. They're just so tidy, and they've got so many options with the ball. And I think the only way really is to do it is you've got to be on the ball with your own bowling and try and skittle them. And that's exactly what the Blacksmiths need to do here if they, the team making the debut, are to register their first victory in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, so we'll be back. Always a quick turnaround. When we do return, it will be Indo-Bulgarians. They'll be hoping for 67 runs to go to the top of the tree. Join us soon. The final innings of this 6-day T10 marathon is on the way. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, alongside Rico Full. Back shortly with the final instalment of Day 5 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome to the final innings of this day. And it's been a superb day. We've seen plenty of action. 6 matches in full. The first one of the day was just a 5-over one, just because of some of the ground was still a little bit wet and needed some treatment. But that's worked well. You can see plenty of sawdust around the ground, but it's been a marvellous effort. And once more, I thank everybody involved, from the ECN crew to the Federation and to some of the players as well. And one of those men is the man who's from the Federation as well, Prakash Mishra. He was instrumental in these efforts, and also Devli Love. All sorts were happening out there. There were buckets, there were sponges, there was mops, there was those, whatever you call them, squeegees on handles to clean the pitch. The pitch was underwater, and it's absolutely amazing that we played today. So well done, everybody. You should all get a standing ovation as we get ready for this final innings. And well, just to remind you that the target required 67, and if Indo Bulgaria get the 67, they'll finish on top of the group. And of course, that means that tomorrow on finals they'll get a double chance to get themselves in the final. And it's going to be Chris Lakov, and he's going to be facing the first ball with captain Prakash Mishra, also the national team captain at the non-strikers end, and the first ball to be bowled by Chakub Gul. And he floats this one up, and Chris Lakov lets this go by for a wide. Rico full here, and for the last time today as well. Welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo.
Thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the last innings of the day. Yeah, Jacob Gould. We're going to see something a bit different here, opening with spin. Something we haven't seen in the series, to my knowledge, so far. I don't mind that as a bit of a disruptive tactic, because these two do open regularly for Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah,
So
I don't know if Rohit Diman will be quite happy with that comment you made. He classed himself as a spinner, I think.
no. Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, hopefully you're not watching this, Rohit. I know they probably are. A little cheeky dig at you. Anyway, yeah.
No,
good start.
I like it. Why not?
See if Prakash takes it on here.
Waits for it and chops it down to the man at third.
Yeah, see, that's a good ball. I mean, if Mishra really wants to take a risk, he can get down and go after that, try and drive it out of the ground. But I think Mishra also, he knows probably a rush of blood cost him his wicket earlier. So
Yeah.
you'd expect to get 1 or 2 bad balls from the wrist spinner with the new ball
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you
in
can go after.
You're right, in that earlier game, he hit 2 boundaries, got himself to 10, and then didn't need to play that shot. It's nicely played, Lakov. Well, this miscommunication. The 2 batters were watching the ball, and it was Mishra who saw Lakov go back and thought, well, I better go back as well.
Really good fielding there by Jacob Gould off his own bowling. Turns and throws. Well, went to a pitch. Lakov.
This time, gets the gap. They should go for 2 here, and they will. It's Mohamed Fayaz. He gingerly takes his time to stop it. Normally he stops it and asks for somebody else to come and get it, but not this time. Everybody seemed too far. Everybody seemed to be running away from him as well, saying, we're not coming.
Seems like it. Lakov made the 2 quicker than Mishra.
Well, this one was pretty wide. Lakov was trying to get this pretty fine off the man at point to miscues it and almost chops it back onto his stumps.
Yeah,
Bit of fortune at the end of the year.
Absolutely kicking himself if he chopped this one on. It was the fake charge, which sometimes you do that to try and make the bowler bowl shorter.
And oh well, Prakash Mishra, you know he had to go for it eventually. He does. Doesn't get it right. Goes straight through, and I think he's actually saying here to Chris Lakov, well, I looked at this and this was in the sun. He could be right, you know.
Lost it in the sun. Oh, I don't know about that. I think he might have ended up looking in the sun over mid-wicket. Anyway, that's the end of the first over. 5 for no loss. I want to say a big hello to Ingrid Dunbar, who's watching from Cape Town, South Africa. She's very, very proud. And she's watching Adrian, because Adrian Dunbar is her son. She's watching along with Adrian's father. So
welcome.
Hello to you, Ingrid. And Cape Town's a beautiful place. Have played there a little bit. Table Mountain. I've got this cable car there. Pretty much seems like you're going straight up. You can't believe how steep it is. But some beautiful views and yeah, beautiful part of the world. Hello, Ingrid, and thanks for tuning in. We're always available here as well.
Yeah,
6 days a week. 6 days a week on ECN.
Thank you for joining us and stay with us as well.
What a good over that was from Jacob Gould first up. Really, really good over. I said you'd expect 1 or 2 bad balls, but they never really came. Lakov tried the fake charge, which was one of my tactics I always used, because it didn't have the guts to really charge. You just hope for a quicker one. You could go back and cut or pull.
Yeah,
Anyway, second over.
The hat-trick hero.
Yep.
He's got his name in the Hall of Fame. Took 4 wickets for 19 runs in that spell, and including the hat-trick. So his team may not be progressing, but we will remember him. And just having to wait here. But once again, yeah, it's been absolutely marvellous to have everybody involved in the chat. And Luke Belgium in there is, again, well done. And Maya as well, of course. You know Maya very well. We've seen her at Cardamom a few times.
Sure.
But always nice to see and hear from new people as well.
Absolutely. So 6 is the score, pardon me, after 1 over. I think there was some confusion about whether there might have been a 1 short there, but it wasn't. So 6 on the board for Indo-Bulgarian. Yeah, a good first over from the spinner, Jacob Gould. Now Wally Khan. He'd love another hat-trick here, wouldn't he? Especially if they're 3 big fish as we start the second over. It's Lakov on strike.
It's a good start, just a little plod and they run. I mean, here I would, when you know you haven't got a big score that you're defending, I'll be a bit more attacking. And point for me is too deep. I mean, if you're going to have a sweeper on the boundary, have your men inside the circle a bit tighter. They're a bit tighter on the onside, but not so much on the off. And it's better. That's what I like to see, you see. And there's no single there.
I think for Prakash, if I had to give him one little bit of advice, it's probably respect balls on the stumps, a bit like he did then, because they're the ones that get him out. The ones off the stumps, he seems to belt all over the place. But he just gets these rushes of blood sometimes going after balls that are on target. See him boulder LBW, we saw that kind of at the higher level in the ECL. So I think he'll get enough bad balls at this level.
You see, once again, that's that single. That's the man that I would have in close. I would stop those singles and say, look, if you want it, well, you're going to have to play your shots. You're not going to just give you easy runs. It's nice to see Dennis Oro's to our left here. Take some marvellous pictures. Hope you're enjoying the pictures he takes. They're all over on Facebook and Instagram. And one thing I found out about Dennis, he loves pineapple. He can't get enough of it as this is played away. And that's a really good stop. Gets down low. And that's what you've got to do. If you've got to turn something out of nothing in this match, you've got to see yourself at the ball.
That was really timed well by the conductor. Simon Khan knocked it down. Made sure it didn't get past him to the boundary. Good start this from Blacksmiths. I mean, look, it's very likely this is the last we'll see of the Blacksmiths in this tournament.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, it will be, even if they win. So,
I mean, I'm sure they'll be here watching
and
sporting and making lots of noise. What about pineapple? Are you a pineapple fan?
I'll have to get to long answer, so I'll wait for a ball. Really takes off.
Oh, what a casual stop this is from the keeper as well, Dave Patel.
Why use 2 when you can just use 1? Patel's a bit unusual, but he's actually made some good stops today. This one really bounces more than anyone expects. So he just puts in the 1 pouch. Okay, so I do like pineapple, but not on pizza.
Yeah. I'm with you there. This one is the inside of the bat, and they think about it, look at each other, decide not to take it. Yeah, I'm not one for putting sweet stuff or fruity stuff on my pizza. It's either savoury or it's not. Not the biggest fan of sweet and sour either, but pineapple is very good for the throat, and it's supposed to be. I mean, I was told this very early on by a lot of people to say, yeah, eat pineapple because it will be good for your throat.
Yeah, I heard it is good for throat for everyone concerned. So 9 for no loss after 2. A pretty good start this from the Blacksmiths. So yeah, with pineapple, they can also do it really kind of the sweet at the end. Have you ever had that kind of with dusted icing sugar? That's actually pretty nice as well. Fried pineapple. Anyway,
yeah.
I've talked over the table.
Fritters.
I've talked over the table, which will basically tell you that if Indo-Bulgarian win this, they will go to the top of the table. Otherwise, they'll be stuck in 3rd. Speaking of 3s, here's Omar Malik.
Malik, and well, a bit fortunate there. The batter tiene poquito de suerte, Lakov. This one could have gone anywhere. Could have been a caught and bowled opportunity, but he manages to find the gap once more. See, this is interesting. They did have Aswad Khan in close. Now, all of a sudden, he's gone back. Why? That would have been straight down his throat. Would have been one of the easiest catches he's taken. Mishra goes with a big shot. And once again, well stopped. They should be thinking about taking 2 while the fielders were thinking about picking the ball up.
I talked about team fielding earlier because sometimes you get one fielder knocking it down, but it's hard for him to U-turn and come back. So that was actually pretty good, except no one could decide who wanted to pick it up.
Malik trying to get the wicket. At the moment, it's tidy. They haven't really run away with this. They haven't seen a boundary yet. And, yeah, they're starting to just put the squeeze on. I'm liking this. This is better. And that's a nicely played shot. The timing was beautiful, and the placement. It was a little risky because it wasn't the full swing of the bat, but he knew exactly what he was doing here. You see, it's all about keeping your shape. Kept his head still. He knew where he was putting it. Safe shot, good shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, and you contrast that with some of the big swings we've seen today. It just concentrates on getting the contact point right and lets the timing do the rest. So nice shot for 4.
And this time he goes the other side, but the fielder, thought he was in the hunt for a moment. And, well, just not able to get the catch. And that was Ahmadou. He's had an interesting and eventful day today. And if any man was going to snatch that out of the sky, it was going to be him.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering how it would react when it hit the ground and it would kick on. I was a bit worried Ahmadou might kick it on himself, but in the end it's a long single. Just had enough. That's power play batting. Just have to get over the infield.
And he gets hold of this one. This is a sort of delivery he sometimes plays all round, but this time he gets plenty on it. It goes into that vacant mid-wicket part of the ground. 4 runs. So both batters now have registered boundaries. Sort of charges at this, doesn't he? He's very quick onto it, turns it into a full toss and puts it away. 4 more.
Yeah, and full toss you really should be putting away regardless of where it is. That's exactly what Mishra does. Say a quick hello to Ben Crook, who's watching in Northern Ireland.
There he goes in the same area again, and this one has gone all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, eso es 6 carreras.
Well, they hadn't scored a boundary until this over, and they've scored 3 this over, 2 4s and a 6. So Maximo time. Malik getting a bit of treatment at the end of the power play. It's 26 for no loss. So into Bulgarian, resuming normal service. Yeah, so hello to you, Ben. Hope you're well. And Luke saying, hope you have good weather for the start of your season, because he's getting hyped for his cricket season, which starts tomorrow in Northern Ireland. So wishing you all the best. Of course, we had a team from Londonderry, actually. We had Brigade, who represented Ireland in the European Cricket League most recently. So if you don't already, make sure you subscribe, Ben, and drop in the chat anytime. Let us know maybe how your cricket goes on Monday. We'll be in Romania. And hey, welcome. And don't forget, if you do have some teammates, for example, then let them know about the European Cricket Network. Live cricket 6 days a week. Here's Ahmadou coming into the attack.
It's a good start from him. And that one being well respected by Chris Lakov, and why not? He doesn't have to go crazy here. They've got this game right where they want it. Less than a run a ball.
Jeff Maguire, as well as one of our biggest fans from Northern Ireland. Loves this cricket. Ahmadou, can they get a breakthrough here? Probably need more than one. Back down to a run a ball required.
Oh, opportunity. And puts a hand out to it. Not able to hold on to it. Did that go all the way? Was that a bump?
That was a catch, I think. That was a stinger, though, for Ahmadou. Let's have a look at this. These either stick or they don't.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that's the only technique you can do is grasp and hope for the best, I think.
He's done well there. He's unlucky. On another day, it would have stuck. And, well, his hand's still probably stinging. That's why that's gone wide. Just knocks his radar a little bit. and now it's time to knock. Is that Lakov? I think it is. Lakov feels this one.
Lakov almost becomes a statistic. And I know they had a good laugh at the Mohammed Sharkat incident a couple of weeks ago. Lakov, watch this at the end. He is pretty happy that took a deflection, because that would have been Sharkat territory.
Oh, that was a bit of acting there. That was fake.
He was.
Have a word
I
with him.
think the fear was real that it was going to hit him.
It's a yellow card, that for me. And well bowled. And will be retrieved by the fielder. Yeah, haven't the players done well, Vinny, today? Because it was never going to be easy. It was always going to be difficult conditions, but they've adapted to it really well.
Yeah.
And what I like about it as well, they've been sensible.
Yeah, they've got on with the job as well.
Yeah.
Oh, very hardy cricketers here.
Doesn't quite get this right, and will take a single. Prakash.
Yeah, we probably haven't quite seen the best of Mishra for an extended period today. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because he could just explode on finals day. We saw him do it with a very memorable half century at the next level up at the ECL. So we know he's very, very capable.
Shorter And that's nicely played. Chase on for the fielder. Watch out, watch out. He's done okay. Now, if you get inside when you pick it up, yeah, that's good work. Really well worked. Kept his eye on the ball all the time, and that's the captain there. And Ivalo Kazatsky, and I was talking about how well everybody's done to get the play on today. He was instrumental. He was there from the start of the day to the end, mopping up water and doing his bit. Well done to him and everyone else that was involved. Nicely played. It'll take the single. It goes to the onside. A bit of foot fielding there. Takes a single. And that also brings up the end of the fourth over. The score moves on to, well, quite a comfortable 34 without loss. And they're almost there.
Yeah, he's almost there. They're halfway there, but only using up the 4 overs of the 10. So they're well on track. So once again, now's a great time to just drop us a message in the chat. Maybe if you haven't. I've already done my lurker call out, so I'm not going to do another one. But if you are watching, let us know. We can give you a personalised shout out. We're deep into the day now. It's hard to believe. It's something like 10 hours and 10 minutes since we first got on the field. Which means it's probably about 12 hours since we got here. But it's been well worth it to get so much cricket, get this tournament back on track. So credit to everyone involved. Yeah, and you mentioned the players. I think they were desperate to play regardless of the circumstances, but we just tried to make it as safe as possible, and they've been sensible, I think. They're certainly aware of what the conditions have been like, especially they're in today.
Oh, and this one should have been taken, and he knows it. It was at a comfortable height. I think it just catches the thumb, and that's 2 that Lakov has got away with.
Yeah, and they're pretty similar, aren't they? There's check drives. As long as you get this anywhere except for the bowler, you're fine. In fact, if you're Lakov, even if you hit it back at the bowler, apparently you're fine as well. So he survives.
This one will be a wide, and actually that's a good stop from the wicketkeeper. Doesn't really move his feet, but he does keep his eye on it. Stays a bit low. Well done to Dave Patel there.
Yeah, Patel's wicket-keeping's improved a lot, even since Monday.
Oh, this is gone. It's gone big. Balle, 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 kinna, sona, kinna, bada, shaka.
Yeah, that was right out of the screws. Just signs that Mishra's timing's coming back. He's been more selective in this innings. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
I think he can be more selective and wait for balls that he feels comfortable going after rather than going looking for trouble. That was a really nice shot. Big Maximo over mid-wicket.
He's very quick to pounce on that length of a ball, isn't he? Just needs to be a little bit fuller to Mishra and straighter. Let's see what the reply is from Waleed Khan. He does go for it straighter, up in the air, but I think it's wide of the fielder. And they'll come back for... No, they'll just take the 1.
Just the 1. Mishra was a bit concerned about whether that would fall safely or not. And they have shared the bowling around. Probably not so much the batting. They've stuck to their order. I can kind of understand that as well. You probably don't want to mess around too much when they've essentially only got the 3 matches to play in the group stage.
Yeah.
What it does mean is if these 2 go cheaply, the middle order / lower order haven't had a lot of balls at all today. So something to think about. Having said that, these 2 have always looked in control normally when they've been out there.
Yeah, they have batted well. And I think they also know that they need to find some form themselves. I mean, the other option they could have had, as we see this one played out, is timed beautifully. What a shot this is. This is exquisite timing from the captain, Prakash Mishra. What a lovely shot. And when a batter spends time out there in the middle, their timing gets better and, well, the shot selection gets better as well. And this was an absolute gem of a shot.
It's a zero-risk shot, really. You know, he's placed it into the gap, and that's what made it as well. So 48 for no loss after 5. At the moment, it does seem like they're cruising to victory. Just needing another 19 in the second half. So we'll see the game continuing. It looks to me like Agagul Amadel will bowl the 6th over.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing they could have done is maybe Adrian Dunbar opened up.
I was just thinking that. Yeah,
give him a bit more practice out in the middle, because I think he's going to be going forward, going into finals day tomorrow. He's going to be quite key.
Yeah, the ultimate unselfish now would maybe to be retire these 2 out with about 15 to go. Can't see it happening, but yeah, I know Ingrid's watching. I'm sure she'd like to see Adrian get a bat, but at the moment may not be required.
Asking the question, maybe just going down the leg side slightly. And Ingrid would probably thinking, oh, maybe, give it out, she's shouting.
Looked a pretty good shout, to be honest. Maybe just slipping down the leg side. I'll see the umpire's view. Phew, it's missing. It's not missing by much, Rico.
It's not missing by much. I think you've got to take the angle that it was bowled in into account. Maybe just going to go on to miss.
If that was given, that wasn't a bad decision.
It's whipped away. And there's a fielder out there. Should keep it just to the one. And takes his time to get the ball in.
50 partnership up. I should say, if it was given, it wouldn't have been a bad decision. The fact it was given not out, also I don't think it's a bad decision. I think that's an umpire's call. Just not a lot of fanfare. You can probably understand that from the Blacksmiths. They've had a long day, haven't they, as well?
Yeah.
They played the first game this morning. They're playing the last game tonight.
Oh, and this one, I think he's got something on this, hasn't he? It was a straight delivery again. He's going for the... This is sometimes how he's got out. Now, look, what do you think? This is just outside the line, maybe?
Yeah, it's too high, I think. Hits him.
I don't think the height was an issue.
I think it's going over the top. So your eyes will start playing up at this stage of the day. It's all right.
That one, if it doesn't touch anything, will be a wide, and it's been given. Look, what about the umpire?
I was just going to say.
Because I tell you something, I remember when we came to Bulgaria the first time, and Ivan umpired, he only stood to start off with just at square leg. Okay, see this delivery and go onto that. It's up in the air. It could be a wicket, and we may have a bit more time to talk about it, and it is. No mistakes made there. Nicely taken. And I think that's Adil Patel that takes the catch. So to do get a victory. And Ingrid, well, hopefully she's going to be cheering her man on here. Yeah, he will get a chance to bat.
Mishra batted well there. He's got them within range of victory. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing from the team point of view that he gets out at this stage. Just goes after this. Tries to go fetch it from outside the off stump. Nice catch taken there. So partnership is broken. And the Blacksmiths do get a wicket as they break the partnership of 52. It's 52 for 1. And here is Adrian Dunbar coming out at number 3. Yeah. Blacksmiths, well, they joined a select group of teams today to lose the game without losing a wicket. Yeah. First game today, but it was only a 5-over game, I suppose. Dunbar, let's see if he can get a bit of batting into him.
Yeah, Amadeo gets the wicket. So going back to Ivan. Now, he only stood at square leg. I know at that time Rob Kemmett worked on him. And he's improved as an umpire. And this time around, Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, has been working with him. So he has turned into a fantastic umpire. And I think he's right up there with one of the best that we see on the European Cricket Series. And you can see there again, you see he doesn't get intimidated. Even if you rub mud on his shoulder, he still stands there and doesn't get vexed.
This is close, you know. Probably too high. Too climbing.
Yeah, too high. I just love his positioning. He's dead straight. He doesn't move. He doesn't flinch. And... well, I think 99% of the time he gets them spot on.
Yeah, I think so. So well done to Amadel for picking up the wicket. Yeah, I can't agree more with those comments. I think one of the things we're trying to do in European cricket as well is to improve the standard of umpiring so that when it's not ECN cricket, when it's just domestic cricket around Europe, that the umpiring standards are better, and that in turn just makes for a better experience, encourages more people to play. And yeah, I mean, I think umpires, can't say enough good things about them. Yeah. I think they've been pretty assertive out there. Pretty assertive, but not overimposing themselves on the game. Yeah. So I think they deserve a big congratulations. 52 off 6. This first one, reasonably high.
Yeah, it's been called, and the man we're talking about was spot on.
He's going to have bad news when he turns around and sees that ball's over the line, because it was a pretty good stop. But the problem is, it was already over the line. Just have a look at this one. Again, this is the new... Well, so slightly changed rule. Look at that. Makes a great stop. Sticks the landing. And then, okay, I'll go pick it up. And he sees it's over the line.
That was a long jump. That's the record in the long jump. So we've seen the long jump here today, but this will be a free hit.
Free hit.
It's in that area again. Well, what can he do this time? And oh, dear. Well, this time, it just goes over the boundary.
That's such a teaser. It's gone over the line and come back. Poor Salman Khan.
He's giving it everything this time, Salman Khan. He's thinking, I'm not going to go down again, not 2 out of 2. He watches his footing, and look, he gets unlucky. The ball just bobbles up as he goes to stop it. In baseball,
that's like still a fair ball if it goes out and comes back in. But it's not here. So the Six will win it now.
Well, Ingrid, unfortunately, your man may not even get a chance.
He's only faced the one ball.
Just got the one ball.
You're already seeing the change in interpretation of the height rule, I think, working. Yeah. And that last one we'd be debating, well, what is it not? Is it not? Just call it, be done with it.
He does go for the big one, but this is just going to bounce a couple of bounces before it goes over the boundaries. It will be 4. And Chris Lakov, to the delight of probably his captain, Prakash Mishra, is looking like he's getting himself into form, ready for tomorrow's finals day. This is another nice shot. I just love the way he keeps his body shape and he gets his arms into play. Nice shot.
3 consecutive boundaries. Lakov's getting greedy. He's got 33 now. He can finish it with 2 more runs. And finish it with 1 more run. So now,
do you like the way you put the big stop sign up there saying, I know it's a wide and we could run, but we're not running?
well, he's such a nice guy. Probably wouldn't mind Dunbar getting a bit of batting at the moment. I don't think Dunbar's going to feel bad on ball.
Dunbar wants a chair. He's saying, just give me a chair. I'll just sit here. He's leaning on that bat at the moment because he knows there's going to be no quick singles.
All right, have some highlights of the day's play coming up after the game, so stay with us for that. But right now, score's tied.
In the air, and, well, there's not too much enthusiasm being shown from the fielder out on the boundary, but they still only just take the single, and that's Mohamed Fayaz. And
that'll do it, Rico. That'll do it. They're going to do it with 3.5 overs to spare into Bulgarian. They will take that top spot, and so we will see them tomorrow in the 1 versus 2 game. And we'll bring you that confirmation very shortly. But no credit to the Blacksmiths as well. It was great to see a new team in the tournament, and unfortunately they go away winless. But they had their moments, weren't they? Yeah. Didn't they? And we'd love to see a lot of those players performing again in the ECS.
Yeah, look, when you have a look at their squad and some of the players and some of the performances that we're seeing in the 2 days that we've seen them, I think there's plenty of scope, and we will see it. Plenty of scope for improvement for them. They just have to work on little tactical things, getting the batter order right and sticking to it, knowing when to use the bowlers. And there was a couple of things that they did that didn't work to their plan, and I think they'll learn from that. So we'll certainly see them again, and they've certainly given us plenty to talk about as well. We've seen some good performances from them. Waleed Khan, remember, taking that hat-trick, and just to remind you again of tomorrow's play.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll see Plovdiv and Pleven in the 3 versus 4 eliminator. We'll see Indo Bulgarian and MU Sofia in qualifier 1. The winner will go through to the final, and the loser will go through to qualifier 2, where they play the winner of the eliminator. All starts again, just the 4 matches tomorrow, so we're back on track. Can you believe it, Rico? 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. in India. Join us for day 6, but stay with us. Still plenty to come today as we finish the broadcast with some highlights. First of this game, and it was a fairly modest target, wasn't it, in the end? And you always felt that they were going to get there. 67 required, but it was a pretty good start, wasn't it? Just 6, then 3 off the first 2 overs. Lakov got lucky a couple of times, but hitting the ball pretty hard. They're not easy to hang on to in the follow-through. He was dropped a couple of times by the bowler. Then Mishra just felt like he was regaining some of his touch.
Yeah, he was. I think he knows what the mistakes that he made when he got himself out. But this time he puts a 52-run partnership on with Lakov. Well, that was unfortunate. He stops it the other side of the boundary, and then the same man this time, he couldn't stop it. He goes down, and the ball bobbles over the boundary. And Chris Lakov there, the player of the match in this final match here today in match number 20. Batted really well. And you got to say, Vinny, that from what we've seen with bat and with ball from the Bulgarian sides, they're looking favourites at the moment to defend their crown.
You have to say so, just because of the amount of options they've got, particularly with the ball. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of their batting order just because the top order have done the job. But, I mean, looking down, seeing Gagdeep Singh at 7, that's a pretty long batting order. And just the way the bowler's bowling, Nick Johns-Whitberg has been excellent. Okay, back to Tahiri's bowled okay, probably hasn't batted so well, but they've got so many options, it probably doesn't matter. He can have a bit more immunity to go for his shots, and if he gets out, probably doesn't hurt them that much. Lakov with 34 top scores. He looked pretty good there. Turned on some big shots as well. There's 4 fours in his innings of 34 off 23. Prakash Mishra, the captain, 26 off 16 with 2 fours and 2 maximos before he was the only wicket to fall. And he fell to Agagul Armadale, who took 1 for 12 of his 2 overs, probably the best of the bowlers. I think Jacob Gould, unlucky not to get a second over, to be honest.
I think so.
Yeah, they didn't bowl him again in the power play after he only conceded 6 and didn't go for a boundary. Instead, they went to Omar Malik. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for the Blacksmith skipper, Ivalo Katsarski, as Malik conceded 17. But again, big thanks to Ivalo Katsarski and the guides. I think it's been great getting to know them a little bit. Obviously, he talked about how hard he worked in particular, and quite a few of the players did work yesterday to try and get this ground as good as it could be for play today.
Yeah.
So there's confirmation of the result of match 20. So we have completed the 20 matches of those 20 Unfortunately, only 10 were played, 10 were abandoned, but essentially what it means is we do have a table that's more or less fair, and Video Bulgarian, as the undefeated team, will top the table. They will take on MU Sofia in the 1 versus 2 tomorrow. Blacksmiths, unfortunately, they're eliminated in 5th place. We talked about that one earlier, didn't we, when they were playing Pleven. It was the first game of the day. They were just 7 runs short, so they weren't that far away. If they picked up those 2 points, it might have been a different story. But ultimately, it will be the Blacksmiths that will finish in 5th place in this FanCode European Cricket Series. I want to give a big thank you to everyone in the chat for staying with us as well in the live chat. You've provided a lot of entertainment for us, and we really enjoyed spending the day with you. 6 matches, not often we do 6 matches, basically 5.5 full matches as well, because the first one was shortened to 5 overs. But yeah, Rico, it was a pretty exciting day, and it might give us another chance to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, just in case you missed it before. It will be not tomorrow from earlier in the week. There we go. And we're going back in time now. Maybe we're going to do it all again. But I can tell you that tomorrow, which will be tomorrow, it will be Plovdiv and Pleven in the eliminator, and then we've got qualifier 1, which is the 1 versus 2 game between Indo-Bulgarian and MU Sofia. And so looking forward to that. So if you missed it, we had it just before the highlights. But what we are going to do, Rico, we'll probably say goodbye. We do have some highlights of the entire day. This should be really interesting viewing, because we saw plenty of thrills and spills today, especially this morning. But I want to say big thanks to everyone, Rico, and we'll be back here to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you for everyone that's been involved in the chat and all your lovely comments. We really do appreciate it, and we look forward to being with you again tomorrow. But until then, it's ciao from me.
Yeah, and from me, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico. I hope you've had a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Finals just around the corner. See you tomorrow. From everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a very happy and safe Friday night. Back tomorrow for a Super Saturday on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria. Good night, everybody.
Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flair with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes. He sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.